Silence falls on the room. Thanks, everyone. I think we'll go ahead and start. We have 10 minutes allotted for welcoming remarks, but economics being what it is, that consists of welcome everyone. I can say a little bit more than that. This is kind of an exciting moment. We're basically 3 years into the STEG program, and this is the first actual in-person event that we've held. So it's kind of exciting to begin bringing together in person parts of the STEG community, which I think is a group that hasn't had a chance to come together directly. So we're really excited for that, really excited to have people here, more people, I think, online. So greetings to everyone online. Good morning, afternoon, as the case may be. We're also really excited to be doing this conference joint with the IGC, and Jonathan Leap is going to say a bit more about that in a minute. But I think it's a great opportunity to bring together different strands of research that are funded. We are funded through, both of us, through the same source, which is the UK's Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office as part of the UK aid effort. And so really exciting to be able to bring together these different strands of research funding and to begin understanding a little bit more about these processes of growth and transformation that are important for poverty reduction. I don't have much to say, except that we're going to spend a couple of days hearing a lot of interesting research. I would say only this, that we've deliberately chosen a program that has kind of an assortment of work, some by fairly junior people, some by senior people, early stage, more advanced stages of research. So please take it with that in mind. We're looking forward to really constructive engagement. I don't think I need for this crowd to say that we're looking for positive feedback. We're trying to build a community, not to keep people out. And so we're looking forward to a really friendly and supportive bunch of conversations that will help us advance the research frontier and to build a community of people trying to make progress in this area. So on that, let me just leave things to you, Jonathan, and then we'll turn it over to our first speaker.
Great. Thanks, Doug. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be co-hosting this from the part of the IGC. As I think you all know, we're very much kindred spirits between STEG and IGC. A lot of common aims unite us, and I think we're keen to unite our communities as well. So, in practical terms, if you've applied for research funding from STEG, do think of IGC as well. And if you've applied to IGC, do think of STEG. We really look for many of the same things and are keen to fund good research across a range of related areas. One of our key aspects, of course, is that we engage very seriously in policy. So we maintain country teams across 8 African countries and 3 South Asian countries, and hope within 2 months to be opening an office in Jordan as well. So we're very keen to fund research that's not only path-breaking in conceptual terms, but actually is going to make a difference in policy terms. Our country teams are keen to work with researchers. So if you have the beginnings of an idea, not even a very fully fledged idea, we'd urge you to get in contact with them, and Rania and I and others can help facilitate that, but you can see on our website, and explore the idea. Our goal is, wherever possible, to fund projects that have high academic impact and high policy impact. So we're trying to find that sort of combination. That takes a bit of work. Rania's run some matchmaking exercises. We're always going back and forth as a kind of bridge between policymakers and academics, trying to find what are the things that are keeping policymakers up at night that actually need new research to drive them forward. And so if you're interested in being part of that process, we'd love to work with you. Just a thanks to everyone, both on the STEG and CPR side and the IGC side, who brought all of this together, a lot of work over quite a period, and I think a really exciting program. So welcome from our part as well.
Sorry. Great, so I think Nathan's got the first presentation. Ground rules are 40 minutes for speakers and then 20 minutes for discussion. You can take clarifying questions along the way if
I'm really open to questions along the way too. Is that okay to say?
Fine, yep.
Because there's gonna be questions with this. So this is one of these early stage projects with my longtime collaborator, Rekha Juhas, and our amazing graduate students too, Veronica Perez, who's our pre-doc at Columbia, and Emily Olson, who's my PhD student, our PhD student at Oxford. And this project is really motivated by this idea and this kind of age-old question, which is, can and should states shape the composition of economic activity in an economy? This idea, which we call industrial policy, it's been controversial essentially since the 18th century. And with that in mind, there's been really two sides of this argument, two sides of this debate, two sides of this controversy. We can think of one side here, dating back to people like Alexander Hamilton and Frederick List, who really saw industrial policy in the state as essential for promoting and kind of fostering industrialization and structural transformation, structural change, etc. And on the other hand, we can think of modern economics, who really, for the most part, I think with good reason and with careful reason, has really been skeptical largely of industrial policy and of its efficacy. They see it as prone to government failures, ineffectual, and of course we can summarize the mainstream economics view of industrial policy by this famous Gary Becker quote: "The best industrial policy is none at all." And for us, these two sides and this kind of question in itself, this is an empirical question. This is an empirical controversy for us. And so, despite the importance of this controversy, despite its kind of legacy, we of course a kind of stylized fact almost by now is that we have very little systematic evidence about what industrial policy can achieve and its efficacy. People in this room have worked on it though recently, but even kind of more fundamentally, we don't have measures of industrial policy. We actually lack basic data when it comes to measuring this stuff. Who's doing it? Where is it happening? What's going on with this? What are its trends? And a key thing we're going to focus on in this paper is measurement. We're going to focus on this issue of measurement, this messy, kind of droll issue of measurement, rather than identification and things like that. And so why are we so focused on measurement? Why do we believe it's so fundamental to industrial policy? Why is that? Why are we focusing so much on this issue? For us, key questions around industrial policy really are about measurement. Or really, measurement is kind of forms the basis of a lot of empirical questions around industrial policy. We can think of one set of questions recently with industrial policy, really focused on getting at the mechanisms of industrial policy. Let's test the theory of industrial policy. Let's see if it works as theoretically predicted. Let's test the efficacy of it. Let's go down and use very natural, very precise, well-designed natural experiments and kind of hone in on how industrial policy works. Can we say anything about the mechanisms of industrial policy and its efficacy using kind of policy evaluation tools? And we've made a lot of progress here. People in this room have made progress here, but basically the last 5 years. And we've really focused on these single episode cases and these kind of using natural experiments, leveraging natural experiments often to kind of get at these mechanistic questions. Does industrial policy work? But really, Gary Becker might say, well, that's great. It's great that the industrial policy works in Korea. It's great that industrial policy works in some places, but why does it work in East Asia? Why does it fail elsewhere? There's all these questions about institutional context of industrial policy, which we can't really get at because we don't have data on industrial policy. And we call these type 2 questions. And these are questions about the political economy of industrial policy. Why does its success vary elsewhere and succeed in some places and fail miserably in other contexts? And really, to answer these types of questions, very often we require kind of panel data. We require kind of multiple episodes, not just single episodes. We require kind of looking at multiple cases, multiple instances of industrial policy through time and space usually, and across sector. But of course, there's a problem because we do not have cross-country industry data on industrial policy. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. And there's in fact kind of a more fundamental measurement challenge when it comes to industrial policy. That's industrial policy is not directly observable. It's not something we can kind of go and just pick out a bunch of measures from the real world and start running regressions on them. This is a rather hard thing to do. And what do I mean by this? And to be more concrete, let's think of the issue of tariffs, this classic instrument of infant industry protection. Now, tariffs, since the 19th century have been kind of the means by which a lot of economies pursued industrial policies, right? But of course, if we kind of take tariffs as given, if we start regressing growth on tariffs, well, what does that tell us? It doesn't tell us everything, because tariffs are used for an amalgam of other reasons. It's used to raise revenue. They're used to kind of manage balance of trade issues. They're used for all sorts of rationales beyond just infant industry protection. So using kind of a data set of tariffs and using policies per se and taking them ex ante as industrial policy and studying industrial policy as such is a little problematic, right? Without additional information, we don't know whether a tariff is industrial policy or whether it's not. Is everything okay?
If we could just take that microphone off, because it's just causing a little bit of background
Yeah, I
noise
hate it.
that
I
is
hate
a
it.
little bit distracting. So
Yeah.
we're going to ask you to just take that off if that's okay.
Can you do that?
Apologies for the
No.
apologies for the interruption.
I'm all for
And if you would
getting
still
this
like
off
a
now.
microphone, we can use this one. But you'll sound
Am I
crystal clear.
Do
You
I
don't-
sound okay with that? Okay, good. Is there an open mic so that people on
Okay, is
Try
that better?
without that, and then we can give you those.
There's one on here that I need to turn off.
Okay.
I'm going to take this out of the room. Apologies.
So this study is going to do two things. It's going to do two things. We're going to focus on measurement, and we're going to take these measures and think about basic facts about the world. I say facts in quotes because they're going to be imperfect facts. Let's see what we can say with these measurements we produce. So this paper is really a measurement proof of concept. We're going to show that we can measure things with some adequacy, and we're going to develop an algorithm to classify industrial policy from text. We're going to do so using kind of a common global database of industrial commercial policies. And we're going to use that to construct measures at the country, industry, and year level using this algorithm. And so using these measures at the country, industry, year level, we're going to start saying some basic things about, well, what does industrial policy look like through the lens of a big database? What can we say about the contours of industrial policy and its practice around the world? Which I'll get to in a moment. And so why are we fixated on text? Why not use measures per se? I already mentioned that policy measures per se are somewhat problematic. Why are we using text? We use text because industrial policy is state action. It's kind of an intention to change the structure of an economy, and that action, that goal-oriented nature of policy is often conveyed in text. It's conveyed in the way political actors speak about policies and codify policies. It's often embedded in the natural language of policy descriptions. So
Can I clarify? So does it have to be directly say this is aimed at changing the structure?
Yes.
What about some equilibrium effect? Some policy can still change the structure of the industry.
I'll get to that in a moment. But it's a good question. You might one question we get is, does X policy correspond and will be picked up by this? Any policy, you're going to think about the policies we're going to look at, whether it's industrial policy or not. It's going to satisfy a checklist that I'll get in a moment. If it satisfies that checklist, it gets classified. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So, so consider this example. This is an example from China. And this is Ministry of Information and Technology. And they're talking about this Chinese battery subsidy. And you see this often. People and agencies and political actors are often very overt about the intentions of policies. They're sometimes not, but they're often, to our surprise, quite overt in what they're talking about when they talk about policies. Here, we read a paragraph like this, and we're like, well, that seems like industrial policy par excellence. They're trying to promote and boost growth in the Chinese battery industry, specifically for automobiles. Okay, and really, this isn't epiphenomenal. This isn't idiosyncratic. If we look at all sorts of measures from a database, these are all kind of real observations from a database, we see that examples abound of kind of the intentions of industrial policy often being conveyed in text, often being conveyed in the language of industrial policy, sometimes implicitly. If you think of this example from Kazakhstan, and often explicitly if you think of this example from China. And this, or Japan, this example from Japan is, I think, really good too, because they're using this really proactive, goal-oriented language, not only to talk about battery industries or EVs or fancy technologies, they're often using this language to also talk about relatively raw material upstream sectors, things like Japanese wood, right? So this isn't this idiosyncratic, this is kind of something we see in the data, it's something we notice as people,
better or worse, obsessed with industrial policy, reading industrial policy, is something we notice pretty quickly. And you can compare that to another example, like here's from the Thai Ministry of Commerce. And here they have a Thai subsidy program. Again, last one was a subsidy. Here's another subsidy. But this subsidy, if you read the language of this policy observation, they're very overtly trying to deal with smoothing shocks and trying to deal with business cycle issues and stabilizing rice prices. You know, we think of that as a distinct thing from industrial policy, and I'll show you how. And we really want to distinguish between these two cases. We want to think about text. Can we use text? And can we use method to distinguish between these two cases? And what now is going to be the nugget of our approach. We're going to use NLP to distinguish between these two cases. And we're going to scale that classification algorithm to a global database to create dummies and binary indicators of industrial policy, again, at the sector, year, and country level.
So what's the substantive difference between the left and the right?
I'll get to it. You'll see it in a moment. I'll get you. Is it the? I'll show you and tell me if it clarifies it well. So we're going to touch on a number of literatures. We're going to touch on, of course, the industrial policy literature, which is really focused for good reason on policy evaluation. But we're going to kind of zoom out and think about what's the descriptive aspects of industrial policy. Can we measure some of the missing basics around empirics of industrial policy? We're, of course, going to touch on the trade and development literature. Of course, for those trade scholars amongst us, the big issue in trade is treating non-tariff measures. Measuring things like non-tariff measures is extremely hard. There's no consistent data. We see approaches like this as avenues into measuring non-tariff measures from a trade perspective. We're also going to touch on the developmental state literature, where a lot of issues about the developmental state and developmentalism have really come from, a lot of the kind of powerful ideas come from qualitative narratives around industrial policy, its role in the industrialization experience. Well, we think these types of measures can be used to dig into ideas surrounding the developmental state, asking similar questions now from a quantitative perspective to do comparative work when it comes to questions surrounding the developmental state, which have largely been within country or through qualitative narratives. And of course, we're going to touch on the Texas data literature, which has been emerging within economics for quite some time. Unlike a lot of dictionary approaches, we're going to do a supervised learning workflow to show that we can measure hard to measure quantities and quantify hard to measure quantities using supervised learning instead of kind of dictionary-based approaches, which some people have some issues with for various methodological reasons. So this is an early proof of concept, and it kind of is part of a pipeline of work. And this pipeline of work of ours in our group is really about establishing the basic facts around industrial policy. So this might seem like a pretty strange project decontextualized from what we're doing with it. But what we're doing is validating this measure with multilateral agencies and other folks. And we're also kind of expanding on the political economy. You might ask us with the study, well, that's great. These descriptors are great. What about the political economy here? That's just a whole other paper we're doing right now. It should be in the annual review next year with Danny Roderick. And we're using the measures and methodology in this paper to actually do some of the comparative work that I alluded to. We're kind of using these measures to do comparative case studies of East Asian growth miracles, using this kind of methodology to classify the universe of industrial policy used across East Asia, and also doing so in Latin America. So this is part of a pipeline of work, and really the kind of undergirding idea, the kind of core idea is really establishing basic facts that we kind of haven't established. There's kind of a lot of missing basics when it comes to understanding industrial policy in kind of a concrete way. So any questions so far? We're good. So recall the concept of industrial policy that I talked about before. It's intentional state action that's meant to shape the structure of the economy, right? This is a concrete concept that we're going to kind of define a little bit more precisely. And here's the definition that we're going to use, and this is the definition we're going to take to data. And it's essentially just expanding out that kind of idea. What we want policies that have a stated goal, but it really is an industrial policy type goal. You're changing relative prices or directing resources across sectors or activities. That's how we're going to think about industrial policy. Tell me if that jives with your understanding of it as well. And we're going to focus on this type of goal, these types of policies with these types of goals being implemented by a national level government or supranational level government. So that's going to exclude the urban people. We're going to exclude place-based policies for now, to the extent that they're disembodied from a national goal.
Suppose just to compare this with something alternative. Suppose my goal was to measure policies that promote growth and promote the welfare of societies.
No.
So I just imagine I want to
No,
that the very few government in the world and they promote a law.
yeah. So,
So it's a tension of
but it's not about that idea. It's not mutually exclusive from that idea. The magic we're looking for is whether they're ticking these boxes, whether they're talking about sectors, structuring sectoral activity, or other forms of activity in some precise way. So if they're not alluding to any of these things, it's not going to be caught as an industrial policy. We're not going to define it as such. And people might not like that definition. People might be really unsatisfied with this definition. It's not ours. It's a definition of kind of legal scholars, international trade scholars, USITC, and the OECD type people. Yeah.
Is the validation going to be against actual policies?
Yeah, and we do that a bit later too. Yeah. There's a couple ways to validate that as well.
Because out there, I'd be worried just about cheap talk.
Yeah.
Like university strategic goals, I always say, thanks for learning.
Oh, of course. No, we're historians. And so we look at 5-year plans and people say crazy things. People say absolutely crazy things. But you need a measure of that crazy thing to distinguish it from the not crazy thing in the first one. You need a measure to distinguish cheap talk, the characteristics of cheap talk from other things. So we're going to pick up that cheap talk. But I think, and we believe that actually cheap talk is actually policy in and of itself, announcing things that are sectoral, announcing sectoral intentions. we completely agree. We're political economists, so we agree that people have all sorts of reasons to do this stuff. They also have reasons to hide it too, not necessarily be overt about the language of policy. But in order to kind of pick apart these instances in these different cases, we need measures no matter what. But we also think of, well, announcing that we're going to potentially affect steel is itself a policy, right? If you think of, yeah, you're a macroeconomist, so. No. I think that might be near and dear to you.
One question is the definition of not including subnational sound. Texas wants to encourage EV. Wouldn't that be an industrial policy?
And this is going to be a game that anyone, like, we're all going to, like, if it doesn't satisfy that definition, it's not going to be covered. And so it's not tied to national level policy.
So the U.S. policy.
No, we consider that in our rationale. And I could talk about all these cases too. The rationale is that with those policies, you're usually reallocating things across states. If it's not tied to a goal, maybe not.
And if you're selling a product in global markets in Texas, encouraging that.
We don't consider that industrial policy, we consider it like a place-based policy, a subnational policy. Because it might not, its effect on the national economy might be moot, right? As the typical kind of urban economists, the classic kind of anti-place-based policy people might argue that you're merely reallocating these things.
I mean, is one way to think about this is like you have to start somewhere, right? Because
Exactly.
we're starting with national policies, and maybe the next step is to look at, like within national, like I don't know, like
Yeah.
is that
Yeah, we're doing that. Yeah, that's the next step. So because I think we think of those conceptually a bit differently. But yeah, that's exactly it. This is all a first cut into measuring something that's amorphous, it's a nebulous idea, and it's imperfect. And so we're going to see, can we measure it and pick it up in some way that's somewhat, in some way that we can actually say things about the world, right? And so how do we and go beyond just what we say about tariff, with using tariffs or using a data set of quantitative restrictions? Yes.
Can I make comments?
Yes.
About the chip talk? So, in a sense, one way to make sure that what you're measuring is the debates that lead to policy would be to have an approach like the Romers did for monetary policy.
Romer with
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's how they identify monetary supply shocks, because they look at the discussion in the monetary authority before that. So couldn't you do that with Congress? Like usually, these are laws, looking at the debate in Congress before a law, and that would be a bit more, you wouldn't have this problem that this is just chip talk because this is the debate that led to an actual policy.
Oh,
being
yeah.
implemented.
Yeah. You could absolutely do something. I mean, you would need congressional. We're dealing with autocracies. We're dealing with all sorts of. This is global.
But that's why if you would start with doing this for one country, well done. Like the Romers did with monetary policy, that would be, I think.
For us, this is well done enough. Global.
Okay. I didn't mean it so well done.
If I had
mean it's not
legislative,
well
if I
done,
had
I'm just saying
Hansard or legislative data, it would be amazing to do that type of stuff.
Okay.
You're very, yeah. Anyway, yeah.
You should defend your time.
Yeah. So we want to classify that can distinguish between these two cases. We want a function that can take us from text to a prediction Y. It can take us from high dimensional object like text to a binary prediction Y. That's kind of the name of the game. That's what we're going to go for. That's what essentially the supervised learning process and workflow is going to be about. It's going to be getting this function, getting an F hat. And so our simple workflow is going to be the following. We first annotate a bunch of data. We can think of a subset of this kind of 30,000 observation data set. We're going to label this as industrial policy or not. Using that definition, our poor students who took our industrial policy class, and took Reka's development class, went on our RA ship, and we gave them an RA ship, and it was annotating about, now it's about 4,000 observations, and we gave them a code book really with that definition that I talked about above, and they're using that definition to distinguish industrial policy or not. And they converge really quickly at basically the common definition of industrial policy. So we have 4 people, like we're actually 8 now, like annotating a single observation, and we use majority voting to kind of just converge on an actual decision whether text is industrial policy. And they tend to agree pretty quickly, and they converge on this idea of industrial policy very, very quickly using that USITC style, OECD style definition of industrial policy. And so we then want to think about text as data. How do we represent this text as data? I'm going to go through this really quickly just for time. We want to vectorize text. We want to create text and kind of transform it into a frequency vector, where a vector is going to be essentially the span of the language used in this corpus. And you're going to get a frequency score. And we can use that and kind of represent our textual data set as a stack of vectors like this. In fact, these are actually going to be weighted a bit using TF-IDF. And so we're going to weight words for their semantic meaning. It's a common method used in NLP. I'll read you that right now. What we're doing here is absolutely conventional. It's the simplest way you can represent text as data. This is like the bare minimum. This is the most simple thing you can do. And I'm going to show you the most simple workflow for doing this. We do all the fancy stuff. We do all the fancy transformers and other things and use neural nets. We do all that. What I'm going to show you next, kind of for pedagogical reasons today, I'm going to stick to showing you the basic example and most basic model we're going to use. It's a very, very basic model and a very, very basic representation of text.
So can you tell us what's the type of text they use in step 1? I guess that was Paula's question. So what example of what would be the set of text that you will look into?
Oh, they dropped it. Yeah, it skipped the data section, I think.
just these laws, this speech of.
So yeah, so the data is going to come from the global trade orders database, and it's a global database. Maybe some people have used it, trade people have used it. For some reason, this was completely out of my slides. Maybe it happened when we were, anyways. And this database is going to collect English language text that's announced, their policy announcements around the world, and they're going to summarize policy announcements around the world that are credible, summarize them in 100 or 200 words in small English language summaries. And those summaries are what we're going to use for classification. Those summaries are what we're going to use. So these are summaries of text. These are the way policymakers are talking about text. This is going to be kind of collated by this international organization, which is an independent organization. It's all in English, and it has global coverage, and it's been going since 2008. And the reason it's a great data set is it has great scope. It's going to cover commercial policies writ large, any policy that affects commercial foreign interests, of which industrial policy is a subcategory of that. And And so that 30,000 observation data set is what we're going to use to fit this model on. That's what we're going to use. And that data set is also really nice because it's rather consistent in the way they're classifying things and codifying things. Yeah.
Think about this English language. How do you think about the fact that all of the data are just English?
They're translated from, so they normalize it into English. They normalize law in Iraq, law in Kazakhstan to English. So it's all, how they might do that might be, oh, probably. And we actually have an algorithm that does the summarizing for us. We've learned their summarization procedure. I'll get into that, but yeah, no, absolutely, that's an issue. So that's the data we're using, this global commercial policy database. We're going to take a sliver of it and we're going to annotate it. We annotate it with our core students who took industrial policy. And we're going to transform that data into Texas data. And we're going to train a model now. And the model we're going to use on this data set is going to be very, very simple. We're going to use a logistic regression. Again, we can use a very, very fancy classifier. We can use a neural net. We can do very, very sophisticated stuff. We're going to use a logistic classifier because it's very intuitive. And what we're going to do is essentially fit on our labeled data, labeled industrial policy or not, we're going to fit this logistic regression. And it's basically an odds ratio, right? So we're going to regress your probability, the odds in Texas is industrial policy on the textual summaries, on that vectorized text, right? And we're going to fit that and get a logistic regression. Logistic regression is really nice because the coefficients have meaning in this regression. I mean, we know coefficients have meaning, but unlike kind of black box techniques with natural language processing, these beta coefficients are going to tell us whether a term or whether a unigram or bigram is going in the direction of a prediction towards industrial policy or going in another direction. So it's going to tell us what semantically is driving us towards or against industrial policy in the prediction. It's going to, these beta coefficients are really nice. You can kind of observe, well, what's driving the model? What's driving this prediction of industrial policy? What type of terms are doing so? So that's why we use logistic regression. Also, it's easy to explain to economists. And so we're it's and it performs
even
almost as well.
macroeconomists.
It performs as well as like a neural net. So people might have want us to do fancy stuff, but it performs almost as well as the fancy stuff. And so we're going to run that model that we just fit on that subset on the entire data set. And so now we're going to, by running that on the entire data set, we're going to get out of sample predictions at the country, year, sector level. And because this GTA data set, not only does it have the text, it gives us the HS code, it gives us the country, and it gives us the year the policy was correctly announced. And so
Can you clarify the sector? What classification?
HS code 6. Yeah. HS code 6 and 2. We use 2 because it gets complicated with 6. Yeah.
Once it's announced, how do you validate how long?
We have the ending too. And so we're going to look at flows. Thank you. We're going to look at flows policy, not stocks. So this is all about flows. This is all about the flow of policies. So all the incoming announcements, that's what we're going to focus on. And that's what the GTA and kind of this kind of legalistic body is really focused on, the policy announcements. But we do have the end dates of them too. And that's the way you can also check. I think we can check credibility in cheap talk too. And so the model results are with this very, very simple model. It's a logistic regression on a very simple representation of text. We can kind of run this up using kind of cross-fold validation, and it does a pretty good job with accuracy. If we think of this confusion matrix of various accuracy scores, it performs pretty well across all these scores. It's actually improved a couple points since we expanded the data set. But this basic model, the punchline is, can really predict what's industrial policy or not using k-fold cross-validation pretty well. It does a pretty darn good job doing the bare minimum, doing the very, very basic machine learning methods. It's very good at properly detecting industrial policy versus not, doing this k-fold cross-validation stuff, right? And we can up it by doing fancier stuff, by cross-validating, doing grid search of different hyperparameters, but it does a really good job on its own.
So the validation is that does the logistic regression predict the same as the panel of 8 people vote? Is that what is that? Or
I can get into k-fold cross-validation. We're splitting the data set constantly and seeing how well it performs on a holdout data set and a test data set. That's what cross-validation, k-fold cross-validation.
Related to your students.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's what I was.
yeah. Thank you. Again, we can unpack the coefficients and see, well, what coefficients in that model are popping out as high predictors of industrial policy. Are you laughing at the lobster?
Lobster.
Yeah. I hate it. Yeah. Lobster shows up. Yeah, shows up a lot. But the things beyond lobster make sense to us. There are things like green tech, there's things like export, there's things like plant, there are things that make sense. When you see that other column, it's very, very vastly different. These are keywords, bigrams, unigrams that really seem to be in the parlance of industrial policy. And there's a lot of lobster industrial policy.
What is the time span of your corpus?
2008 to 2020.
And do you think that there could be room that the some words over time will have more or less importance?
There's no time shift we find. Not through.
So kind of check that.
Yeah. We check whether this model varies by poor, rich country, whether the models are distinct, whether
The sample, I suppose, is also well.
Oh, it's
distributed over
absolutely
time.
changing. It's absolutely changing.
Okay.
The data set underlying this is absolutely changing. Yeah, for sure. We have no control of the underlying data set. We're going to take the most, and I should say, the GTA data set is the most comprehensive data set on known tariff measures we really have, beyond very limited WTO data sets and others. So it's essentially, let's take the most comprehensive data set we have, which trade people kind of haven't really fully
It's
used
more
yet.
about the vocabulary, because I don't know, 10 years in time, people could.
That's
start
always an
using
issue with
other-
NLP. Is there kind of linguistic drift?
Sure.
Is there conceptual drift? We don't find it just because it's such a short time span. Yeah, but
We should let Nathan
Yes.
get through his.
so we could use some time. We could kind of do some initial smell check. We would hope that industrial policies increase through time. We should hope that there's an ongoing trend with industrial policy, no matter if we measure this in counts or total shares or some share normalized measure of industrial policy. We would be worried if this didn't show up because we, as practitioners, anecdotally, we have a hunch. A smell test for this model might be, well, hopefully there's a trend with industrial policy. This is something we should see. And if we kind of drill deeper, we think of other smell tests, beyond kind of the face validity approaches above, we could think of things like, well, industrial policy during the period of COVID should not increase. COVID policies are massively distinct often. I mean, there are some COVID industrial policies, but by and large, the majority of industrial policies being implemented during COVID are not industrial policy and should be treated as the model as distinct from industrial policy. If we zoom into the industrial policy or to the COVID period, do we see our model capturing that distinction flexibly? It's making that distinction flexibly, whether we not measure things in terms of proportions or whether we think of total outcomes, total counts, right? And so we also see a similar pattern, and we also can see kind of zoom into individual episodes where we think there should be something concrete happening with industrial policy, either negatively or positively. We could capture things like the military industrial buildup to the Ukraine invasion. We catch that trend. The occupation of Odessa, we catch that trend. You can kind of validate it on episodes where we know industrial policy is ramping up in certain cases, and that's kind of how we do validation. So let's get to some descriptive statistics. And so what are the contours of industrial policy? What will I say? I'll start with the most simple and go to kind of the most complex thing we find within this paper. You might have questions about what are the political correlates of this stuff? What are the institutional correlates of that stuff? That's a whole other paper. Let's just think about the basics that we can say with this count-based measure, this kind of total coverage-based type measure that we're going to use. You also might have questions, well, are you going to use counts or some population or GDP normalized figure? Everything I'm going to show you now is robust across the way we normalize things. And so how much industrial policy is there? So that's the first thing first. This data set is any commercial policy. We want to distinguish between any commercial policy and industrial policy. We think of this mass commercial policy data set, and the most comprehensive data set out there. We find about 30% or 25% of industrial policies, 27% of industrial policies in this data set are industrial policy. There's a lot of industrial policy going on in mass. That's important. Non-tariff measures should not be considered tantamount to industrial policy. One second. So what policy tools do people use to conduct industrial policy? And this was something interesting to us. We thought we have pretty good tariff coverage in this data set. We find that industrial policy, and this might not be surprising, but it kind of was to us, especially if we think of classic forms of industrial policy. We don't really see these classic forms of industrial policy too much in our data set, we see things like export-related measures and other types of subsidies that aren't related to export. So it's really by and large in this data set, really overweighted by export-related measures and subsidies. That's what we're finding are the tools in which countries are performing industrial policy in this data set, using much more technocratic means and technocratic levers than we previously think about when we think of industrial policy.
One question, are these export-related measures general or sector-specific?
Both.
Because general, I mean, something that you could think there are two views. No, one is the fundamentals view that you have to reduce trade costs and invest in education, etc. And then the economy will flourish and the sectoral composition will be optimal. And then another one where the government decides the sectoral composition.
Absolutely.
So it's key to differentiate whether the sectoral policies are general reduction of export costs or they target specific sectors.
We're going to think about
the first one is not industrial policy.
The first one, it is industrial policy. If
but then everything is industrial.
No. It is industrial policy if we say we're going to promote exports writ large. That's what created.
But, I mean, the general reduction of trade
we'll do this
costs
after. We'll do this after.
Policy.
No, it's not. It's if they say we're reducing trade costs with the purpose of promoting a certain type of economic activity, that's industrial policy. But I'll go. I'm running out of time.
I'm going to defend the speaker's time here.
Okay.
So we have 20 minutes set aside for discussion at the end. So if
Okay.
you can hold these comments until then, please.
So we also find that a lot of policies are surprisingly firm specific. If we think of the trade literature on granularity, from my late colleague Peter Neary and others, Oleg Ishtaki and others working on this right now, we find that a lot of policies in this data set seem to be, especially sectoral policies, seem to be not only dedicated to a sector, but one thing we get in this data set, one thing that's nice is they recognize whether policy is firm specific or not. So not only are a lot of policies sectoral, they're in fact very firm specific. So going to specific firms that might dominate the reveal comparative advantage of a sector on the global market. So they're really going for certain very specific firms. And that's very common in our data set. And that's something that rather surprised us. So we can think of industrial policy as being much more surgical and much more kind of, maybe technocratic is the wrong word, much different than the kind of canonical way that we think of industrial policy. Broad strokes, heavy chemical industrial policies, they're kind of really wide and like very expansive. These things tend to be much different, much more administrative in this data set. And so which countries engage in industrial policy? Here's where we're going to get to some controversy. These are just counts. We find a pretty stark gradient. We find a very stark gradient. We find that wealthy countries do a lot of industrial policy. That's not to say middle-income countries don't do industrial policy and poor countries don't do industrial policy. We don't know that. But in this data set, we find that a lot of OECD countries do a lot of industrial policy. The majority of industrial policy in this data set are being conducted by high-income countries, which was quite surprising to us as development economists. And STEG is funding us. We thought we're going to measure industrial policy in Africa. We didn't find a lot of industrial policy in Africa relative to the kind of gargantuan industrial policy that's being done in the high-income world. And so, yeah. And so it's really, really driven by this pattern. We really see clearly here. Actually, we can see it even more clearly if we kind of do a bin scatter, even controlling for things like the number of policies. We get this relationship, and even looking at all sorts of measures of total policy or policy shares, we find this kind of gradient, this slope, this relationship between income and the use of industrial policy. It's pretty steadfast. Again, I'm not saying that I'm not remarking on what's driving this relationship. I'm not remarking on whether this relationship is driven by the bias and the kind of data we're getting, but this was something that was rather striking to us and surprising. If anything, we're surprised by the extent to which high-income countries engage in this stuff. Because if people studying industrial policy, sometimes you get dismissive comments like, people don't do industrial policy anymore. That's something that middle-income countries do. That's not the case. That's absolutely not the case. And so another thing we find is that industrial policy is really highly correlated with reveal comparative advantage. That is, industrial policy seems to be going to sectors. If we connect this data set to trade data and calculate the reveal comparative advantage of individual products, countries are targeting, on average, products for which they have reveal comparative advantage in, right? Why they're doing that, whether those countries or those products already had comparative advantage in those products before or after, we don't know. There seems to be a relationship here. And it's a quite strong relationship. And when we kind of relegate that effect only to medium income countries, if we think about that relationship between the use of industrial policy and its correlation to reveal comparative advantage, that relationship is really driven by the high income countries. So high income countries are targeting things for which they have revealed comparative advantage in. They're targeting things for which they're better at. And you can think of the distribution of comparative advantage within countries, across the goods within countries. And you see kind of a slope that the high quartile, we think of the distribution of revealed comparative advantage within a country across the goods that a country produces. Really, industrial policy for wealthy countries are really targeting the upper end of that tail, the upper end of that distribution. They're really targeting the stuff for which they're better at. And we see that less so being done in the poorest countries, somewhat in the middle income countries, but the relationship is a bit starker, but not as clean, it's a bit different. And also what we're finding too, outside of this data set, is that this relationship between industrial policy and targeting things for which you're good at. This relationship between your wealthy countries are really targeting things for which they have revealed comparative advantage on the global market. And if we look at only tariffs, we take a data set of only tariffs and look at the developing world and look at poorest countries, we get a similar result. That is, we see that the poorest countries are using tariffs, not industrial policy, and tariffs seem to be related to revealed comparative advantage and seems to be related to the massive revealed comparative advantage for the poorest countries. As we take just a standard tariff data set that's distinct from this type of data and see what it tells us about the tariff policies of the developing world, which makes us think that maybe wealthy countries are using these kind of more administratively robust technical industrial policies to target stuff they're good at. Maybe it's the case, and we have a hint that it might be the case that poor countries are maybe using more traditional tariffs to target things for which they have revealed comparative advantage. Right? How much have I got? 1 minute. Yeah. So again, this is a proof of concept. This is a complete proof of concept. This definition, it makes people upset. It makes people completely upset because it's going to parse the world in ways that there's going to be edge cases. But this is a proof of concept that takes that definition of data and tries to think, okay, can we say something at least somewhat coherent about this policy practice globally? We created a natural language processing algorithm that's able to do so. It's able to kind of tell us something, actually measure and distinguish industrial policy from not based on text. We scale it to the most comprehensive data set we have on non-tariff measures, and we're able to kind of say some stylized facts about the contours of industrial policy practice around the world. This is again part of a kind of larger pipeline of work is about taking this type of approach and establishing the basic facts around policy practice as it relates to industrial policy. And I'll stop there.
So I think what we should do is harvest a set of questions or comments, and then why don't we take 3 or 4 to start? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll give you a chance to answer whichever ones you want, and ignore the ones you don't.
Great. So thanks for that. That was interesting. 2 questions I have. That's kosher or not, but the first is you showed that there's a lot less action happening in developing countries, and I'm wondering how much of that just might be like a paucity of data. So I'm wondering if there's like a falsification test you could do. You could say for like other policies, we don't see the same like push towards high-income countries. And then my second question is with respect to this comparative advantage. I would imagine a lot of industrial policy is like oriented towards high-tech sectors. And I wonder how much of that is just sort of a restatement of the idea that if I'm a wealthy country, a high-tech sector is where my real comparative advantage is. If I'm in a low-income country, you know, I don't have a comparative advantage in high-tech, despite the fact that it might nonetheless be where it makes sense to invest in industry.
Yes.
Take a minute to write it
Yeah,
down.
yeah. So
a couple of things. In terms of using this to evaluate the effect of policies, the 2 things that would be missing to me. One is intensity, in which some of these policies might be very small subsidies with a grand objective and very small, so much could be really sizable. And the other one is if you keep 1 zeros, also the tools, like to some objective, put this one tool, another tool, and one might work, the other not, if we confound them, hard to distinguish.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
Kind of related to Nathan's comments, one is, do you not see much industrial policy in the low-income countries because they don't export a lot, and that's kind of the source of the data.
Yeah.
And then the second is that you sort of gave us patterns across countries, but it'd be really interesting to know if there's particular sectors that all the countries are fighting over and that sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah. So just, I'll start there. Is that we do find some significant overlap, which might talk to the kind of difference in revealed comparative advantage between countries, and then the patterns of what people target, what countries target. Indeed, we find there is some overlap between what countries tend to target. Heavy industrial and chemical sectors seem to be kind of things people are focused on and countries are focused on. With the exceptions being, it's a terrible HCI label, but this is where green stuff is. The green stuff, even though I know that many countries are interested in sustainability, we by and far see, we're able to pick up trends in green technology that are really being used by and really kind of heavily used by higher income countries, not so much low income countries. Where there are distinctions, we do see kind of the textiles, the kind of more low skilled, labor intensive industries being targeted by lower income countries. Next question was about intensity. Absolutely. The reason why we're measuring things as counts and kind of coverage ratios is we're building off from the non-tariff measure literature, which we're going to start with these very rude, like very crude estimates, like you alluded to. They're pretty crude. Counts are pretty crude. They don't tell us about the scope. They don't tell us about the values. So we do have values, and we find a way to pull out values. But more importantly, what we're going to do and what we plan to do, we're already writing the code for it, is we want to create coverage ratio type measures can be used in a gravity equation. And this is these coverage ratios are used in the tariff literature to back out the value of trade restrictions. So we can plug these measures into gravity, do some stuff to that, and essentially get values from there. It's imperfect, but we can find its value impact on the tradable goods. And kind of we're following the NTM literature there. So that's the next step, is kind of let's throw this into gravity and see what we get using what folks who do quantified non-tariff measures are doing. The question also was about there's a question about like why do we have missing data? Why does it seem that low-income countries, is it because low-income countries just aren't being caught by the data set? Is that, which I think that might be the case. And I also think we try to control for, we also thought that it might be reasonable for many reasons that you see higher income countries doing more industrial policy just by the pure scale over which they do stuff, and just by virtue of their pure scale, they produce a lot more, they export a lot more. So we do find that when we control for that, we control for the number of policies, or we control for that issue in a number of ways, that kind of relationship still remains. I do think the coverage of this data set is a bit biased towards, it is biased towards high income countries. So that's why we're kind of working on how do we supplement this? How do we take this algorithmic approach and apply it to text elsewhere to measure industrial policy elsewhere? And we validate this too on kind of old news articles, which we're doing for the staging project we're doing in Latin American articles. Yeah. So how much time do I have for?
Another set of 3 or 4 questions.
Yeah. So the guy, the turtle, yeah, you've been waiting. The guy, yeah, sorry. So I'll start with you. You've been waiting a lot. So yeah, black.
Oh, okay. So first, just a quick clarifying question. Am I right that you are measuring the frequency of words talking about industrial policy?
Not so much. It's a kind of a weighted frequency of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so kind of when you present the result, you talk about how much industrial policy there is out there. No, how much talking about industrial policy out there? Yes. It's a big difference. No. But I'm saying is when you communicate your result with them, you didn't say this is how much discussion is going about industrial policy. You said this is how much industrial policy out there. It's a big difference because among other things, it's not just cheap talk, it's much worse. It's the law of inverse relevance in policymaking. The less you intend to do about something, the more you have to keep talking about it. So I mean, that's, no, I mean,
It might be. Maybe Germany is just talking about a lot.
of course it does, because Germany, the Mittelstand, that's a politics. That's why Germany talks about it, because the industrial, and also you talk about industrial policy, but this is manufacturing, really, what you're talking about.
No, it's all.
I mean, your keywords were.
No, but industrial policy, it's sector agnostic.
I know,
and it's
but
activity
the
agnostic.
words you accept lobster.
Well, no, those are of all the words that have high predictive feature, high predictiveness.
I agree, but like in Germany, the manufacturing base is the Mittelstand, so small family firms, relatively small. So that's where the voting, that's why they have to keep talking about it, because that's where the voters, coming from. So I just don't see how you distinguish between actual action and talk.
I think I'm going to encourage comments and questions that are concise.
So we just, in order to distinguish between the two, you need a measure of both.
Okay, fair enough.
So so linguistically distinguish between, and to see if it's binding or not, you need a measure to see if it's actually binding causally downstream. Are they investing or are they not? So I can say, well, maybe it's just cheap talk. I won't measure this.
But you started, there is no measure of the second one. at
No,
all.
so
There's going to need to be an offline conversation. I'm going to shut you down, Akash.
So I'm kind of repeating the comment that was delayed. So it's good that you warned us not to, too critical. So no, but this is interesting. That's why it was not interesting. You wouldn't have any questions. So it's a good thing to have questions. So one comment I have about the classification of, of industry is the following. If you think of the debate, now what's the debate? So there's kind of two policy camps. One that tells you make sure fundamentals are good, and then the invisible hand will pick which is the good industry, for the country to grow. So what are fundamentals? In the neoclassical models, right? High level of education and low trade costs. That's a fundamental in a neoclassical trade cost. And of course, if you are like Germany and you reduce trade costs, you're gonna export high-tech industrial goods. So but that doesn't mean that reducing trade costs is an industrial policy. Of course, reducing trade costs is going to change the industrial composition of the country, but that doesn't make it an industrial policy. An industrial policy is, free trade is going to lead my country to export textiles, but I think that's not good for growth because of spillovers, technology, etc. So I want to subsidize, high-tech industries. That's, I'm changing the composition relative to what the invisible hand makes. I think that's kind of the conceptual framework. So I don't like it that your classification picks export policies, because export policies is, let me reduce fixed trade costs or variable trade costs for any industry that the invisible hand picks for me. So that's not an industrial policy.
It is if they're very, like, let's take South Korea.
From the point of view of what's the debate.
So reducing costs, if they say we are trying to, like, let's say South Korea. If that definition, South Korea didn't do industrial policy in the 1960s. They just chilled. No. It was industrial policy that was specifically meant, and industrial policy is often meant to reduce trade costs with specificity towards certain types of activities or sectors.
Okay, but that's
that activity can be
Keep it to one cell.
I can talk. I've thought about this for years, so I can. I don't mind talking about it. So one more.
Are you picking that in your data? Are you picking the general reduction or the sector specific reduction? I think this is the key.
The key is that definition. If it fits that definition, that's what we pick up.
If we don't give their own definitions,
right? If they're just like, hey, let's reduce trade costs, no, we don't pick it up. The intention to promote something is the key.
I think you've got time for one last question.
So this is a major endeavor. This is commendable. I think the major weakness that many people see here is the counts. Right? In a sense, what you may be capturing is the complexity of legislation rather than the intensity of legislation. So there are measures out there of the complexity. Think about taxes. There may be 5 reforms to achieve one thing in one country. There may be 1 reform in another country to achieve the exact same thing. So if you in high income countries you see very big counts, it may just be a reflection of the complexity of legislation that you need to get somewhere. So one thing to do maybe is to get some external measure of that and control and see whether there is a high correlation between that. Because I mean, people in the past used to do that to measure progress, like counts of reforms, and it kind of fails because I mean, counts of reforms is not a good measure of what you achieve in the end.
In trade, in order to get that values and trade restrictiveness, you need counts or coverage ratios to start with. So in order to get the values in the method we're using, we need these counts. And they're not epiphenomenal too, because by their own collection criteria, that's not the case with complexity. Complexity is going to be correlated with that for sure, because of state capacity and bureaucratic capacity that's required to implement industrial policy. So you see a relationship between industrial policy and state capacity that's extremely strong. That's not strong because we're just picking up more counts because of the length of legislation. And we don't find linguistic differences across different countries in the way people talk about industrial policy versus different.
I think we're going to need to cut things off there. Thank you, Nathan, for getting us started in a vigorous conversation. So, Marina, you're up. We'll try to discipline. I'm an hour in as chair, and I'm exhausted. So,
You can press that.
Yeah. Give people 30 seconds here to all right, I think we'll jump right into the next presentation. So Marina, the floor is yours. 40 minutes. Okay, so 40 minutes clarifying questions only, and if there are any clarifying questions, they better be very, very concise.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank the organizers for putting together this conference, and it's a great honor to be included in this lecture. I'm Marina Goma, PhD candidate in economics and public policy at Taft University, so I'm looking forward to completing my program soon. So today's talk is about Chinese imports and industrialization in Africa, evidence from Ethiopia. Okay, so the motivation for this project, I mean, there's been a great interesting discussion here about industrialization. So there's at least some talk about industrialization in Africa. And this has been a priority across many countries. This is not very sophisticated, as Nathan talked, but across at least some platforms on, for example, in African unions, there's been a lot of talk about industrialization, and the focus has been on creating good jobs, meaning jobs mostly within the manufacturing sectors. However, there's been some progress across countries, but many would agree that it's been relatively slow. And on the other side, there's this big literature on the China shock, which documents how the increased presence of Chinese export in the world market has had some impact on manufacturing. To be more specific, as it relates to manufacturing employment, most of this literature has really documented some negative impact on the rise of China on manufacturing employment. However, that literature has really focused on rich countries.
So there is less known about how the China shock might have affected manufacturing employment in low-income countries, in particular in Sub-Saharan Africa. Whereas this is an important question in the context of Africa, because as well as many other countries in the world, African countries has also been a huge receptors of Chinese exports over the last few decades. However, if you think about this, despite the well-established negative impact of increased Chinese competition on manufacturing employment, the theoretical relationship between these two is ambiguous, right? On the one side, there could be competition that would likely hurt domestic markets in these low-income countries. But on the other side, there is also a potential for those countries to access inputs that they need to expand in terms of their industrialization goals. So the net effect from these different channels would be different in the context of low-income countries as compared to high-income countries. So there could be many reasons that can make low-income countries different than high-income countries in the way they respond to the China shock. But I point here to two main. The first one is pointing to the fact that African countries are starting with a poor industrial base, right? So this raises the question on the one side of whether the China shock is potentially also slowing down the progress of industrialization in these countries, or the fact that they have a small industrial base is really making the competition challenge to be less salient for this country. So that's an critical question. And the other key difference here is that for many countries, at least the one I focus on, Ethiopia, there are some evidence of issues accessing the inputs that the firms need to produce. So there's this interesting question in the data that I'm using that asks firms the issues that they face even to produce at full capacity. In my data in 2002, 72% of firms listed issues accessing input as one of the top 3 reasons preventing them from even operating at full capacity. So these are two characteristics, among others, really can make the response of African or low-income countries to the China shock to be possibly different. So what I do in this paper is I explore the question of understanding how increased exposure to Chinese import affect manufacturing employment in Africa, and I use Ethiopia to study this question. My approach here is to first establish a causal relationship between increased exposure to Chinese imports and manufacturing employment, and I employ an instrumental variable approach to address potential underlying issues. And next, I think about distinguishing among the two channels that I mentioned, the competition or access to inputs. And I implement this idea by looking exactly at what Ethiopia is importing from China. I categorize between the imports of final goods and the imports of intermediate goods that go in the production process. And I further use the input-output table to clearly capture the access to inputs channel. And lastly, analyze the mechanisms that drive these results by looking at more outcomes and also running some methodologies. So the main picture of the results that I find here, I find interestingly that in contrast to the evidence in rich countries, I find that in Ethiopia, increased exposure to Chinese import led to employment gains, which goes really in contrast to the main literature here. And I provide evidence that the input channel is the driving force of this result. So it's mainly because Ethiopia is mainly importing from China inputs as compared to final goods, and they are really benefiting from having this greater access to inputs. And lastly, I provide some supporting evidence here that this employment gains through the input channels are operating for increases in total factor productivity, increases in capacity utilization, as well as some complementary use of more skilled labor. And my heterogeneous analysis shows that the gains are disproportionately going to larger firms and more labor-intensive industries. So this paper speaks to two main research strands. The first is the literature on the China shock. As I mentioned, this literature is really mostly focused on rich countries, and it's been less known about the evidence for low-income countries, especially in Africa, to be more specific. So I complement by looking at the China shock in the case of Africa. And my positive results, which are really different from what we see, are being driven by the input channel, which also being understudied in this specific literature of the China shock. And second, there's been there's a large trade literature showing that access to input has some benefits, for example, on productivity. So I complement this literature by also studying an African country and having some interesting results on, for example, the capacity utilization, how access to input really has an effect on that, and how increased access to inputs also have complementary effect on the use of skilled labor. Okay, so that was my introduction. I just show you how Chinese imports have been evolving in Ethiopia. So the red line is showing the total Chinese import, manufacturing import to Ethiopia over time. And you can see that since 2001, which is the year when China did access to World Trade Organization, the trend just went up. So the idea is that the China shock is really also the trend that we see in Ethiopia. So in terms, in proportion, the share of Chinese imports on total imports went from about 6% in 2002, and it's big, close to 30% of the total imports that China's imports.
I mean, to compare FDI to imports or exports, I think because that's a measure of the FDI inflows, right? But a better way to compare it that has been explored in the literature is to look at the value of sales of multinationals and compare the value of sales multinationals with exports or imports, because that's the kind of the theoretical system way of comparing these. Paper by Brainard, I think, was the first to make this point.
Thank you. Thank you. I can go. And in comparison, as you can see, the imports really outweighed FDI. This is the measure I'm using here by a factor of 30. So that's what I'm focusing on the imports as well. Okay. So I'll walk you through the conceptual framework, just how I'm thinking about the ways that increased trade with China can potentially affect manufacturing employment in a country, right? So let's think about a very simple monopolistic competition framework where the firm's demands can be represented by Q, which is the residual demand, which represents the firm's market share. Let's say S here represents the total output of the industry, and N the number of firms. B is the product differentiation. And let us assume that P is the price that domestic firms propose, and P bar the price of Chinese firms. So I consider that the impact of Chinese imports on manufacturing employment can operate through two main channels. The one is the competition channel, in which there could be revenue effects, which I predict to be negative, or innovation effects. And the other side is the input channel, which is the channel of access to inputs. And this will likely lead to employment gains. So the way I conceptualize the competition here is
FDI could not directly affect employment as well.
Yes, it could, but I'm not including. I'm not focusing on FDI. I'm focusing on inputs. So the way I conceptualize this is just very basic comparative advantage predictions, right? So if we believe that Chinese firms have this comparative advantage in producing low-wage manufacturing goods, then they are likely to sell at lower prices, right? So the price difference here will be in favor of China. So the domestic firms would more likely lose out market shares, and this would lead to employment losses. So this is the channel that has been really highlighted in the China shock literature, as you see in some of the well-known papers in the United States or other places in Europe. However, there's also been evidence that as competition increases, firms can invest in upgrading the technologies. So this can have potential benefit effects, at least in lowering the price gap here. And to the extreme, one can think that if the domestic firms can invest so much that they turn out the relationship in the price gap, then they can be able to expand in terms of employment. And there's been supporting evidence within the China shock literature in Europe, for example, showing how firms are responding by becoming more productive. And the inputs effect here is about let's forget about the competition between Ethiopia and China and focus on the domestic markets, right? Because we assume that the firms are only importing the inputs they need. And a greater access to inputs can improve productivity. As I've mentioned, there's been lots of trade papers providing evidence for this. So this can be either the fact that firms would have access to better quality inputs or cheaper inputs, or just a greater variety of inputs that can have positive effect on productivity, which can either lower the B or lower the P and increase the market share. On the other side, it would also be complementary benefits, right? So think about a firm who has a fixed installed capacity of production. The more they have access to inputs, the more they are able to increase their capacity utilization. And that is, they are likely to employ also more if we think that the inputs are complementary to labor. And this will also more likely lead to employment gains. So this is the framework I have in mind in addressing this question. And the way I think about separating out the competition from the input channel is to first distinguish between the types of goods that Ethiopia is importing from China. And I use here the broad economic category specification. Thanks again, Getson, for the help here. So this specification allows me to tell within each industry what type of goods is being imported, right? So, for example, let's think about the textile industry here. So the goods in the textile industry, like mattress, blankets, will be classified as final goods because these are the goods that go to the final consumer for their own consumption. However, the goods like conveyor belts, staple fiber, or any type of unfinished fabrics will be considered as intermediate goods because these are more likely the goods that would go to be used by domestic firms to produce other goods to the final consumers. Yes.
Do you by any chance look at inputs on agriculture as well to see, for example, what's driving this could also be, I don't know, higher import of fertilizer, something that releases labor out of agriculture rather than on the manufacturing side?
Yeah, so one of my measures when I get to the input output table uses any inputs, no matter what the sector is. Okay. So the idea here is that the final goods will isolate the competition, while the input channel will only be present in the intermediate goods. However, it's important to keep in mind that if domestic firms are also producing intermediate goods, then this can also be competition for intermediate goods. And I will use the input output table to separate out the competition and input from the intermediate goods being imported from China. So I'll tell you the data I'm using. I have mainly two data sets. So my trades data, which allows me to capture import from China, is coming from the BACHI bilateral trade flows, which is an harmonized version of the trade data, in the sense that it harmonizes information across exporters and importers. So the data comes at the product level. It has about 35,000 products, and I can observe for each of the products the value of the trades between the importer and exporters. And my manufacturing data is coming from the large and medium scale manufacturing establishment census, which is the data that captures information from all formal firms operating in Ethiopia within the manufacturing sector and that use power-driven machinery. It only includes the firms that employ at least 10 workers. And it includes the normal variables we find in the firm census data. And to run this analysis, I am considering the 2 digits industry level. So it's an aggregation that I'm making because I'm focusing on this question, and also that's the variation I'm also choosing to capture from the trade data. And an important point is also that this level of aggregation allows me to account for issues in the firm level data where there are entries and it's high entry and exit rates which are driven by ID errors. So I'm aggregating this data to the industry level, and I end up with 22 industries that are observed from 2002 to 2017 is my main analysis data set. Okay. This is how I capture industry exposure to Chinese imports. So this is a standard measure of exposure to imports. It's the import penetration ratio, which is the ratio between contemporaneous industry imports from China over time divided by initial absorption. So for me, initial is absorption for 1998, but I have the vastness checks changing that way to measure exposure to Chinese imports. I'll show you some key summary statistics here for this analysis. On the first panel, I report the trade variables. So my measure of Chinese import penetration on average in the time period is 0.93. So the way to understand this is that about 93% of the domestic demand on average was satisfied by Chinese imports. This number ranges from about 0 to 7 over time. And there's some variation across industries.
Do you have any specific reason why you start the 2002 years?
Yes, it's because of the China shock. Basically, my identification strategy really relies on the fact that this increase in Chinese imports is attached to the accession of China to the World Trade Organization.
And one more question. As far as I remember the census data from Ethiopia, I guess the panel ID in 2011 is just like the identifier is changed in 2011, and how did you do that?
Yes, exactly. That's why I'm running this at the industry level because of issues of matching firms at the different level. Yeah.
You go to one level below, you will be hard to match that idea.
Yes. Yeah, before digits, it's harder. Yeah.
Do you have a sense of how these they compare? You distinguish that there's a literature is focused on rich countries, and you're doing the first poor country. I gotta guess that those numbers are much higher in Ethiopia than they are in the other countries that have been studied. Is that right? Like up to 93%?
Yes. So maybe I'm not able to compare exactly because the measure of import penetration changed across countries the way they measure it. But the benchmark I have, some countries actually are even higher, for example, in Asia. But I don't have the numbers for other countries in Africa. But I should mention there is a paper in South Africa doing this analysis. But they also focus on the competition and they provide a negative impact as well.
So are you going to instrument the Chinese import penetration into Ethiopia with import penetration in other countries?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to show that.
Just to get a quick sense of data coverage, do you know how much of Ethiopian manufacturing output the LM or LMSM covers? Like, are we capturing, because you said it only covers workers with or firms with more than 10 workers. Are we covering 50% of manufacturing output, 90%?
Okay, so it depends. There is actually even a higher share of manufacturing in the informal, let's say, so less than 10 workers. So on average, across the entire time period, the formal is much smaller than the informal.
Gotcha. So we're only, okay. So we're capturing formal with more than 10 workers.
Are the sectors that China's investing in very, very different from they're investing in manufacturing and investing in?
So here in terms of imports, Ethiopia is importing from China and from the rest of the world as well. But I'll show you how there's been some relocation over time in favor of Chinese imports.
But I mean, in terms of you had an FDI line. So
yeah.
Where is that money going?
There's a high share of manufacturing.
So how are you going to pull apart the FDI effect from the?
Yeah, I'll show you my empirical strategy. I have some controls, but mostly focusing on trade with other parts of the world.
Can I just also clarify about the size of the internal sector? Does that also vary with how much China penetrates that certain industry?
So that's a good question. I hope to be able to analyze this in future, but here I'm focusing just on the formal firms. All right, so the share of Chinese imports on total imports is 25%, which is a big share. And panel B is showing some statistics for my manufacturing data. So the average size of an industry is only about 8,000 workers. There's a huge variation. So one can think it's relatively small number for a country. And there's also an important reliance on imported inputs for the domestic firms. And I also just showed this ratio to mention that I'm focusing on permanent workers here, which is the biggest share of employment that's reported in the census data. So this is my baseline regression specification, which equates Y is the employment at the industry level. And my main explanatory variable is import penetration that I just discussed at the industry level. And I include some controls, including the trade with the rest of the world. And I have year and industry fixed effects. And I pass on my standard errors at the industry level. So the main identification assumption here is that import penetration will be exogenous, but there are reasons that one would think this can be biased if, for example, there are specific demand factors that will drive some industries to import more, and the same factors also affecting employment. So that would potentially bias this import penetration measure. So my approach here is to use Chinese import to other countries, which is inspired by this literature on the China shop, where one would look at the imports of China to other countries. And in my case, I look at countries that are not too different from Ethiopia, and I exclude countries that are listed in the World Bank list of high conflict countries. So I'm left with about 12 countries. You can see in the map, the countries I'm using is instruments based on those criteria.
Can I make a comment on this? So I think because the main challenge you have is to separate the effect of exports from FDI, right? I mean, what's the main concern I would have here is that, China is investing in certain industries and it's importing Chinese inputs to be processed in those industries, and the positive effect comes from the FDI investment. You want to make sure you are not capturing that effect. And then I would not instrument with Chinese imports from other African countries, right? Because those have a similar, natural resource comparative advantage or whatever than Ethiopia. So it's possible that FDI is correlated and imports are correlated. So what you want to capture is Chinese comparative advantage independent of the Ethiopian characteristics. And then I would look at, maybe I would instrument with Chinese exports to, rich countries, or maybe, to India, to other regions of the world, but not to Africa, because those other countries might have the same endogeneity concerns that, you want to avoid.
Thank you for the comment. So 2 points. The first, so I'm not really focusing on separating FDI and imports. I'm focusing on import, but I wanted to show how imports is really the most of the trade relationship between China.
I'm just saying that FDI is the unobserved, you know, factor that you might worry that is correlated with your observed import shock. So that's why you have to be particularly careful not to capture that, because you don't have a direct measure to control for that.
And thank you so for the second point. I also implement a robustness check where I use Chinese imports to other high-income countries. I have a similar conclusion, although I don't always have first stage for those.
One suggestion on that front, because it's come up a few different times. I don't know if the Bachi data has it, but the Finska data, I think, has related party trade. And so you could at least control for how much of the trade is related party, which is going to be clearly pretty correlated with the FDI.
Thank you. Okay, so I construct the import penetration the same way as I showed. I only consider these other countries instead of Ethiopia itself. Okay, so I think we've had some of the discussions already. So the idea here for my identification assumptions of my IV is that I want to really focus on the components of the Chinese import to Ethiopia that is unrelated to Ethiopia, right? So this is what the instrument is trying to do here. And I show that there is really very small trades between these African countries. And I implement a bunch of a range of tests where that is showing that my results are robust and comforting me in the use of this instrument. For example, I test for plausible exogeneity of initial demand. And because I'm using many countries as instruments, I'm able to separately look at each of the countries and implement an over-identification test. This is also providing me robust results. And that, as I mentioned, I run an alternative instrument approach here as well, which allows me to also come to the same conclusion. Okay. I think I'll go show you the results of our finds. Okay, so this is the main table that reports the impact of increased exposure to Chinese imports on law enforcement at the industry level. So the first column is the OLS results. So let's pretend to ignore potential unregulated issues. Here, I find that a 1 unit increase in import penetration leads to a 12% increase in employment. And starting at the second column, I implement my IV approach, and I first show that IV passes the weak instrument tests. And the third column, which is the two-stage whisper estimate, shows that a 1 unit increase in import penetration leads to a 15% increase in employment. I just report the reduced form for you to see. So this effect is big in terms of standard deviation. I find that the 1 standard deviation increase in import penetration is leading to 12.23 standard deviation increase in employment. So this 1 standard deviation then is representing about 2,000 workers on a base of close to 8,000 workers. So it's a big impact, and it comes in contrast to what we see in the literature. And I have also implemented many robustness checks to provide evidence that this is a robust result.
So how do you think of the difference between the IV and the OLS in terms of the story you are trying to capture with the instrument?
Could you please say?
How do I think about the difference between IV and OLS in terms of these instruments trying to clean a particular causality? So then you what the story that is behind the difference?
Yeah, so the story here, or maybe because my IV here is a little greater than my OLS, so this could be consistent with a potential story of a negative selection bias.
For example, just to have a, I'm not.
Yeah, so for example, So for example, if there were some policy in the domestic market that would prevent a specific industry from importing more from China, then that would also allow the industry to expand more in terms of employment.
I mean, that's the policy pushing an industry
preventing the industry to be more exposed to China, and that would also allow the industry to have more power, to be employing more people in the domestic market. Yeah. So as I find this positive impact, I think the next question to ask is what is driving this? I do look at the type of goods that are imported, and my data suggests that about 80% on average of Chinese imports to Ethiopia are intermediate goods. And what I do with this information is I run a similar regression as I showed before, but this time I look at intermediate goods and final goods separately in this regression. And this is one of the results I found here. I report here the estimates on inputs and the estimate on final goods. And as you can see, the results is really coming from the import of intermediate goods as compared to final goods. However, only this measure is not telling me much about whether this is still competition or inputs. It is for the intermediate goods. Right? So what I do here to separate out between the competition and the inputs is to rely on the input-output table, which shows me the supply chain linkages between industries in the domestic market. So I compute a new measure that I call the import usage, which is the weighted average of imports from all upstream industries based on the industry's share of inputs on total inputs. So for example, say I have, I'm looking at the textile industry's employment, and textile is using goods from the textile industries and the machinery industry. This measure is capturing not only the exposure to textile imports, but also imports from textile and machineries. And I have this weight from the input-output table. Okay, so when I construct this measure and run this a similar regression, I still again find this positive impact here on the imports of Chinese goods. And my interpretation of this measure is that really what I'm capturing here with the input is my input channel. So basically, domestic firms are really benefiting from greater access to inputs from China. And I run a sanity check here where I find that this impact is only present for firms that report using imported inputs as compared to firms that do not use imported inputs. So the takeaway here is that this impact is really driven by the access to inputs, and one may ask a question of why my direct exposure measure, where I look at, say, the impact on employment for the textile based on increased imports from China of the textile goods. So my answer to that question is that in this context, there is a high share of own inputs usage. So even when I'm looking at the imports of textile, there's a high proportion of the textile that also are going as inputs in the textile industry. So that high share of input usage is really what makes even my direct exposure measure to be positive and capturing some of these inputs effects. And the other point is also that this result is really suggesting that there is really little to no competition in the domestic market of intermediate goods. And I show some auxiliary evidence that how domestic firms are really mostly producing these final goods, and maybe competition on those markets is coming from people from elsewhere in the world. So that's again my story about the inputs usage here. So I'll show you the mechanisms and supporting evidence of these results. So first I show that these results are consistent with the fact that I see in the data that there's a significant decline in the share of firms that report shortage issues of inputs. Right? So in response to increased access to Chinese imports, the firms are less likely to report issues accessing inputs. And the second supporting evidence I have here is addressing the question of understanding what is so special about Chinese imports. So to answer this question, I ran two correlations here. The first is the correlation between the share of Chinese imports and the share of imports from the rest of the world. And the second is the correlation between the price of Chinese goods and the price of goods from the rest of the world. And I run this analysis at the final level because this is only my input data. So I have this at the 4-digit level. And I find here that on the left side, there is evidence showing that Ethiopian firms are reallocating away from traditional trade partners. So in blue, you see the results of the correlation for inputs, and the gray is the correlation for final goods. I see this negative correlation to be even greater for the imports of intermediate goods coming from China. And the left graph is showing the price differences. Again, I find that Chinese goods are relatively cheaper, in particular when it comes to inputs as compared to final goods. So with that, I run some other analysis to look at additional outcomes, and I'm able to compute the impact on total factor productivity, which I compute following the Levinson and Bertrand approach. I also look at capacity utilization, which is a very interesting outcome in this context, where in the data, there's a question asking firms how much they can potentially produce if they fully use their installed capacity, which allows me to compute the capacity utilization of the installed capacity. And I also look at skills intensity here, the idea being about the complementary use here. If we think that access to inputs from China are possibly allowing firms to employ more, and are they needing more skilled labor to use this potentially higher technology advanced inputs. And I also look at within firms, within industry, firm entry and exit to see how that's been affected. I also run heterogeneous impacts, where I look at the differential effect on employment based on firm size. And I define large firms as firms employing at least 50 workers. And I also run heterogeneous analysis looking at the labor intensity of the industry. And I also look at ownership of the firm, looking at the relative effect based on whether the firms are private or owned. So I'll only show you the results here for the inputs because that's where my impact is coming from. So this table is providing the results. These are the two-stage disparate estimates across 5 outcomes. So in the first column, I find that increased access to inputs is really having a huge impact on total factor productivity. And the second column, I find that I also have important positive effects on capacity utilization. So those firms are really able to expand and produce more because they have more access to inputs. And I also find complementary use of more skilled labor, so which go in really comforting the idea that these are higher technology inputs that are requiring firms to use more skilled labor. But I don't have any evidence on whether this is changing the entry and exit of firms across the industries, within the industry. So.
Excuse me, I was going to ask that later, but as you're speaking about entry and exit, I was wondering why you haven't chosen to look at like employment by firm rather than just total employment. You really just get this that firms were just increasing in size rather than just the sector expanding.
Yeah, I look at that, but I have not reported. I have a positive effect on employment by total employment, so output by number of workers. If that's
okay.
But will that follow from the entry and exit effects?
Please.
That will follow from the
exactly.
Yeah.
You have to be.
Yeah. Okay, so here I showed the heterogeneous effects. To finish, I have evidence here that the impact is really focused on large firms and labor-intensive industries. So I provide the estimates for these subsamples and also show the p-value to compare this estimate with the left out subsample. And there is no results here based on ownership. So to conclude, I have shown evidence on how increased access to Chinese imports have had positive effects in the case of Ethiopia, in contrast to what we have seen in high-income countries. And this is mainly because Ethiopia has been importing inputs from China. And these inputs have allowed firms to expand by having them to become more productive and use more of their installed capacity. So for future work, back to the question, I hope to be able to look at the smaller component of the manufacturing industry in the context of African economies. Thank you.
So let's do the same thing and harvest about 3 or 4 questions at a time. So do you have pen and paper?
Yes.
Okay. So Nina and Julieta and Mag, you have chances to ask it. And so Paula, so start with those 3. Mag, you can ask her questions anytime.
I wanted to make a response to Paula.
Anyway, so Nina.
Yeah, really neat paper, kind of like looking using lots of different data sources and kind of acknowledging the data limitations. One question that I had, like, given all the questions about FDI, like in your firm level data, do you know like which firm is foreign or not, and like in the ownership, like whether or not it's a Chinese FDI firm? Because then you could actually be looking at some of those outcomes, right? Not even just controlling for it, because it could be that like a lot of these things are happening in the Chinese owned ones, or maybe not. Like, that's one question I have.
So I have 2 questions about data too. So one is, if you think about the potential displacement of a lot of people penetration on labor, it would be interesting to look at the earnings too. I don't know if you have any data or at least supplementary data that would allow you to think about the earnings of the workers. And this is perhaps too much to ask, but it will be also nice to see what is happening with the price of the goods that these firms are shipping. Because in principle, it's not clear that the pathway from lower intermediate price inputs is going to imply lower prices for the goods that they're producing. And likely that's not the case, but I think it will be interesting to just get a clear and what is happening in the bigger picture.
Yeah, so what one alternative interpretation for the findings would be that these industries, were already growing faster for some reason, because they have faster productivity growth. They increase the use of all factors like labor and intermediate inputs, right? So that would be an alternative story. I don't believe it, but I'm just saying that you need to provide evidence that that's not the case. So that's one reason for not using Ethiopia as an instrument, other African countries as an instrument, because you want, countries where, industrial growth or comparative advantages are correlated with what's happening with growth trends in Ethiopia. And then something also kind of simple to do is to look at pre-trends. So I don't know if you have some data for the previous period to see whether these industries were already growing faster or not, to the falsification test. So that would be useful, because I think it's a very strong result that you are finding the opposite. I think it makes a lot of sense. So I believe your result, but just, it would be nice to see these pre-trends to make sure that you're capturing the effect of Chinese, entry of Chinese into world markets and not some pre-trends of growth.
Thank you, Greg, comment. So I have a subset of the data where I can look at ownership of firms. So I'm only a very small number, but that's something. And then for the earnings of workers, that would require another data set than this one. Hopefully I can have that for each of them. Okay, so for specific industries, I run some robustness checks where I exclude each industry every time from my sample, just to see if these results are being driven by specific industries, and I rule that out. And I also look at whether initial employment prior to 2002 predicts imports from China over time. And when I control for, I have a very small, close to zero correlation there. And when I control for that initial demand times the trends, my results are also robust. So speaking to the potential of the trends.
But you don't have data for the previous decade.
I do, yeah.
Because that would be idea, just to look at growth of employment in the previous decade and just look at the left-hand side and just have your exact regression, but without.
Yeah, I have done that too.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay, nice.
yeah. Growth between 1996 to 2001, how much that predicts future Chinese imports. Yeah, I have done that. I think I everything, and I agree about the price of goods. Yeah, I think data allowing that could be done, but I don't have that data on domestic prices from the firms. Yeah.
We take another set of questions. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Would you be able to do something on exports, because that might also get at export prices?
Yeah, I can observe some exports in the data.
So,
So related to the import, I was wondering, do you know in the firms whether the firm uses imported inputs or not? I was wondering whether your result may come from switching from expensive imports from Europe to cheap imports from China, or firms actually starting to import inputs for their production. Do you know the status where was this firm importing inputs from before or not?
Okay, so my firm data does not allow me to observe the source of imports, but I have the average is 60% of inputs used by firm is imported inputs. That's the only estimate I have from my data. But on the other side, my imports data is so my batchy data, basically trade data, is providing evidence of this reallocation, but that's not observed from the firm data.
So just a quick question. Do you have any sense whether financing from China is involved in these imports?
That's a good question. So
Just really a side issue what you are doing, but in terms of interpreting how good it is for Ethiopia in the longer run.
So yeah, there's been talk, like I would say policy papers pointing to some government support for imports from China. Yeah, but in terms of the data itself, I'm not able to see that, but I see some discussion around those lines from policy papers in Ethiopia.
So the census data has wage revenue by workers also. We're able to look at how this import from China affects wage or revenue of workers.
Not the wage.
No. The second point I have is whether you have looked at the heterogeneous impact of this shock on agribusiness versus non-agribusiness, similar to, so because the firm level data has information on sectors, right? And you can classify that agribusiness and non-agribusiness industries. And maybe the other heterogeneous impact you may look at is the impact of this on employment of male versus female workers.
So just to follow up on agribusiness, do you mean within the manufacturing or?
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
So, for example, I would say food and beverage
Okay.
versus.
Okay. Textiles.
Yeah. So not just general aggregated level of dividing the sectors into agribusiness.
Thank you.
think that the export question is a really interesting one, because certainly in the later years of the period, I guess I'm curious whether you know whether firms are importing near final goods, doing a little bit of processing, and then exporting something in the same. So I wonder if you can look at whether the exports and imports are falling within broad business categories. In other words, can you pin down something that says whether this is just a little bit of light processing for the export market that's driving some of these results? Whether that could be driven by trade policy distortions in textiles and garments, right? That having an Ethiopia label on things. And so I'm just curious about how much that could be driving the results.
That's a good point. So yeah, the only limitation I have from the firm data perspective is that I cannot cleanly observe the actual goods they produce to be able to apply that classification in a clean way using the World Economic Classification. But hopefully that's something I could.
Yeah, I think so. Good questions. Don, we should thank Marina. And we have a break until 1:15 when we'll hear from Elisa Kelly.
You know that
All right, I think we should go ahead and get started again. Really delighted to have Lisa presenting happening by the structural data.
Thank you for including the paper in the program. This is my work with Julieta, sitting in the audience. And what I'm going to present is a set of preliminary results on a new project in which we're trying to bring a new angle, if you want, over the study of structural change. The title is Capital Embodied Structural Change. And thank you. And yeah, just maybe I'll click on that. Yeah, so we are looking at structural change. So we are looking at the allocation of economic activity across major sectors, agriculture, industry, and services. So this is a ubiquitous pattern of economic development and growth. Kushner listed it as one of the 6 main features of modern economic growth. So there is a lot of literature in macro and development looking at the sources of this reallocation of economic activity. Most of this work focuses on technological change, which is factor neutral, and this proceeds at different speeds across sectors. In a way, this is surprising because if you look at overall or the sources of overall output growth in modern economies, say the US, then more than half of it is due to progress in the productivity of capital, so to technological change, which is factor biased. So what we're doing in the study is that we want to look at the role of sector-specific factor augmented technical change for structural change, and in particular, we are looking at technology which is embodied in capital. And the question we ask is, what is the role of capital embodied technical change for structural change? During the presentation, just to be quicker, instead of saying capital embodied technical change, I will just say CTC. Okay, so here I'll give you some instance of the differences in the extent of CTC across sectors. So I'm looking at the US between 1940 and 2020, and I'm measuring CTC by the decline in the relative price of investment to consumption, under the idea that if a country or if a sector is, if a country is very productive in producing capital investment goods, then its price relative to consumption should decline. So the stronger the CTC, the stronger the decline in the relative price of investment to consumption. And here I'm plotting the logs on the y-axis, normalizing the force here. And I'm looking at three sectors. So in green is services, in red is manufacturing, and this blue is agriculture. So you want to look at the absolute value of the slopes difference in here. So you see that the slowest, the smallest slope is in here for agriculture, with the growth of 1.5% per year, followed by manufacturing of 2.5% per year, and then you have services.
Could you define the y-axis again?
Yeah, so this is the total of investment relative to consumption. So the idea in here is that if you look at the slope of this line, so this is the extent of CTC in the sector. The higher the slope, the higher CTC.
Yeah, how do you measure it?
Directly from, so I'm gonna go in details a little bit later, but we use basically national accounting. And prices of investment adjusted for quality. So quality, holding quality constant.
Just the numerator is sector specific. The price of consumption.
Yes,
is overall
the denominator is the same, yes.
So it's the price of the investment in that sector.
Yes.
So services industries buy more computers.
Exactly, that's what we're trying. So the only difference in here across the different sectors is the composition of capital goods. So, you know, like, yes, investment and communication equipment shows strongest path of CTC, so more decline in the relative price, and therefore they show in the aggregate a stronger decline in the price of investment in the sector to aggregate consumption. Okay, so if you compare, so we were saying like the slope in here, the CTC for agriculture is about 1.5% per year, 2.5% for manufacturing, and when it comes to services, it's close to 4%. So the disparities that you see in here across CTC are bigger than the disparity that you see in factor neutral technical change, which is about 1%, so 0.5% for services, about 1% for agriculture, and 1.3% for industry, for manufacturing. So what we asked is how much these disparities in CTC across sectors can account for the reallocation of economic activity across sectors. Now, the instance I show you for the US is one example. We are documenting this also across countries and finding similar results, but the presentation of today, we're only focusing on the US. So how do we go about it? So we study a new multi-sector model in which we have analyzed in structural change in competitive equilibrium, and there is an important role for CTC. So the main difference here across sectors is that their investment bundle is different. So it's different in terms of the capital good, the investment good they use. And this would differentiate by the extent of CTC that they show. So this generates a sector-specific CTC, like the picture I was showing you before. And then the elasticity of this sector-specific CTC to structural change is determined by the capital share or the labor share. And these ones arise, the differences across sectors in here arise endogenously into the model. All right. And then we use this model to quantify the role of CTC-induced shift in economic activity across sectors. We call it capital embodied structural change. Now we find that 30% of the allocation of labor into services is due to capital embodied structural change, and 88% of the allocation of labor out of agriculture. So a more important role for the transition out of agriculture and into services.
For which period?
So we're looking at 1950 till 1948 till 2016. But let's just say one thing: these are not of portion; these are preliminary results, are based on a version of the model in which we are not using all the characteristics that I was showing you here. So take it with a grain of salt. Yeah. So like in the overall model where you have multiple countries, do you take into account that countries will have different factor intensities based on their
Yes,
endowment?
so-
Okay.
Exactly, that would be the idea. So the way we're thinking about it is to think of, so as you were saying, CTC here comes from price. I mean, we measure it from prices. So barriers and tariffs could influence those prices, so influence the composition, then the composition of the investment bundles across industry and so on, price structures. But I mean, today is only in the US, so I'm not going to touch it. All right, so contributions. So in a way, one part of our exercise can be thought as an unpacking exercise in which we take a labor productivity growth and we want to tease out a component that depends on CTC. So we find that this is, we document this systematic disparities and investment composition across sector. And these disparities in CTC are important to think about difference across sectors in the labor productivity. So on the, but one thing maybe here to say is that CTC is fundamentally different from factor neutral technical change, because it is not that is sector specific, just because it is not sector specific. So new capital goods or new investment goods enter the market, and then the way it is influenced structural change depends on the investment bundle, so the way each sector uses a different capital goods. Okay, so in itself, CTC is sector neutral. All right, so the second thing we do, so we highlight what is important for the effect of CTC on structural change. So in here, there are two bits. The first one is heterogeneity across sectors in investment bundles, which, as I was saying before, directly generate differences in CTC. The second one is differences in the capital share or the factor shares across sectors. This generates the elasticity of the sector-specific CTC to structural change. Then a question you might ask is, why do we care? And here we make 2 points. So the first one is that to the extent that policies can influence the availability of different capital goods in the market, they can also influence the direction and the speed of structural change. So the standard example in here is trade policy. So most capital goods are produced in a handful of countries, mostly rich countries. So tariffs that can influence the type of investment that each sector is using, and so direct structural change. On the second point we make in here is that sectoral productivity paths do not need to be set in stone. And here there are 2 things that we want to highlight. The first one is that to the extent that CTC can be a driver of structural change along with the factor neutral productivity growth, then the path of structural change does not need to be unique. So you can have developing countries that are going through the path of structural change today, to follow a different path from the earlier takeoff, basically. The second point, and more general, is that investment in different capital goods can actually generate, be an important determinant of productivity growth across sectors. So take, for example, the service sector in the US, which is the one that records the slowest productivity growth, at least in our sample after the 1950s. Now, for the same sector, so one can think, that the allocation of resources toward that sector can be seen as a facet of the Baumol disease, so have a drag in overall productivity growth. But we also record that this sector is the one that records the highest extent of CTC, and in particular after the 1980s with the diffusion of communication equipment and computers. So, investment in different capital goods can kind of break this connection between, or can change, if you want, the connection between a structural change and overall productivity. All right, so this is
one small question just to clarify. So, if you compare with the framework in Asimov-Guerrieri, where capital accumulation drives structural transformation to services, how would these have different implications?
So I'm going to show you exactly the comparison to that, but
I can wait.
Oh, okay, fine. So the way I'm going to organize the presentation in here is first I'm going to show you the framework we use for the measurement exercise directly in the data and show you the main implication. Then I'm going to give you the main features of the model that we use to study capital embodied technical change. And then I'm going to do the quantification. Again, quantification is preliminary at this point. All right, so the framework we use for measurement. So we take the standard framework of investment-specific technical change of Greenwood, Herkovitz, and Russell, then we extend it to multiple sectors. So production output in each sector in here is is produced by using the two inputs, capital and labor. Capital is sector specific. I'm going to come in the next slide. I'm going to show you how this comes about. But this is one source of heterogeneity across sectors. The second one is a factor neutral technical change, which proceeds an exogenous rate gamma A. Now, so the final good in here is the CS aggregator of the different investment goods, the different sectoral goods, and we're assuming the sectoral goods are complement. But this final good can be used for two objectives. One is for consumption and the other one for investment. Investment is possible across capital J investment goods. So here Xi is nominal investment. A is the rate of transformation between consumption into investment. So gives you the productivity of the relative productivity of the investment technology. And it proceeds at an exogenous rate, gamma AXJ. And this is what we call the CTC. Okay, so because we're assuming this linear technology, the relative price of investment to consumption is inversely related to the productivity of investment. So when we look at, as I was doing before, when I look at trend in relative prices over time, then I can pick up the extent of CTC. So I can pick up this bit there. So how do we get this different capital stock across sectors? So we assume that each sector uses a different investment bundle, and by assuming a sector-specific investment aggregate. So here X is the investment in capital good or investment good J in sector S at time t. The one assumption we make on this aggregator is that there is constant rate of scale. All right, so how do we see overlap in a? Suppose we wanted to just have a preliminary or an approximation of the role that CTC has on structural change. What can we do? Well, in this setup, we are only focusing for now on price effects. So I'm gonna only look at the channels through prices. I'm gonna forget about income. So the idea would be to look at how CTC influences relative prices across sector and so driving allocation of resources. So the relative prices are just the inverse of the labor share. In here, alpha denotes the capital share and times the inverse of labor productivity. So you can take different stance on how the right-hand side of that equation looks like and fits back into relative prices. And I'm going to go through it also maybe addressing Paolo's question. So the first assumption taken by Naga and Pisaridis is to assume that the factor shares are constant and they're identical across sectors. In this case, the ratio of prices only reflects labor productivity. Capital labor ratios are equalized across sectors, so relative prices are just the inverse of factor neutral productivity loss. Yes, sorry.
Can I just clarify? So here, should I think of investment good and intermediate good as the same thing in the production function when I link to the paper?
So we are not investing.
So say I buy some innovation from computer like a CPU or whatever. Is that investment or intermediate, or are they the same thing?
Also, they are the same thing. I mean, investment comes into capital and capital is an input. So I would say
there's no distinction between intermediate.
Intermediate investment, what
intermediate and capital is the same thing.
No, it's the same thing. We only have capital. So even in the whole model, we only have capital as an input into production. There is no intermediate in it here.
Value added production.
I'm sorry?
Just as a value added production.
Yes, definitely. Yes. Okay, so the alternative, one alternative assumption that we made by Simone and Galeri is to assume or take factor shares to be different across sectors. Then in this case, relative prices also reflect capital deepening. So because capital labor ratios are different across sectors by a fixed proportion. You can potentially let this proportion change over time, like in current of 2016, but the implications are similar. Now, in our setup, when we have a sectoral specific CTC, so sectoral specific capital good, the capital labor ratios vary not in fixed proportion, but in relation to the user cost of capital in the sector. So, for example, in a scenario theory, the growth rate of the capital stock in the sector is identical to the aggregate. That's not true in here. So CTC will influence the user cost and that, and so you can generate different.
So I guess, one comment from a trade economist is that, Asimoglu and Gavieri is like the hexeolic model, and what you have here is like the factor-specific model, the Ricardo Wiener model.
Yes,
right?
yes,
Okay,
yes.
so that would be
Yes.
translation for trade economists.
Okay, so like more generally, assuming constant returns in the sectoral production function and competitive markets, we can write the growth rate of relative prices in the two sectoral good in PRS and the Sprine as two components. The first one is reflects factor neutral productivity growth and changes in the labor share. The second one instead depends on the growth rate of the user cost of capital and the capital share, the differential across the two sectors. Now this bit in here, so the growth rate of the user cost of capital has into it CTC. So that's where the channels basically comes from. So in here, when it comes to measurement, we're going to kind of take a shortcut, and to express this relationship between CTC and the user cost of capital, we are using the long run dynamics, in which the growth rate of the user cost of capital is just the inverse of the extent of CTC weighted by the investment share in each sector across capital goods. So the kappa JST in here is here you have total expenditures in that specific sector S in capital good J, and the denominator is total capital expenditures in the sector. All right, so this is the equation that we use for measurement. So we observe the left-hand side, so we observe the growth and relative prices, and we observe this bit here that relates to the effect that CTC has on relative prices. So you see it depends on the investment share in the sector, and it depends on the labor share of the capital share, which are all measurable. So what we want to do basically is plot just to have an approximation of the role that CTC might play into changing relative prices. We want to plot this against this. Okay, and the one thing maybe I will highlight also later is that here there are two effects that come from a CTC. So there are two effects, sorry, that influence relative prices and so structural change, as I was mentioning in the intro. One is the differences in CTC across sectors, so a combination of the gamma and the kappa. The second one is that this the capital difference in the capital share across the two sectors.
Just a quick question. The prices of the investment goods, are you able to take into account used capital? Differentiate between used and
so the way, so if you in here what we want to pick up in the measurement of the prices is the price of the same good over time, with the idea that when new goods come into the market, the relative price declines out of obsolescence. So you want to control for usage. So we don't compute. Well, we use a standard methodology. So so some of these adjustments are done directly in NEPA. So for example, for software. For others, instead, we use previously computed quality adjusted data, project them into NEPA to extrapolate in future periods. Right, so yeah. So we use standard. There is, there are limitations, of course, to this, but that's basically the data we probably have access to. All right, actually talking of data, just briefly. So I was saying the most important part, yes, is the quality adjusted price of equipment relative to consumption, but it's really the numerator that matters. And as I was saying, we follow the standard procedure from Sembiolante or Dicecia. We extend it, just extrapolate it further into the future. And then for structural change, we use the standard for the US. We use the standard value added per sector from NEPA and prices from NEPA as well. So maybe the only thing to highlight in here is that
about depreciation both over time and across the different categories.
So the physical depreciation, we allow it to be different across different categories. Now in the NEPA, there are estimates of depreciation. We pick up both obsolescence and physical depreciation. So we clean them out, assuming obsolescence, assuming we can measure obsolescence directly from this decline in the relative price of investment and consumption.
So it's constant over time, but vary across investment.
Yes. Oh, no, actually, it's not constant. I think we take averages every 5 years.
It doesn't really matter.
But it
You can do
doesn't
it either way. It doesn't really matter.
Okay, so the one thing maybe to highlight is the sector we're looking at. There are 3 sectors: agriculture, manufacturing, and services. I would say that the standard way. The only thing is that because we are looking at only capital equipment, so we are not really working with structures, we are taking away construction from manufacturing and real estate from services. Okay, so what I want to show you first is the picture basically I was showing you before, but just on CTC across sectors, just some details in here. This is an investment aggregator I was mentioning before, different across sectors. And now if you assume, as I was saying before, constant returns and competitive markets, you can write the growth rate of the price of investment in a sector as the weighted average of the change in the relative price of investment to consumption in the sector. And these weights are the investment shares of the kappa basically that we reported before. Here is the picture again. So now we know that all these differences in here are just basically due to composition. All right, so let's use the measurement equation that basically we had before to think about the role of CTC, so that be there on relative prices. So here we have relative prices to manufacturing, agriculture in blue and services in green. So you see, the standard decline for agriculture and increase for services. And what we want to overlap it is with the bit that depend on CTC. And here is the way it looks like for agriculture. So you see in here that the 2 lines pretty much track each other. So, we can approximate, or we can think that CTC might have an important role in driving the path of relative prices of agriculture to manufacturing. Now, one thing is that, so remember that I show that the growth rate of CTC, of the extent of CTC in agriculture is lower than in manufacturing. So here what matters a lot is going to be the difference in the capital shares, which drives the extent of CTC. Otherwise, you would see the path going the opposite way. And the same thing is for services. I mean, the same argument I just made. And you also see in here, there's a clear tracking between the 2 series, and there was a trend break in the same year, pretty much, in the 1980s, with the diffusion information technology CTC, communication equipment. But the big difference, an important difference with respect to when we're looking at agriculture is that is the magnitude of the effect. So in here, I'm using 2 axes, the right and left axis, to show you the path. But you see the scale is different. All right, so kind of going to the point I was making before, because there are 2 things that drive this this role of CCT, one being the difference across sectors in it, and the other one being the capital share. In here, I'm plotting the differences in the trend in the labor share across sectors. Same colors in the US between 1940 and 2020. Same color, agriculture in blue, manufacturing in red, and services in green. So you see 2 things in here. First, a decline in the labor share in agriculture up to the 1980s, so mechanization. And the second one is the same thing in manufacturing happening after the 1980s. Yes.
So like if you go like just like behind like the decline in relative price of agriculture, is it really like the standard model variary that generates like that trend effectively?
Well, but no, because there are the main difference is in a small way is capital deepening at the aggregate economy. In that thing here, capital deepening is different across sectors.
I see, but like if you fix the capital deepening across sectors, you don't get exactly kind of the same. Of course, not exactly the same, but I guess like a big trend seems to be driven.
Well, I guess okay. So if you are,
capital deepening, right?
Yeah.
Because
if you are,
even what you just said.
Yeah. So if you are, so there are the difference is that there are very strong differences across sectors in CTC. So this implies capital deepening is very different across sectors. Now, this difference in CTC would drive structural change in the opposite way than what you see in the data if there were no difference. So the difference in the capital share or the labor share are necessary to get the channel, but the effect that comes in is different from a small variation.
It would be nice to do the composition.
Yes, that's what we do in the next slide, even though it's like a kind of back of the envelope exercise. But we're going to compute exactly the same bit, CTC bit as before, but we fix the labor share. All right, so you see here, this is the original picture in blue and in pink, and the red one instead shows the alternative measure with the constant share. And you see the implication are very different for agriculture, and this is in particularly due to this decline in the labor share that you saw in agriculture relative to manufacturing before the 1980s.
In agriculture, in the difference between the labor shares, how much of that is land?
I think
I thought it was agriculture is a particular sector where land is.
but we take away because it's just I think clear for that.
Yeah, but what's in there? You have proprietary income in there, but the real issue is that the changes, the trends, what is important. So what can you go on?
Yes.
So
So
what
the
is
level
important is the
difference.
relative trend. The levels matter, but what happens is that you have one sector is becoming less labor intensive, whereas the other ones are flat.
This is all.
That's the
data,
beginning
right?
of it. Sorry, this is
That's-
all labor.
That's data.
That's all data.
I mean, is that consistent with union and tribal movements? Because I thought they had it going down in all sectors, and so.
So this is consistent with, I'm gonna blame the guy in the black t-shirt here. It turns out, so I think this question that Paco has is what happened with land. What really matters is what do you do with proprietary income, right? And depending on how you assign it, you're gonna get slightly different pictures for these. We're following the guys that we know how they did it. And that's what we're doing. We can play around a little bit. So what is not entirely, so that rise that you see in particular in agriculture in the 80s, that depends a little bit on how you assign proprietary income. But I think the trend that you see at the beginning of the series, going from 50% to 30% in the labor share, that's there. And that's actually important relative. So what matters is not so much the level of these things. And I'm sorry.
No.
I should shut up. But what really matters is the different trends.
But this is, can I say something? For the Asimov variety mechanism, what matters is the level differences. And then you have growth K, right? So this is key for, so the level differences are going to be important, and driving your results, because that's the mechanism in that paper. So I guess something that is important is to understand, so this is the labor share relative to what, no? Because you have, three factors that are important, like labor, capital, and land. And then in agriculture, land is very important. So when you talk about the labor share, what does it mean? Is the, how much goes to labor of total value added?
Yes, that's what it is.
That's what it is.
Yes.
Wouldn't, like, in a model with just two factors, like, with capital and labor, shouldn't we kind of have a labor share, as a share of like labor plus capital without including land?
Yeah, so we did that just for structures. We also don't have structures, so we took away the sectors that relate to that. But maybe we should look more into.
I'm just saying this because if you think of the opposite, right, you can think that agriculture is less capital intensive than manufacturing if you think of capital and land as the main factors, because if you look at the amount of capital per unit of land.
I agree, but the main trends in here will probably not change. The mechanization in agriculture generated an increase in intensity in capital. It's hard, I think, to undo these results, apart from what Julio was saying, anything here after the 80s.
I think we should defer the further conversation on the capital share, although this pains me to say. I think we should defer that and let Elisa proceed.
All right, that's it. Thank you. Well, we were saying, so these differences in the trends and in the levels are important for when it comes to thinking about the role of CPC for agriculture. Prices relative to industry, the same thing is true also when it comes to services. So we conclude that, we report on this empirical bit, as we report the differences across sectors in the extent of CCT, they are quantitatively important. But what one thing that really matters is that the movement in the labor share basically shapes the effect of the evolution that the effect that CTC has. All right, so now to the model. So this is the setup that we use for quantitative evaluation, or at least the plan to use for quantitative evaluation. And so we're looking at a model that incorporates changes in the factor share, but also has at least asymptotically balanced growth. So we kind of build from the early work of Asimov or the newer version of Johnson New. But what we do is instead of compared to them, is that we take a capital embodied technology seriously away from capital factor augmented technical change, which is unbalanced over time. All right, so here is like the set up. So respect to the measurement section I was showing before, here we're specifying the production function for the sectoral output. So we're assuming that to produce output in this sector, it needs to complete measure one of activities. And these activities are complements. So we're assuming rho here is below 0. All activities can be done by using either capital or labor. Using labor, but the activity that can be done also using capital are those indexed by 0 to ms. So ms is a technological parameter, and it tells you the the activities within the 0-1 line that can actually be mechanized. Now this m grows an exogenous rate, r gamma ms. Now, most technologies are linear in the factor of production. When it comes to the technology activities that are produced using labor, those ones that excited is a labor productivity. So it increases exogenously over time at a rate gamma. Now, to compute the equilibrium, the first thing is to look at the threshold that separates the activity that are done by capital and the ones that which are done by labor. We assume that the xi is strictly increasing with I. So all the activities in the lower hand will be done using capital, and the one on the higher hand will be done using labor. And the threshold that determines which one are which depends on the cost of production, of course. So on the left-hand side, you have the user cost of capital, so the cost of capital-based production. And this is different across sectors in relation to what the setup we were showing before, so the investment-specific aggregator, and the extent of CTC being different across sectors. On the right-hand side, you have the effective cost of labor, so the wage rate divided by labor productivity. Now, what's interesting, at least what I want to show, without going through so many details, is the capital share in the sector. So this depends on 3 bits in here. So the first one is structural change, so the price of sectoral price. And then there are one technology parameter in here, which is the mechanization rate, so the M, that is in this case improving or augmenting the capital share. And then you have the user cost of capital. This is also increasing the capital share because remember rho is below 1. But as we were showing before, CTC is negatively related to the user cost of capital. So stronger CCT implies that the user cost of capital is going down. So CTC makes the capital share decline. But now the reason why, so despite this effect on M is 1-to-1, the effect on the user cost of capital is the way it is because we're assuming complements. We're assuming the different activities are complements. And well, the other thing that maybe I actually do that. That's the 2 effects. So there are 2 technologies in here. So this one, so mechanization. So think about, for example, I don't know, camera projectors, digital projectors replacing film projectionists in the cinemas. So that's mechanization, extensive margin, and instead in the intensive margin is in terms of CTC is better film projectors coming around. All right, so we can aggregate output to be a CES in a capital and labor with the elasticity of substitution as a function of rho. And then we can index the first one, labor productivity. But more importantly, I guess, so we can, in this setup, what we can do is to take an index of the level of embodied technology. So IXT there is the technology embodied in the best capital good in the sector. So if you go back to the framework I was saying before, this is just the inverse of the relative optimal, say, price of investment in the sector relative to consumption. And therefore, we can write, capital stock here in units of the best technology as the multiplication of capital stock in unit of consumption and the extent of the technology embodied in investment in the sector. Now, the advantage of this, the problem this way is that in IXT potentially can encompass or can hide a whole vintage structure of different type of capital goods with different level of embodiment, and which can also be different across countries. So you can have poorer countries using a wider vintage of equipment compared to richer countries. Now we are not there yet, but that's basically the idea of writing the advantage of the reason why I want to write, one of the reasons why I want to write the problem this way. All right, so bringing this together, labor augmented technical changing here, capital augmenting in there. So again, you see the 2 effects going opposite direction, mechanization of and CTC. Now, a couple of words on balanced growth. So in here, of course, there is not an exact balanced growth path. So we are looking asymptotically. And so we are looking at the situation in which there is one sector surviving, the one with the lower productivity growth. So to get a constant capital share, one of the results that we find is that there has to be, that the growth rate of mechanization, so the extent of mechanization, needs to be lower than the extent of CTC, which is what we were showing before. Now, again, I mean, this basically fits back with this, when this relationship holds. What you also get is that in the aggregate, technical change is level augmented, because the two effects on capital augmented technology kind of undo each other to get a constant capital share. So on the one hand, CTC decreases the expenditure share of each of this activity, of the capital intensive activity on output in the sector, whereas mechanization extend the numbers of it, so on the extensive edge. The other thing we need, of course, is a constant rate of conversion towards the balanced growth path. So a constant growth in level augmented technical change. Now, this is made by two parts. The first one is the fact that the share of mechanized activities declines, and the second one is the average productivity of labor in that. Now, because this M here is bounded, what we get is what we need is a constant growth rate in 1 minus M. So a declining growth rate in M, which by this inequality also imply a decreasing extent of CTC. But this is I mean, like it's maybe away from this full mechanization limit. Despite in the aggregate you see this level augmented technical change, you have a lot of improvement in technology and capital that basically allow labor to focus on the activities in which is more productive. Now, just want to spend a couple of minutes in identification, just because we have different technical changes here going on. So can we measure them? So we know already how to measure CTC by declining the relative price, but what happens to the change in the capital share? The change in the mechanization rate and the level of activity. Well, we can get this, we can measure this directly in the data, given a value for the elasticity of substitution between capital and labor in the sector. So we can, as you can see here from the first bullet point, you can get the share of mechanized activity from the capital share. And when it comes to level augmented technology, you can use by using data on wages. So basically output level productivity and the amount of output in the sector. Then we can measure as a residual the level of productivity of labor. So I'm not going to show you the data in here because we're not there yet for the full quantification. Instead, let me just talk for 5 minutes about the main result by just very quickly. So there is the limiting case with Cobb-Douglas, or should I didn't show before, but where rho basically is equal to 0, which is in practice a Samogon variety, so different capital share across sector but constant, and CTC, which is sector specific. Okay, so here is the calibration. I guess is pretty standard. We take the elasticity of substitution from Papa's paper, and then we look at the different depreciation rates in here across the 3 sectors and different labor share. Long-term trends. So we target this growth rate in relative prices. We observe CTC again, so we can actually get residually the growth rate of factor neutral technical change. So here is the fit of the model on relative prices, which is targeted. So I'm plotting log output per worker on the x-axis, and on the y-axis I have relative prices. The solid line is the data, and the dotted line is the model. So you see, kind of tracks. The two stack each other, and when it comes to structural change, so non-targeted, again, same picture, and you can see that we get more or less all the reallocation out of agriculture, about 60% of the reallocation out of manufacturing with this setup. And then what do we do? So we try to look at the importance of CTC by running counterfactuals. So there are 3 exogenous bits in the model here. The first one is factor neutral productivity growth, CTC, and then this difference in the capital share, which in the setup, in our setup, with rho is equal to, when the rho tends to 0, then it's exactly equal to the mechanization rate. So 2 counterfactuals the same, just the opposite way to look at it. In the first one, we only look at as an exogenous cause factor neutral technical change. So we shut down CTC And we are also shutting down the capital share because we link, so we want to, the idea would be with the full setup we have to link the capital share to C2C. So we kind of think of them as possibly moving together. And on the opposite hand, instead only having shutting down, the factor neutral technical change and only having C2C and the sectoral level share, sectoral capital share in the playing in action. All right, so here are the results for relative prices, which then what drives structural change. So you see the model that the model which has only factor neutral technical change generates an increase in the relative price of agriculture to manufacturing, differently from what's happening in the model or in the data. And instead you see that when we only have C2C and difference in the capital share, then basically we get close to the change in relative price that you observe in the data. When it comes to the relative prices of services to manufacturing, instead you see that there is a little bit of more of an action here in the factor neutral, but still some action on C2C and sectoral capital share, which kind of goes back to the empirical findings we had before. And then the effect on structural change is a mirror image of what we just saw, right? So C2C is most important. Sorry, the factor, the model with C2C and sectoral capital share is very important to generate the allocation out of agriculture. So very similar in the model and in the counterfactual. And instead, when it comes to factor neutral technical change, you see that they will still getting action, but there's slightly more when you only have, but slightly less than factor neutral technical change. And if you want the number, even though again this is preliminary, so 88% of the reallocation out of agriculture driven by capital and body structural change, compared to 37% of the reallocation into services. All right, so that's pretty much where we are at right now. So we are reporting these different C2C across sectors, and they're important. These differences are important to explain the productivity differences across level productivity differences across sectors. And there are these two effects. One of it is the composition of investment. The other one is the difference in the labor share. The next step, of course, obviously we want to quantify the model with not in the limiting case, basically. And then we want to have we're already working on it, but like having showing the results across countries.
Great, thank you. Let's do the same thing in a harvest set of questions. And see, Rachel, accept, and let's start with those two. Rachel, go ahead.
Yes, I'm thinking I was missing some intuition in the middle. Almost disease was really about real labor productivity. Like, concert is very slow, real labor productivity growth, manufacturing is very fast, real labor productivity growth. So, and then, we know if there's mobility, the nominal labor productivity growth should equalize. So since you match the relative price, that means the real labor productivity growth in your setup is exactly the same as formal. So then, the formal concern is we're moving to slow real labor productivity growth. So I don't know how, it can have a different implication because you still have the same relative price. That means your difference in the real labor productivity growth is still the same. So I don't get that part. Yeah, so it's good, by the way.
Why don't you take both questions
Okay.
and then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, my question is a bit with what Tommaso said before, that what we call CTC is a mix of capital shares and CTC.
Yes.
So I think it's more like, I would think of this as more as an accounting exercise of different pieces than pushing that idea so much. I think if we look at the capital shares, I mean, there is this look at a institution doing capital and labor that can bring you in a different direction. So as you accumulate capital, the more capital intensive cycles benefit. But if capital labor are good or poor substitutes, you might do things in that way. And like paper by Akrogan and Bertels, we're actually saying that one thing tends to compensate the other in the US, and changing capital share, like capital deepening isn't so important because what capital share gives you, the substitution takes it away and kind of they compensate.
Tommaso looks like he's keen to
It's
add on
probably
directly to that.
very similar. I guess maybe it's easier to just address both together because, like, I guess, and like what I'm a little bit confused here, it seems to me that like the heavy lifting again, or like moving people out of across sectors is mainly done by the like Ashimogu area. And then maybe like, Julieta says no, but so I'm probably wrong, but then like it seems that what you're really getting wrong in that case is that you don't get right, like the relative price changes across sectors. So maybe this is really like more a paper about getting the right prices correct rather than about like getting the movement of people across sectors. And I have no idea if this is true, but
Can I briefly channel my inner Jim Heckman? Everybody keeps saying this Ashimogu derivative. This is a Rachinsky effect.
Yes.
Right? I mean, it's like, you gotta give the Polish people their good.
I know, we're reading all the trade.
You're right.
Yes.
So regarding Rexon's question, yeah, so the PowerPoint on the bowel disease, it's just, if is an implication, is not in here. So in here we have still the allocation of economic activity into lower production sector. But if most of the growth rate in a sector is potentially in the future driven by CTC, then the fact that we can basically pinpoint to what drives this lower productivity growth. Part of it can be undone through investment, then you can potentially tilt that productivity growth. You know what I mean? So if most of CTC, so the reason why, for example, I don't know, services less productive. If you don't know the reason why services are less productive in the manufacturing, you can say, well, this is the state of the world that's going to be. What we are saying is that, well, there is a way to influence the productivity growth, which is through investment.
So are you seeing that the real productivity growth in the services is rising? Because
No, we say it could be. So suppose that usually like the productivity of services does not need to be fixed, right? So it doesn't need to be a number. It can be endogenous.
No,
Part
but
of
that's
it.
something we can measure in the data, I suppose.
Oh yeah, but this is a more of a statement of we can separate the two. That's basically what we do in the first part. But then it would be okay. Suppose that you see the sector growing out of demand effects. Can we undo the implication that because this is low growing, it's a sector with a lower productivity growth, can we do something to avoid it? And if most of the growth or some of the growth can come from investment through CTC, then the answer could be yes. So it does have to be that it is the lower productivity growth sector. But this is not there. It's more of a
whether the CTC has been increasing the real labor productivity growth in services.
Yes, CTC is much stronger in services than, for example, in manufacturing.
Well, it is increasing the growth rate of the labor productivity growth in services. Because that seems to be the statement you're making.
Yes, so the difference, you mean in relative terms, so the growth rate and labor productivity in services relative to manufacturing, CTC contributed to it. In the differential to push services to grow faster than manufacturing, CCT is a driver of it because the extent of CCT in the service.
You haven't shown us that. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the CCT in the service sector was about 5% per year, whereas in manufacturing is about 2.5, so it's much smaller. And despite the difference in the capital share, they still don't undo all the effect because manufacturing are more capital intensive, but still, I didn't show the multiplication of the two effects. Maybe I should.
But it's very counterintuitive. If it is increasing the labor productivity of services, how could they contribute to the expansion of services if they are complementary good? So that's why I don't completely. Yeah. I'm sorry. So you have complementarity.
Yes.
So if CTC is increasing the real labor productivity of services, then we know it should decrease service employment. Or am I?
It's going to push it. It's a force against that. What you're trying to say is that it's going to be a force against it. We haven't seen it yet, but as capital deepening increases in services, we may see the reverse.
No, but the relative prices, which then determine the allocation, they don't depend on labor productivity as such. They depend on a bunch of things, including the capital labor ratio.
Exactly. Now the level of the labor share, all of that, yes.
Yeah.
In the framework we saw these are fixed. So that's what I'm saying. You have to take the results with kind of grain of salt, because we are looking at among grades. So in that framework, I agree, but not in reality, right? Because the shares are moving.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to take one more sentence. So we agree, if these two are complement, sector that has faster productivity growth should shrink.
Yeah, to the extent that they have the same and fixed labor shares. Yes.
No, I'm talking about labor productivity growth. So that's nothing to do with factor share. It's already taking into account it's the labor productivity growth. So that means anything that increases the labor productivity growth should contribute to a decline in the employment.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. All I'm saying is that like relative prices are the multiplication of labor productivity times the inverse of labor productivity times the labor share. So there are two effects in there. That's what I'm saying.
I'm going to move us
But I agree with
along.
you if you have the setup of this.
I'm going to move us along. I want to give Joe the floor for a second. I think you want to clarify.
Just what's the relationship between what you guys find and Timo and Per's paper on agriculture?
So we are saying there is a key.
No, go ahead. Open discussion. No, yes.
Is there a third answer?
So there's that.
Oh, yeah. It's,
Yes, yes. There's a third.
So there are a couple of different. One, so we can, and these answers, I guess, the question of Asamoah and Guerrero. We can literally see the price decline. If you just take, say, sorry, I'm going to answer this question. Asamoah, if you just take Asamoah and Guerrero at face value, that's going to, given the price declines that we document, you're going to get counterfactual effects on the reallocation of the shipment. Because it's going to be inconsistent with the decline, the relative declines in prices that we see. So you really need this factor shares movement to be able to reconcile what we see in relative prices and what we see in the price of capital. So that's source reason. In terms of the in terms of Per and these guys, I think the key difference is that we're going to take as a driver. So they take as a driver just purely the elasticity with common prices for capital. Here we're going to push really hard on this idea that different sectors have different bundles of capital. And that's actually first order to think about structural change. Because if you don't understand that services happen to be more, say, computer intensive and agriculture is more tractor intensive, then you're going to need
they don't have agriculture prices of agriculture capital?
They have the prices of agricultural capital, but the way they think about capital needs in the framework that they are fitting to the data, there is a capital good. Just as is there is a capital good.
And they calibrate it.
And they calibrate this with different elasticities. The key difference here is we're telling you, no, if you actually go and look at the data, thinking about these capital goods just as a single, as a composite in all the sectors is perhaps missing part of the picture. And what we're trying to do is to build a framework that will allow you to think about that. This is going to be the first paper, hopefully. Hopefully, people are going to think much more about these different bundles of capital and say differences in the vintage capital, and kind of how much use equipment versus new equipment.
But maybe to add to that, when we're thinking about the small area, so in here, CTC can be a driver of the differences in the labor share across sectors. That they don't need to be fixed. So we can have, so in here, we will have a CS in each sector with potentially different elasticity, like estimated by Arcus, for example, and then we can fit that, and then the labor share, the capital share, whatever will change, and also the part to fit due to CCT. CCT making capital, the cost of capital going down, and therefore increasing the share of activities share down using capital instead of labor. So the channel would be there is not really a clear separation. I mean, in this setup, we show that's not really with CCT. There is a clear separation between the labor share effect and the CTC, but it doesn't have in the whole model. CTC will be a driver of the labor share in the first place.
You cut out, you focus on the US for the start, but since this is STEG, do you have any results for the poor countries?
We have the data. We have the data. We have the data. We can do a Pullman accounting.
And what do you think changes across countries?
Well, we wrote papers on this, right?
Yeah.
How much used equipment you have, the quality of the equipment. Yeah. So the KES, the services, if you go back to the framework that she wrote, she has the KES, the capital services are going to be different. Why? Because in part the vintage structure is different. They rely much more in kind of capital, reports quality, use equipment, etc. So that's going to drive pure just differences across countries. No, in the the capital services, the capital service area. Then there are differences in the decline in the price of capital, which we have also documented in agriculture. We don't know how much is in services. And for that, we're using the data that these guys are running and happen to them.
But are you able to measure the price of vintage capital?
In agriculture, yeah, we made the argument that yes. In others, we were hoping people will actually pick up on that and use it for other sectors. You could do it, we just don't have the data, and I think it would be an interesting exercise for somebody to do. We just don't have the data to do it, but somebody should be writing that.
Can I back to the question? What do you think changed? What I had in mind is that you can have that either Seems like services doesn't use as many computers for some sort of like exogenous reason because they have that less modern technology, but also the potential productivity of computers is lower in countries, right? So these are like very different stories. And I guess your model, if I understand correctly, it's
No,
hard to
they're gonna be
distinguish them,
separate.
right?
No, they're gonna be separate. So if you
By-
look
by
at the
the relative-
production
by the local
technology,
price, I see
you
the local
literally, so
price.
that's the advantage of writing it this way. So you take Ben Jones' paper, all this thing is, everything is factor amount, everything is capital amounting. There is no notion of employment for it. Here in this framework, you can literally think about the vintage capital on fuel. So in the model, I think the general model, because that's, you can literally think about capital, kind of the effect of capital, one more.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
there. You can literally think about, so the AXPs, these are all the effects on prices that hopefully people are gonna measure. That's gonna be all these, and then you're gonna have differences in the vintage structure that's gonna feed into the capital and the tilde capital. But then all the effects on the computer is less productive, that's on the AEM, right? So you have the framework is flexible to think about that. I don't know how much we're gonna, we're gonna write a paper on this. You can literally think about both.
Smallest publishable unit.
What?
The smallest publishable unit.
I think we should probably wrap this up. Thank you for a great presentation, Elisa and Julieta. And thanks for a lively discussion. So we transition kind of immediately into the speed round. We've got Jaido is up first. Just as a point of clarification on this, the speed round papers, I think, had in common that they're great papers, but none of them actually focuses on a low-income economy. And so, in a sense, given the STEG focus, that was one of the things that kind of made us tuck some of them into, unlike the US, which in the previous paper, but you'll pick up a common theme. But we thought these are really important papers for thinking about structural change in our target countries. So we've got, I guess, 20 minutes for each of the speed round papers total, and we're going with 10 minutes basically uninterrupted. That's a hint. And so the floor is yours, Jaido.
Right. Thank you so much for inviting me. We're organizers, and this paper titled Technology Adoption and Late Industrialization, joint work with Yang and Shim. The user disclaimer applies. Any result conclusion this research presented is not in my own view and does not necessarily reflect the view of the federal system. So in the post-war period, we have divergent patterns of industrialization of the many developing countries. Some developing countries, such as South Korea, Taiwan, Turkey, Brazil, successfully transferred the economy based on manufacturing, while many other developing countries remain stagnant. So these developing countries achieve their industrialization through the adoption of foreign advanced technologies, and this adoption-driven industrialization is known as late industrialization. It was considered to be different from the earlier industrialization patterns in Western economies. So many economies and policymakers have believed that the adoption of foreign advanced technologies can make developing countries richer. So adopted technology can boost productivity of firms that directly adopt technologies, but also acknowledge that newly adopted technology is at least partially non-viable and can be diffused locally. It's possible that technology adoption to have local knowledge spillover effect. And when this kind of spillover effect exists, then technology adoption can be an even more powerful driving force for economic development. However, despite this widely held belief in the importance of technology adoption, there's very limited understanding about the impact of technology adoption, both empirically and quantitatively. We feel that one of the key challenges comes from data availability. It's considered to be very difficult to measure amounts of technology adoption, especially in this development. So our paper addresses the following question: and how do technology adoption and local spillovers contribute to late industrialization? To answer this question, we studied a case of South Korea in the 1970s because Korea was one of the developing countries experiencing very rapid and successful industrialization. And also during this time, Korea conducted a policy which temporarily provided subsidies to adoption activities. So as long as there's spillover effect, positive technology to adoption activities, it's possible that this kind of policy will be welfare improving. So South Korea gives a unique opportunity to evaluate the effectiveness of such policy. So to dealing with the limitation of the existing literature, we constructed a novel history data set that covered the universal South Korean firms technology adoption contract between South Korean firms and the foreign firms. The most of the adopted technologies were know-how, transfer blueprints, or training service provided by the foreign firms. 95% of these adoption contracts were know-how. And this is what we match with firms' panel balance sheet variables and detailed geographic information. The key advantage for this data set is that we can measure firms' adoption activities directly at the very detailed micro level. So this is South Korea's heavy manufacturing shares. X-axis our sample period. And the y-axis is percentage term in terms of the heavy manufacturing share. And during the sample period, there's very rapid increases in South Korea's heavy manufacturing shares toward the heavy manufacturing, increasing from 6 to 13%. And our local micro data set shows that these rapid changes in heavy manufacturing share increase were accompanied by the rapid increases in amounts of technology adoption in the heavy manufacturing sector. So x-axis is year of the right-hand side graph, the y-axis is not yearly new adoption contract made by heavy manufacturing sector firms. The number of the new contract within the sample period more than quadrupled. And these rapid changes in heavy manufacturing sector GDP share and amounts of adoption were not a coincidence, but it was rather the deliberate outcome of the government policy, which really promoted adoption activities among the heavy manufacturing sector firms. This policy was temporarily conducted between 1997 to 1979, and Nathan has a very large contribution to this understanding about the Korea's industry policy and the political narrative behind policies. So using this novel data set, we are going to empirically show 3 empirical evidence on the firm level effect of technology adoption. The first is direct profit gains, and second is local knowledge spillover, and third is complementarity in technology adoption. In particular, complementarity means that if more firms around adopt technology, others are more likely to adopt technology. So I'm not going to talk too much about details of these empirical strategies, but let me give examples of POSCO to illustrate how technology adoption works in South Korea. So POSCO is an integrated steel mill that carries out all steps of steel making processes from smelting raw materials to producing fine steel products. And which is now the world's 4th largest steel maker in terms of the quantity produced. So integrated steel is very important for industrialization because they can produce high quality steel that are used for the basic input to other manufacturers. So they started operation in 1973 after adopting technology from a Japanese firm, Nippon Steel Companies. And these adoption activities were heavily subsidized by the government. So their plan was constructed to be constructed in 1968. And during this time, the engineers from Japanese company visits South Korea, and they give instruction on the operations or construction of the capital equipment or the plans of the plans that were related to the adopted technologies. In terms of local knowledge spillovers, the engineers working at POSCO acquire new knowledge about these adopted technologies to learn by doing or reverse engineering process. And they move to the other smaller side local mills or capital producers and spread their knowledge. In terms of complementarity, actually these small-sized firms where the POSCO engineers ended up moving facilitated even POSCO's adoption of advanced more technologies. So in 1981, POSCO adopted more advanced technologies related to process automation. At this time, they could actually adopt at relatively cheaper cost because this time they could use local domestic inputs. So if you compare two numbers, so in terms of the shares of domestic input in total cost of adoption, when they first adopted technology in 1973, it was about 12%. However, when they adopted even more advanced technology in 1981 this time, this shares of domestic input were about 42%. So I'm just briefly introducing my empirical strategies. I'll be happy to talk about details later. So when you're thinking about the product direct impact of technology adoption, one of the key climatic challenges is selection bias. The firms does not randomly adopt technologies. So we need some exogenous variation to identify the direct impact of technology adoption. And our strategy is comparing winners and losers. So winners are defined as adopting firms, and losers are the firms that try to adopt technology but fail in the end because of some foreign firm exogenous cancellation episode. So South Korean firms have to report this document when they experience this kind of failure of adoption to the government authorities, and these are going to be our source of data for this to identify these losers. Our empirical estimate implies that when we compare winners and losers, because both firms want to adopt technology, we can deal with selection bias. So our empirical estimate implies that adoption increases firms' revenue TFP or sales by 40 to 50%. In terms of local non-spillovers and local complementarity technology adoption, so when you're trying to identify this kind of spillover effect, one of the key econometric challenge is that there's superior correlation. To deal with this problem, we try to utilize granular spatial variation at the very fine level geographic details. And our median size of our geographic unit analysis is about Manhattan size in 19 meters squared kilometers. And just to give an idea about the variation, so this is the knife shares of adopting firms in the heavy manufacturing factor in terms of percentage. And this is 1 year before the policy was implemented. And the right-hand side graph is the end of the policy, the year in which the policy ended. And what you can see is that most adoption activities seem to be very geographically concentrated, and most of the adoption activities increase between the policy period were happening at this southeastern regions and northwestern regions. So these are going to be the give us a main variation to identify this kind of spillover effect and the complementarity. So in terms of our findings, when you utilize this kind of our finding is that one standard increase in weighted average local firms adoption status increased local firm sales and revenue TFP by 10 to 15%, and also their probability of making a new adoption contract by 1.5% points. And these are quite large numbers. So ultimately, we're interested in the counterfactual. Why does South Korean economy have evolved differently if policy was not implemented? To answer this counterfactual question, we are going to build a dynamic spatial model with firm technology adoption decision and local spillover. And spillover will be operating with a one-time lag, which should be consistent with our empirical specification. And what we show is that, but this kind of spillover can potentially generate dynamic complementarity in firms' adoption decisions. So if more firms adopt technology in the previous period, I'll be more likely to adopt technology today. And what we analytically show is that when this complementarity force is strong enough, the model potentially reaches multiple steady state. So there can potentially 2 multiple steady state. And because of complementarity, in one steady state, all the firms adopt technology and therefore economic higher productivity. But in the other steady state, only a few firms adopt technology and therefore economic low productivity. I'm going to call this high productivity steady state as an industrialized steady state, this low productivity status as the pre-industrialized steady state. So using this model, we're going to answer the following counterfactual question. Why does South Korean government not provide temporary adoption subsidies? So let me just graphically illustrate how the model works. So the spillover generate complementarity and path dependence in the model. And this x-axis here is amounts of adoption in the previous period. And this y-axis is today's amounts of the adoption. And this red curve is the equilibrium curve. And this will be increasing function in the amounts of adoption in the previous period because of the complementarity force. And steady state condition implies that the amounts of adoption in today's amounts of adoption and yesterday's amount of adoption should be time invariant, which means that the steady state condition will be determined by the 45-degree line here. And there will be 3 potential steady state where the 2 curves intersect. So the top above there is what we call industrialized steady state, where all the firms adopt technology. And this one is what we call low pre-industrialized steady state, and only a few firms adopt technologies. And the steady state at the middle here is unstable steady state, which is out of our focus. And suppose South Korea's initial condition is given in this range. Which means that Korea's economy is converging to this pre-industrial steady state. And this is known as a poverty trap in the literature. So even though economy has potential to go to higher productivity steady state, it's stuck in this poverty trap because of initial condition. So it's converging to a pre-industrialized steady state. So how the subsidy can work in this model? Suppose initial condition given here, and if the subsidy can move an economy to a new initial condition that converts to a higher productivity steady state, the economy can reach higher productivity or industrialized steady state. And this is our main quantitative result. So x-axis is going to be time. The initial condition will be given in the data. And the red line here is going to be the baseline economy where the subsidies were provided. And the blue line here will be the counterfactual economy where the subsidies were not provided. The green line here is going to be the data observed in the input-output tables. So what we find is that the subsidies were when these subsidies were provided on this gray bar region here, the red line here, the economy evolves like that, like the red line here above the blue line here. But when we don't provide subsidy among this gray regions, gray time, temporarily, the economy would convert to a pre-industrialized steady state, where the heavy manufacturing GDP share would have been 15% point permanently lower. And this 15% point drop is equivalent to the gap between 2000 and South Korea and 2000 to Mexico level. And also similar pattern for the export. So if the subsidy had not been provided, South Korea's compared to Spanish would have to evolve differential. Just to wrap up, so key contribution is going to this threefold. So we constitute new data set, provide 3 novel empirical findings based on this new data set, and we also quantify the impact of technology adoption, subsidy for the adoption activities. And we find is that subsidized technology adoption can explain South Korea industrialization patterns, and also multiple steady state can be generated by spillover continuity. Also, more broadly to the related industry policy, the industry policy is not just giving money to a particular sector, but it seems that we have little knowledge about through what mechanism industry policy can be successful. So through the case of South Korea, it seems that industry policy, by providing subsidy for the technology adoption, at least work for the current case of South Korea. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, Paolo.
So a very nice argument that you need to create a critical mass. So I like it very much. But on the cancellations, how can you be sure that foreign partners simply did not realize that the Korean partner was not good enough to result in a successful knowledge transfer? And blaming cancellations on exogenous factors was simply a way of saving face.
Okay, that's one. Paolo?
So that's, yeah, my question was, going there. I mean, I think if you could explain a little bit more how you identify the effect of, of the subsidy on adopt, how do you separate the effect of the subsidy from the effect of just being good and adopting because you're not entirely clear to me. And the local spillovers, how do you know these are knowledge spillovers and not, other type of spillovers through the, labor, capital market, goods market, because you're only using the geography for that, right? But there's all sorts of spillovers that could go through the geography.
My question is on the timing, because like the adoption of this technology you import, especially the time for the local knowledge spillovers to take place, should take some time, right? You refer to use some timeline, but which timeline and whether there is some.
Okay, so could you repeat your question again? There are so many questions.
So how do you know that cancellations were truly due to exogenous factors?
Okay, so regarding you mean this one, right?
Yeah.
So what they do is that so this is loser firms have to report the kind of summaries why they failed to adopt technologies to the government authorities. And some of them, for example, reported like, oh, we failed to adopt technology because we have low cash flows. There's going to be some source of indulgence from respective Korean firms. But the other firms, for example, the other losers reported that, oh, we couldn't do it because foreign firms suddenly changed their management, and then they kind of just change their decision, which were already made like 1 or 2 years before. So we kind of read those documents, try to identify the exogenous cancellation episode, and also we can do balanced check as well in terms of the domestic balance sheet variables, or even like foreign firms information like innovation activities. What you find is that domestic firm, winners and losers, they have very similar characteristics before the adoption activities. And also in terms of the foreign firm characteristics, they were matched with winners and losers. At least when measures with the US patent data, they seem to have similar innovation activities. And regarding your question, we have some measures for the subsidies, and we control for that on the right side. And also in terms of the many sorts of, there can be also potentially many dimensions of the space interaction. We acknowledge that there's something very fundamental issues in estimating this kind of spillover effect. So what we try to do is that we try to control the market access measure and also like other local input market sourcing channel. knowledge spillover measure. It's very stable and positively correlated with our dependent variable despite those controls.
But how do you measure the, okay, how you have, for the market access links, what do you use? Distance. And then for these knowledge spillovers, what's your measure of, you know, geographical location? How you separate?
So one thing is that, so when we compare these firms, we compare like within this Manhattan-side regions. We compare firms that were located closer to adopting firms to the other firms that were located far away from the adopting firms. So what we control is that we control regional sector time fixed effect, which means that we only utilizes the variation, the distance to adopting firms within the same regional sector. As long as market size measures other local input sorting channel at the broader level that is non-spillover effect, that will be absorbed by fixed effect.
Okay, let me give you a story. For example, no, I can't give a story.
No.
And also, yeah, in terms of spillover, of course, it's going to take some time. So what we do is that when we run the regression, we lag spillover by like 3, 4, 5 years. Actually, what's interesting is that when we don't lag it, we don't find kind of positive. But we only find the positive effect when we lag the variable, which seems to be suggesting that spillover made some time to realize.
Then when we mention to the model, I mean, what is the time that you have in the model?
So models like one period is going to be equivalent to 4 years, 4 years in the future. Yeah, so spillover in here, for example, is will be affected by the amount adoption.
Thank you.
Great. I think we should thank Jodo. Thanks so much. It's good. As long as I can shut you down. I'm trying to make sure we get to lunch eventually.
So thanks for giving the chance to present this here. Division board with Thomas, New York, who's a fantastic still at Stanford and is now visiting again. So what I'm going to do here is going to the a bit the spatial dimension of economic development. So all this idea of structural change that countries like go through, like going out from agriculture, manufacturing, and services. That process typically starts in an uneven manner in terms of space. Okay, so industrialization or like exit from agriculture happens always somewhere first. Now, what happens next? Well, one things can happen. One is that the regions that start agrarian and do not industrialize, they may end up catching up industrializing. So people that are working in agriculture in those areas, they move to industry in the same area. Okay, and that's what Ecker and Peters argued to happen in the US and what we should have happened in some other examples that we identified. A different case, which is more related to what many people have in mind, is the rural-urban migration. Okay, so these areas that are initially agrarian, they lose population and they do not industrialize. And that second and is something that we can try to contribute here. Okay, that there are people moving from rural areas is associated to a lack of industrialization. We're going to argue that this was happening in Spain and also show some evidence from China and from France and other countries that follow this pattern. Of course, you can have anything in between. Okay, countries where to some extent people live agrarian regions, but not so much as in Spain. So like cases of India or Brazil are kind of in between those cases. So we comment many different cases. So what I want to do is to talk about this, try to think about this thing, about the fact that some development experiences go together with a large rural exodus and some do not. So I want to identify what are the economic forces giving one or the other type of patterns, and what would be the other implications of people moving from rural to urban, okay, or from agrarian to non-agrarian regions. And what I want to try to argue, and we won't have time to discuss it detail today, is that internal migrations are a key force of structural change at the local level. So those areas that fail to industrialize, it could be just because people left. If people have stayed around for longer, they will have industrialized. And that's what we should have happened in Spain, and we're not so sure other countries, but we want to discuss this in detail. So why Spain? Well, Spain is very interesting because being like a late developer, starting in 1940, or at the window of development, we look at starting in 1940, that's after Civil War. So we have good spatial data for the whole development process. Spain was mainly agrarian in 1940 and went through like industrialization, and service economy over all this period. So we see the fall from agriculture, the hand shape of manufacturing, and the rest of services. And that process is associated with this large structural change and is associated with massive migrations within the country. Okay, and also we're going to comment industrialization failure in many regions. So all these regions that lose population, they do not develop an industrial sector. And also that's very important, there's a hand-shaped evolution of spatial inequality. So at the first half of the development processes, provinces diverge in terms of productivity and income per capita, and they start converging afterwards. And that initial diversion is going to be an important factor in this story. Okay, to do this, we look at a model of structural change with internal migration and internal trade frictions. And both things are important because the importance of internal migration is going to be crucially mediated by the extent of trade frictions. When you have large trade frictions internally, or like perfect competition, or like perfect trade inside, it's going to change completely the consequence of internal migration. Okay, so you need both things. I'm going to have in the model, like it's going to be a model from 1940 to 2000, I'm going to have time-changing sector province productivities, time-changing trade cost across regions, time-changing migration cost across regions, and we're going to recover this time trend like the data we have first. Okay, so let's skip this. What do we mean with rural exodus? So this is every dot here is a province in Spain. There are like 47 provinces. We skip the islands. This is the share of agriculture in 1940. So some provinces had very small share of agriculture. Some of them were mainly agrarian provinces. In the y-axis is how employment changed between 1940 and 2000 at the province level. Okay, that's a lot of change. So 0 is the provinces that did not change size. Now that's not neutral. The country doubled in size over the period. So provinces that did not change in size lost a lot with the average of the country because the country doubled in size. So the negative relationship is just basically that provinces that were heavily agrarian, they actually lost population in a time where the country was growing, like double in size. Those provinces here gained massive population. Okay, but the strong relation is very strong. R squared is 2/3. Okay, 2/3 of variation on this variable is correlated to this variable. That's for many other countries. So very briefly, that's Spain again. That would be the US. The US with the data of Becker and Peters. So R squared is 0. You might see a small negative slope, but just doesn't explain anything of the variance. And that would be China, which is also a very well-known case, 2015, when the food system reforms, like a lot of people move from like rural regions, so you get similar stuff. Okay, so what is the relationship of this with structural change? So these regions that lost population, we argue that they did not industrialize. So if you look at the share of manufacturing employment, that's not so apparent. So this is the share of manufacturing employment for the whole country. And now it's not looking province by province. I'm going to group all the provinces in 4 families. The yellow family are the provinces that lost most population, and the blue family is the quartile of provinces that gained most population. So then you see that the share of employment in manufacturing increased everywhere. So it seems that people moving out from some provinces and arriving to another one is not especially related to lack of presence of industrialization. But in here, I'm going to show you what happened to employment levels. Okay, so you look at employment levels, those provinces that lost population, they did not create jobs in manufacturing. All the jobs in manufacturing were created in the provinces that gained population. Okay, and that's the big thing, that the provinces losing population, they just do not industrialize. So the model I'm going to use to look at this is going to take like basic structural change model, like think about Duarte structure with many countries and 3 sectors, like agriculture, manufacturing, services. We have sector, region-specific productivity, and household preference with non-unitary income and price elasticities. So these provinces were closed economies, which have the usual structural change through price effects and to that, we're going to connect the regions to the channels through migration and through trade features. And you want, like, think about Caliendo Parro type of framework in which there are discrete choice of migration and trade, equal to all this. So as you have a upward sloping level supply in each region, because migration, there are bilateral migration costs across regions, people want to go to the most regions which are more valuable, say higher wages, but there are also taste shocks, so that just moves out the whole thing and the bilateral migration frictions. And in terms of trade, we have 3 final goods: manufacturing, agriculture, and services, and this trade with varieties. So for every sector, say manufacturing, there's a continuum of varieties, and every country, every province has a different productivity in that variety. So a chunk of varieties are locally produced, and a chunk of varieties are imported within every sector. So there's no full specialization. The agrarian regions, what we call agrarian regions, they do also manufacturing. And there's 2 types of trade. Within sector, you import some of the varieties of manufacturing and export some others, and across sectors. Some provinces specialize in one sector and some provinces specialize in another sector. Okay, so how we calibrate this? Basically, want to match data from 1940 to 2000. We have like decennial data every 10 years. We have 47 provinces. So basically, we have some common parameters across time and space, which are preferences and elasticities, and then time changing, productivity, trade cost, and migration cost, which are sector and location specific. Now, the main challenge of this project is that we don't have trade data. So to identify changes in internal trade costs, bilateral trade costs without trade data, I think it's one of the reasons why this type of models have not been very much used in development. So we built on an insight of Gervais and Jensen that you can kind of recover the trade costs by looking at the expenditure shares and employment shares, how they correlate. So basically the idea is that they are very much correlated expenditure and trade and employment shares based on match trade. If they are very correlated, some regions are specialized in production is one thing, but they're not consumed. Okay, so that's the insight that we are exploiting for. So what we get from the calibration are these four things: standard growth in productivity, standard like decline in trade costs, interestingly in migration costs, there is a decline in migration costs toward the leading regions. So those regions attracted population, that it's so because they're becoming richer, but also because trade costs towards the regions were declining. And then there is the dispersion of sector productivities at the beginning and convergence afterwards. Okay, that's what the big thing is. Now, what happened? So why was there a rural exodus and uneven industrialization in Spain? To analyze this, we do like a series of counterfactual exercises, isolating different channels. And basically what we found is that the rural exodus and uneven industrialization in Spain was a combination of two forces: the declining migration cost towards the more prosperous regions and the early divergence in productivity. Okay, so if you put the both things together, you switch off both things together, you will get an economy like the US, in which there is no special pattern of migration from agrarian to non-agrarian. If you switch off only one of them, any of them, you will have something like intermediate cases of India or Brazil. Okay, that's what we get. Now, why is it? So that's pretty clear. No, these two things they affect migration. If like there's a richer area than another, migration cost decline, people move there to a large extent. If the richer area is becoming richer compared to the poor area, will move. Now, how does this connect to structural change, local structural change? Well, that's the big thing here. So basically, what we show is that the increasing migration prevents industrialization in the laggard areas. And there are two motives for that. One is partial equilibrium. So with trade, part of your demand as like laggard region producing manufacturers, part of your demand is local. For some goods, you have some competitive advantage thanks to the trade costs. If people leave your area, you're losing your market. Okay, so basically when the country, the laggard region is becoming richer and demanding more manufacturers, your customers are leaving elsewhere and you have nowhere to sell these things. And the second is a general equilibrium effect, which is the fact that when people move from laggard to more prosperous regions are richer, have higher wages, they're not so competitive. So they might be more productive to sell manufacturers to the laggard regions, but the wages are also more expensive. When people move from laggard to leaders, they are offsetting part of the disadvantage and they're lowering wages in the leaders and increasing them in the laggards. So the leaders can really sell a lot of manufacturers to the laggards because they can contain wages through the migration process. Okay, these are two things that generate this pattern. Actually, it's so extreme that if you just say, okay, I'm going to do a different counterfactual exercise, I'm going to put migration cost to infinity. I'm going to let productivity evolve in the data. I'm going to let trade costs evolve in the data, but migration costs go to infinity. Nobody leaves the laggard regions. If you do that, the initial agrarian provinces would have industrialized as much as the leaders. That means that the path of productivities and trade costs were conductive to industrialization in the laggard regions. So that's despite the fact that the industrial leaders are more productive in manufacturing, despite the fact that trade costs were going down and therefore that allowed the industrial leaders to sell to the laggards, they could still have industrialized. What prevented that was the massive movement of population that left, that killed part of the market and changed relative wages across regions. That's what happened. We also perform some additional exercise by saying that productivities might be agglomeration economies. So the fact that when people move from the laggards to the leaders, that increases productivity. That reinforces the result because if nobody leaves the laggards, then the agglomeration economies tend to happen in the laggard regions, which further helps them industrialize. Okay, so that kind of goes in the same direction. And in the area, there's also like strong area effects. So when you do not let people move, the country would have been poorer and more agrarian in 2000. Okay, so the economy would have grown less, the declining agriculture would have been smaller, and the business sizes would have been smaller. And interestingly, final result is that the ham shape of industrial sector disappears if you don't let people move. And the reason it disappears is because when you don't let people move, you prevent migration, what happens is misallocation. So those areas that are more productive in industrial goods do not get people that can serve for the whole country. So then the productivity of the country is less, industrialization is lower, and up to 2000, they wouldn't start having the decline. So the hand was held by the fact that you could move people to industrial leaders, industrial productivity in the country become very large, and then you could use less people over the time. Okay? And that's it.
Super interesting. I was wondering, how do you think of Spain becoming an open economy from being an autarky? So in the 50s, Spain opens up because of heavily controlled, market system, barely a market economy. That must have played a big role. I'm thinking of, Arlington case where you have one good per place to a local variety model where you have like this kind of market effects a la Krugman, where of course the big cities, once you allow for more products to be imported and also created, they're gonna grow much faster and gonna pull the people from the rural areas.
So everything goes, if there's any advantage by being a location that benefits more from international trade, that all goes to the sector province productivity in a useful manner. Okay,
But you have initial ones. I'm thinking about the changes.
No, changes. We record from the data the whole path, time path of a sector province productivity. So any changes in like traditional trade that can benefit more some sectors, regions, that goes form to those productivities. And those, what we're going to do is play counterfactuals with it, because that's there. And can separate that.
I see. Okay, I see. So I guess what I would like to see is opening up part of the model that can tell us how much was opening up versus changes in frictions in trade.
No, what I'm saying is, if you don't change the opening up of the country, so whatever goes in reduced form in the productivity path, you keep it. What happens with the population movements within the country? Okay. That's the way this is useful.
And would you have, like, I would like to see an example of a country that's similarly sized where this didn't happen, because you have either the US, which is, a continent compared to Spain, or Costa Rica, which is almost, part of Spain, and now it's 3 million people, so I guess, not a part, sorry, but in terms of size, it's not a 40 million. So I'm thinking of, is there any 40, 50 million people country where you didn't have rural to urban migration? Because it sounds, I don't know, it's
that there was none.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like you're talking about urbanization, which I think it's.
I think most people think in terms of like development associated from agrarian to rural to urban areas. We have this famous, like Economic Peters had this paper in the US saying that it didn't happen there. Yeah. So it's a look at all. We're using international cases.
I was wondering about the Peters case where it would be nice to see this within the state, right? That's sort of more comparable to the Spanish region. Of course, maybe, of course, like I don't know, the size of the US compared to Spain is a bit weird for me to think about both models in this. But
Joe.
Just following up on this question from a STEG point of view, I think you talked about what characteristics of countries, what can they, maybe what can they expect in the future. So you got like a general model, and what type of characteristics are going to explain, say, the difference between the US and country? Do you have an answer to that?
So what I can tell you is what makes Spain similar to the US, which is the fact there are two things. One is that in Spain, over the first decade of development, the sector productivities diverge between the leaders and the laggards. When in the US, they start to converge. That's actually like Michael Peters, I can have a paper, I think about technology fusion. Okay, we have it exhaustion, so we don't say why is that. That's one difference, but that's not enough for us. To go to the levels of lack of migration in the US, we need also that the migration costs towards the leading regions went down. So there was a decline in the migration frictions towards the either countries. With the two things, you go to the US level. Only with one.
Without the two things.
Yes, if you take the divergence and take the fall in migration costs, you will have like the US. It's just one of them. You will have something more like the intermediate cases of Brazil and India, that there's some correlation to migrations and sectoral competition, but not so large as the US, or
so maybe it's like,
and not so small as the US.
I mean, you could think of, migration costs probably not road investments, but it could be like urban housing or something like that data you should have.
We think it's that thing because actually in the 50s, like migrants from rural to urban Spain, they're going to live in shanty towns. Really like it was dismal conditions. And in the late 50s and 60s, there was a massive project of like public sponsor to build construction, like cheap housing in the cities. That changed completely the conditions where like migrants would arrive and okay, so one possibility is this one.
And related, like the difference is the divergence in productivity that you have in the beginning, you see in Spain and not in the US. Can it be due to the way the population was distributed? So with the agglomeration effect, maybe in the US it was clustered within each state, so generating this more equal kind of level of productivity in manufacturing. With the idea that you need some number of people to basically develop manufacturing different kinds of services, whereas in Spain it was more distribution of the population was less concentrated. And maybe it fits back into migration costs. Maybe it was higher migration costs across regions.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we have a version of the model where we allow for agglomeration. So we take like standard, well, I don't know if it has any standard state, but some it estimates on agglomeration economies. And that doesn't change much things. That reinforces the results.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it does. Yeah,
But,
one of the reasons why you get this this difference in productivity growth might be coming back to the migration costs.
So one hypothesis we thought also that the trade costs, because these are also different time periods and the different size of countries. So that back in 1840 in the US, the trade cost could be much larger than in Spain, which makes like trade of goods more harder. And then, but we try to play with trade costs and doesn't give like first order changes in the way these things happen. So like raise the trade cost Spain, like to see how the whole migration changes, it doesn't change that much.
Again, going back to the very first question, what do we remember well from Michael's paper that was that a lot of the migration was say within Illinois towards Chicago, maybe 2 or 3%, correct? You want to do this at the state. Did you look at it in the US within a state? The answer is similar.
They go find the state. They go to
exactly
county.
Yeah.
Which county level could be similar to Spanish provinces in terms of the size. You ask about so if you ask about what happens within provinces in Spain, so provinces within Spain, like many of these provinces, like Malaga, there was massive migration within. So like the countryside in Malaga was emptying out and Malaga city was growing. So part of the variation we're missing it, but still across provinces there is variation.
Maybe a small comment, just one related to this. I think that a good comparison for Spain is Germany. And I think you could make the point that Germany had a more evenly distributed productivity across space, and then it has many different industrial centers, while Spain is more concentrated. And that would reinforce your argument that the key is this division divergence in productivity. So maybe that would be a good place to take a look.
So I'm going to stop things here because I think we're right on time. So thank you very much. Got all yours for 10-ish minutes.
So thank you very much for including the paper on the program. So this is a paper about rollout of fast internet access and firm-to-firm linkages. This is joined with Banu and Piyush. It's still very much work in progress, so I will be grateful for your comments and suggestions. Now, pretty much every multilateral development bank believes that digitalization should be a priority for its countries of operations. My own institution is no exception here. And that's because we believe that digitalization creates opportunities. And there is a big literature, or fast-growing literature rather, on how access to digital infrastructure affects employment, skill intensity, but also firm size, international trade, and reliance on imported inputs. Now, in this paper, we try to shed light on one particular channel through all these good things maybe materializing. Namely, we look at how access to fast internet affects firms' supplier networks. So we believe that ability to communicate through fast internets allows alleviates information frictions and reduces cost of communicating. And that means that doing business between firms becomes easier, right? So it's not only about finding suppliers, it's also about day-to-day exchange of information, about cooperation with suppliers, about sharing specifications of a product you need. It's about building a relationship and so on and so forth. So in our analysis, we look at quasi-universe of firm-to-firm transactions in Turkey, and we combine that information with the rollout of the fiber optic cable throughout the country. And we focus on bilateral connectivity measures between provinces, and we look at how it affects portfolio of suppliers firms have. And then we also distinguish between industries depending on their level of complexity. Now, then we look at this issue through a theoretical lens. And here we think about there being a matched productivity. So a productivity level that's associated with a match between two firms. That comes, this is a draw from a fresh distribution. And access to fast internet between the two locations basically improves the expected quality of the match. So basically it improves this productivity. So that's the logic of the argument here. Now, where we are going is we would like to quantify the model and conduct some counterfactuals. We are not there yet, but that's kind of the outline for the future. So Turkey since 2011 embarked on a fast rollout of fiber optic cable. And this was plausibly exogenous in a sense that this rollout happened because private internet providers were able to use existing fiber cables. And these fiber cables belong to BOTAS, which was a national distributor of gas and oil. So as you can see, between, in 2010, there was no fast broadband, and then the length of cables relative to the area went up very much, and the share of fast internet access in all among all internet connections reached almost 23%. So that compares favorably to the OECD average. This rollout was associated with increasing speed of upload download. Now, what's important to us is that, this rollout, if you think about this, if you measure it as length of the cable relative to the size of each province, you see that there was a lot of variation across provinces. So in this study, what we look at is the internet connectivity between two different provinces, and we believe that it is a function of the minimum of the two, right? So what you want is to have good connectivity into provinces, and what matters how good the connectivity is the level in the worst of the two provinces. So what we do in the empirical part, we have quasi-universe of firm-to-firm transaction. It comes from VAT. We know the value of these transactions. We have information of firms that are engaged in these transactions. So we know their industry of operation. There are 350 industries. And we know their location, and we focus on 81 provinces. And of course, we know the rollout of the internet. So if we just do something very basic, if we look at buyer firm B, and we ask whether the share of all of its purchases that come from some origin province O is related to fiber cable connectivity, the answer is yes. A buyer B will buy more of its total purchases from province O if the connectivity between the two provinces is greater. This connectivity is a bilateral province-specific variable that varies over time, and even if we control for origin destination. Now, you may ask whether some industries drive this result. For instance, should it matter more for some industries than others? And you can make an argument that in more complex industries, it matters more how suitable your supplier is to your needs. So we use Costino's measure of industry complexity, which is based on how much education is required to be qualified to work in the industry. Right? And then we can look at now we can shift to an analysis at the level of industry provinces, and we can ask, well, let's look at firm in some industry, let's look at suppliers operating in industry I, they are in the province of origin. Do we see that they are more active supplying firms in some destination province, right? If the connectivity between these two provinces increases, and is this effect bigger if the suppliers are operating in the more complex industry? And the answer is yes, fiber connectivity matters for the number of suppliers that are reaching buyers in some destination province, and in particular, it matters more if the suppliers operate in this complex industry.
What's that?
Now,
What's
sorry.
A on the coefficients
A.
was on the previous one too.
Oh.
Significance.
Oh, yeah, sorry, this is 1% significance, apologies. Now, what you can do is you can actually include province, origin, destination, year fixed effects, and ask, is this impact more important for these complex industries? And the answer is yes. Right? And then if you look through the lens of the model, I don't have time to say much about this model other than this is based on our co-author's job market paper. Essentially, in this model, price offered by a supplier to a given buyer depends on three things: marginal cost of production, bilateral transport cost, and this match-specific productivity, right? So what, and we think of this match-specific productivities as being drawn from a fresher distribution. Access to high-speed internet means that the scale parameter in this distribution changes, and therefore the productivities are drawn from a stochastically better distribution. So you're getting a better match, right? And what this model would predict is that average trade share between some origin and destination province is a function of transport costs, so trade costs. Here we think of this as travel time, and it's a function of this match scale, which is affected by internet access. So when we estimate this theory consistent equation, what we get in here, we are operating at the level of two provinces. And here we get the same message, right? Fiber optic intensity matters, it increases average trade share, while travel time, this trade friction, decreases. So to close, I've tried to convince you that rollout of fiber optic cable matters, that it increases supplying relationships between firms, that it matters for more complex industries that are supplying goods, and also I've tried to show you that we estimated model consistent elasticity of input purchases with respect to internet connectivity and travel time elasticity, and we hope that some of you may want to use these elasticity calculations.
Go then, Nina, and then Alex.
Can you help me think of examples? So is it about being able to do conference call better because I do better conference calls, I get to do more deals, or it's just about services that need to be linked directly? What was the story behind it?
We are harvesting questions.
I think we'll harvest questions, right? So Nina?
Yeah, I actually had like a very similar question. Like if like when you do more descriptive, they look at like, what gets reduced about the complexity of the relationship. We have some examples like on what margins like this really plays an important role. Yeah.
Alex.
So I had a question about the inclusion of services. I mean, what you described makes a lot of sense for services inputs, but it doesn't. I mean, it's not. It doesn't console a little bit with the complexity that you described. So I want you to describe a little bit that.
Okay, so what's the story we have in mind, right? The story is that suppliers make some sort of customized inputs for buyers, and that requires exchange of information, that requires interaction. And if it's about a buyer-supplier relationship, it's not sort of a one-shot thing. You make this input, it's about cooperation, because buyers change what they are producing, they maybe require different inputs. So it's about this sort of adjustment, cooperation, resolving problems that you may have, with the inputs you get from the supplier. It's about sort of ways of improving these inputs. That's the story we have in mind. We did disaggregate these regressions based on manufacturing to manufacturing, or services, or wholesalers. And I can't remember right now the ranking of magnitudes, but there was some difference. And there was one more question I think I forgot, which was.
It's like a very boring identification question. It seems that once you add in the origin destination fixed effect, so you only use the time series variation, the coefficient reduced by a lot, like before. If you go back a couple slides.
This one? Okay. Yes, so this is at the level of the firm.
Yeah, so this is a little bit concerning, right? Like I suggest that maybe there are just different trends, and so then these actually pair are already pairs, or there was a lot of the relationship, and essentially fiber intensity is just endogenous, essentially just picking up some sort of trend. Sorry?
The fact that the point estimate goes.
Yeah, the fact that the point estimate changes by a lot is a little bit concerning. So I was wondering if you had done any sort of a placebo test. I don't know, maybe this fiber intensity, you can sort of demand study.
So we haven't done even say. So what we have done, for instance, we have looked at what changes. Number of suppliers changes. You start trading with suppliers who are further away. So on average, the distance to the weighted distance to suppliers changes. We also see impact on you buy less from wholesalers, you buy more from producers. We find you also import more. So there are sort of many other things that I haven't shown you, because perhaps they sort of go beyond the model, that convince us that this is not increased intensity between sort of two particular provinces. But your point is well taken. We could do more on the event.
Martha, question. That may be our last one.
Okay, could I check? Can you tell us whether it's about variable costs, like being able to have calls that work well versus fixed cost of being able to get in touch with other people you could not access? Something like, do you source from different suppliers the same good versus do you add goods that you're importing, some kind of, I don't know.
So I think it's about both, right? In practice, in the theoretical model, it's about sort of the variable costs, right? But you may think of this in practice, it's about a combination of it.
I was wrong, actually. We have time for a couple more questions. So, Joe?
It was just a suggestion on this complexity. Like your story rings true to me, but it seems like one way to test it would be to go either to an earlier time period before you have internet connectivity, or to maybe a country that has less internet connectivity, and see where suppliers, industries, or types of companies where suppliers and firms co-locate, as kind of like a measure of how important this communication is.
So co-location of firms as a measure of importance.
Your story of complexity
Yeah,
is like, we have to be in
I
constant
understand.
contact.
Yes.
So before the internet, that means
Yes.
actually you're going to be contracting with the guy that's down the street from you in the same city.
Yes, so basically co-location as a measure of the need for communication.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's a nice idea, thank you.
I guess I'll ask a question I asked in a different context yesterday, but can you distinguish between goods that are actually digital inputs and outputs, where people are purchasing software services, for instance, because it seems like those things, it's not just the transaction, it's the good itself.
Okay, so we so we have 350 industries, right? So what you are saying is we should be looking services industries that sell some sort of digital services.
Right. So if my input is,
Yeah.
you think that those are inputs that now become much easier to
Yes.
purchase. And I
Yes,
can
so
just-
if my memory serves me right, the effect will be bigger for suppliers of services. However, everything goes through if we focus only on manufacturing to manufacturing.
Just to follow up, because I just felt a little bit confusing about this, because I thought your whole story was literally about information frictions. So just now that I can access internet and then I can just, I don't know, you have this sort of matching function, right? Now I can look around to many more suppliers and then choose one supplier than the other. So it shouldn't be sector specific to be transferred digitally and stuff, but it's more about learning and acquiring more information. Do you see as contradictory or not?
No, so the story we have in mind is the ease of communication. That's the story we have in mind, and we think of this, and I want to hear whether you agree that it's not just about finding a suppliers. It's not a one-time cost of finding a supplier, because before you could just drive to the other end of the country and find a supplier, right? So it's about this periodic communication that is required between business partners.
I see. Thank you.
I think we should wrap things up here because we have lunch ahead. But first, thanks so much, Beatrice. So lunch is outside, and we have an and we need to do some microphone. Yeah, I'm afraid you have to come sit up here.
They're all ready. They're tested. Those are tested. We're ready to go. So.
Hey, I think you sit in the middle.
So I'll give a very brief introduction to the next session here. Yeah, you don't have time. So STEG is a as a research program is a little bit of a strange beast. Most of the research, most of the funding of STEG has gone out through competitive calls, and you will have seen many of these small research grants and large research grants. But at the core of STEG, there is a set of partner entities that have specific roles and specific things that they do within the STEG program. And CEPR, or the administrative body that runs STEG, you will have heard from them, and the emails you get from them typically tell you you're dealing with CEPR. Oxford is a partner. I'm going to have very little to say, nothing to say actually about the Oxford. So I'll just be quiet about Oxford. But you're going to hear now from the other four partner entities that make up STEG, which is so you're going to hear first from Haptamu about ASSET, his work at ASSET, the African Center for Economic Transformation, which is a think tank and policy institute based in Accra in Ghana, but with an Africa-wide mandate. And you'll hear from our partners at the Groningen Growth and Development Center in the Netherlands, and the work they're doing, which is kind of providing public goods for STEG. Joe is going to tell you about some exciting stuff going on at Notre Dame in relation to social transformation. And then Mitchell and Eric are going to talk about stuff going on at our partner YRISE, the YRISE initiative at Yale. I can never remember what the acronym is, but it's a research program on scale, on interventions at scale. So on that note, I'm going to turn it over to Haptu. We'll take about 10 minutes for each of the four. I'll just say at Oxford, we have a bunch of doctoral students doing interesting work. I'm doing some less interesting work and not very much of it. But there is an Oxford component to this as well, and just really excited to hear from everybody else. So I have to move over to you.
Doug and
I will keep time and manage things accordingly.
Our interesting work has been becoming full-time conference organizers.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you so much, Doug, for the introduction. And thank you so much for inviting me to present in this conference. I am Haptamu, and I'm a STEG research fellow working at ASSET, African Center for Economic Transformation. And currently we are trying to see the role of multinational enterprises in technological upgrading and labor productivity in Africa. And motivated by Beata's work, we are trying to see if origin of foreign investors or multinational enterprises matter. Okay, so the motivation behind this project is that many African countries are striving to attract foreign and direct investment by multinational enterprises, hoping not only capital inflow, but also technological upgrading and labor productivity. And if we look at the FDI trend in the last couple of decades, we can see that foreign direct investment has increased hugely from $3 billion in 1990 to $83 billion in 2021. And it's the region's share of FDI in the global FDI inflow is also increased from 1% to 5.3%. Okay, and we can see that we can also see that there is a slight slow shift in source of foreign direct investment from the West, from the European countries to the East or Asian countries. We can also see that there is a compositional shift of sectors from extractive to investment to productive sectors such as textile, food and beverage, and horticultures. Okay, and the literature on FDI spillover focuses on the indirect approach to measure technological spillover, such as competition, demonstration effect, and labor productivity. However, most technological transfer with M&E comes from through direct firm-to-firm interactions, primarily through equity alliance, such as international joint venture formation, non-equity alliance, such as licensing, and trade, such as supply linkage. Okay, so in this project, we examine how three forms of domestic linkage with multinational enterprises, including equity partnership with foreign companies, foreign technology licensing, and international supply linkage affects domestic firms' technological upgrading and labor productivity in Africa. And we are also trying to analyze the differential impact of foreign investors originating from different countries, categorized as OECD countries versus non-OECD countries, on the extent of their spillover, their benefit in terms of technological upgrading and labor productivity. So to answer these two questions, we are based in two data sources: the World Bank Enterprise Survey and our case study, which were conducted in Ethiopia, Ghana, and Kenya. So in the World Bank Enterprise Survey, we have around 46,000 of manufacturing and service firms in 47 African countries, which are surveyed between 2006 and 2019. And the enterprise survey provides us information on measures of labor productivity, dimensions of technological upgrading, firm characteristics, indicator of linkage with multinational enterprises and other firm characteristics. Because the World Bank Enterprise Survey doesn't provide information on the origin of foreign investors or the nationality of foreign investors, we have conducted a case study in Kenya, Ethiopia, and Ghana to understand whether the origin really matters in terms of foreign direct investment. We have also supplemented this survey with FDI market that provides information on the investment by sector, by source countries, by number of projects, like amount of capital flows, and international, the job creation. So to address the first question, we conduct a probit regression where the dependent variables are dimensions of upgrading, technological upgrading, including the introduction of new or improved products, the introduction of new or improved process, quality upgrading or adoption of international certificate, and adoption of digital technology. And in order to see the impact of linkage on labor productivity, we use sales per worker or value added per worker as a measure of labor productivity. Our linkage indicators include equity alliance or forming international joint venture, which is an indicator variable of the presence of investment ties or partnership agreement with a foreign firm. Foreign technology licensing, an indicator of whether a firm uses technological licensed from a foreign firm, and international linkage, an indicator whether a firm supplies to a third exporting firm or importing raw materials or do both. And in order to address the second question, we conduct survey in 3 countries, as I mentioned before. We have surveyed around 60 international joint ventures, 20 international joint ventures in each country, and 15 policymakers which are responsible in attracting foreign direct investment. Okay, when we come to the result, we find that firms linked to multinational enterprises is through equity, partnership, technological licensing arrangement, or supply links are more likely to upgrade technology and and stimulate labor productivity in compared to those firms which doesn't have links. Okay, so in this table we throw all of the 3 forms of linkage in our model, and we find similar result that all forms of multinational links stimulate upgrading and technological upgrading and labor productivity. And we consistently find that foreign licensing has a more sizable effect than the other forms of linkage. Okay, and here we try to assess the potential channel through which linkage with MNEs stimulate local firms' productivity and technological upgrading. One way of improving technological upgrading could be through relaxing financial constraints, or it could be also by improving engagement in R&D activities. And we have tested that, and we find that equity alliance reduces financial constraints of firms, and R&D activities improve, foreign licensing, supply links, and equity alliance improve R&D activities. Workers training is also one of the channels through which linkage with foreign companies increase labor productivity in domestic domestic firms. Okay, so here we have to look at the extent of equity alliance and the extent of linkage between local suppliers and multinational enterprises by OECD and non-OECD countries. And we find that foreign share of OECD countries has more, or multinational enterprise coming from OECD country brings more capital or has more foreign share, and local companies connected with OECD companies have high foreign technology and participate higher in indirect exporting. In this shows that companies connected with OECD manufacturing enterprises import less, which is reflected in figure 2. In figure 2, we can see that companies or local firms linked with MNE from OECD outperform in procuring inputs from domestic small and medium sized enterprise, which is very important for a spillover to local input supply. We have also asked the relationship between domestic suppliers and MNEs, and we find that MNEs, local suppliers linked to OECD, have higher percentage of direct technology transfer, and a higher number of local firms connected to OECD has technology transfer, and there is a directly stipulated relationship in the contract. So when we look at the origin of MNE nexus dimension of technological upgrading, we find that local firms linked with OECD MNEs are more likely to adopt information technology, engage in R&D activities, and experience quality management. And when we see the presence of training and the frequency of training, local companies connected with MNE from OECD have higher prevalence of worker training and offer a greater number of training sessions to local workers. Finally, we have asked the bottleneck of domestic workers in knowledge transfer from MNEs, and we found that about 45% of international joint ventures indicate excessive government bureaucracy is a barrier, and 30% of the companies reported that lack of digital infrastructure is a barrier for knowledge transfer to local workers. About 20% of firms cited language barrier as a major or severe constraint as well. So to conclude, MNEs could play a pivotal role in economic transformation by facilitating technological upgrading and labor productivity. And our result reveals that linkage with MNEs, including equity partnership, foreign technology licensing, and supply linkage, improves local firms upgrading and labor productivity. Our survey also indicates that MNEs, particularly from OECD, can substantially assist local partners as well as local SMEs in enhancing technology and improving productivities. And we should emphasize on policy interventions that enable linkage between local and multinational enterprises. This could include provision of preferential financial as well as regulatory incentives to MNEs linked to local companies, strengthening property rights for local firms to reduce the risk of IP thefts, to increase the attractiveness of licensing arrangement, supporting local firms that supply intermediate inputs to MNEs along the supply chain. It includes matchmaking service, supplier development program, tax incentives, and so forth. And we should also provide language subsidies and expand language trainings for domestic workers to absorb the technology that comes from MNEs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To the end of the panel, probably, and just kind of keep going. We'll do a common set of questions at the end. I'd be doing an injustice asset if I didn't mention that the other effort that they've been very much engaged in is producing, so they produce a periodic report on African transformation. And so there's a lot of work going on at ASSET as well, and their African Transformation Index and the construction of the next version and the report that goes with it. But we're grateful to Hatu for talking about the piece that he's been working on as a STEG fellow based at ASSET. On that note, I'm going to pass it over to Robert and Vincent to tell you about what's going on at GGBC.
All right. Yeah, so together with Robert, I'll give you a brief update on activities that we have been doing at Groningen Growth and Development Center during the past year and what we're planning to do in the near future. And it's structured along three main data products. The first one is the Economic Transformation Database. The second one is the African Input-Output Tables with occupation data. And then there's the sectoral purchasing power parities, so the sectoral PPPs. So we'll discuss each of these three as we progress along. And the first one is on the Economic Transformation Database, where what you see on the left-hand side in the figure is the manufacturing employment share. The total manufacturing employment share, so this includes both formal and informal manufacturing employment as a share in total economy employment from the 60s until 2018. On the left-hand side, you see several countries that in the past had a historical peak in manufacturing, and some actually, if you look at the numbers for, in particular for Ghana, which is in blue, and Nigeria in green on the left-hand side, you see that they had peaks, manufacturing peaks in the past, which may relate with their import substitution industrialization policies. And they appear to be what we would then call a manufacturing renaissance, in the sense that their manufacturing employment shares have been rising in recent years. On the right-hand side, you see a set of other sub-Saharan African countries that did not really have a historical manufacturing peak, but are experiencing what we would then call a naissance, an industrialization naissance, where there's a rise in their manufacturing employment share in recent years. Although from low starting levels, there seems to be this pattern taking place. Before our lunch break, Marina talked about industrialization in Ethiopia, where she looked at mainly the formal manufacturing employment. Here we have the data trend for Ethiopia given in red. Thanks, Robert. Where you also see this rise in manufacturing employment, but there you see then both for formal and informal. You see that.
Is this narrow manufacturing or industry?
Sorry?
Is this narrow manufacturing?
Or industry or manufacturing?
Narrow manufacturing. Yeah, it's not industry, so it's just a manufacturing industry. Yeah. This is based on the Economic Transformation Database, which provides you with data on output employment by sectors of the economy. It has a fairly broad coverage of low and middle income countries. In particular, I'd like to mention that there are 18 sub-Saharan African countries, and data run until 2018. It is free and publicly available either at the STEG website or via the GGDC website. It has been used in various studies already by Maggie, among others, in the Journal of Economic Perspectives, but it's also being used in an upcoming update of the World Bank Jobs Report that will be published later this year. So that's mainly along the line of sectors. In the work that you see here, we switch instead from sectors to looking at activities. And activities are what we call sector occupation pairs. And sector occupation pairs, we think, is an interesting unit of analysis. Just to, as a brief illustration to fix ideas, many visitors to the Netherlands, well, they would tend to associate Netherlands maybe with cheese, but others with tulips. The thing is that what actually happens is that surely there is some tulips are being grown, but the majority of tulips are actually being grown in several African countries and several Latin American countries, notably Ethiopia and Ecuador. And what happens in the Netherlands is that the Netherlands handles the logistics at Schiphol Airport, as well as the auctioning of the tulips. So there's the financial and logistics activities that take place. And then we observe exports of tulips from the Netherlands. But a lot of the income that the Dutch get from this is from occupations that have little to do with tulips at first instance, until you realize that there's logistics and finance occupations related to it. And by then measuring industry occupation pairs, where you see the occupation of workers, and measuring the income from those occupations that is embodied in exports, will help you to get it measuring activity income shares in exports. So that's in a nutshell the idea that we have there, where essentially what you then use is input-output tables along with occupation data to identify the income in exports. And you see the shares of different activities where it's just summed across specific occupation groups. How that actually the content of their income in exports, how that shifts with levels of economic development that you see for the aggregate on the left-hand side, and then the blue bit in the left-hand side is split by specific sectors on the right-hand side. So different production activities originating from different sectors of the economy, and how that shifts actually along levels of economic development. And that is partly based then on what we are currently working on, which is input-output tables for sub-Saharan African countries that distinguish 20 sectors, of which 9 are manufacturing industries. There's 11 sub-Saharan African countries for which these tables will be published, with annual time series where the benchmark tables are harmonized and combined with national accounts data. So among others, that is being adopted, for example, in the quantitative modeling of driving forces of structural change in sub-Saharan African countries in an SRG grant by Professor Kemuyi. So with that, I hand over to Robert.
Thank you. Thank you, Gijzen. So, well, by now you've no doubt caught on to our aim here is to give you some flavor of the kind of questions you can answer, or the kind of questions you can pose with the data we are combining and developing. So the final piece is about purchasing power parities, and one at least key use of that is to look at productivity convergence over time. So the degree to which dispersion of cross-country productivity is decreasing as we move over time. Now, one key point in this literature of recent times is Danny Roderick's argument that that manufacturing plays a special role in this, and that in contrast to non-manufacturing industries, there is unconditional convergence, and that could point to many things that will make manufacturing industries an appealing specialization target, if you want. Now, Akos and colleagues have also been doing work on this, and I think we're both in agreement that especially if you look at manufacturing overall, so not just formal but also informal, that pattern is at least nuanced, that there's no general tendencies for formal plus informal manufacturing productivity to converge across countries. And even there seems to be more scope in some of the non-manufacturing industries. Of course, this is condensing across quite a few, so to make it visible also in the rear. Now, and of course, the other element, by having data that spans the entire economy and can single out sectors, we can also look at structural change. And so the right-hand side chart is it's an accounting exercise where the blue line is just saying, okay, what has happened to productivity dispersion of the overall economy? Now that's for this set of countries. See more on the next slide. For this set of countries, productivity dispersion decreased by about 20% since 1990. and a counterfactual where there had been no employment shifts between sectors, so where the employment shares had been fixed at 1990 levels, that dispersion would have decreased by only 10%. That's entirely due to shifts away from manufacturing. If you would do the same for the non-agricultural economy, these lines would pretty much overlap. You could make the argument, again, in an accounting sense, that the agricultural sector has can account for about half of the overall convergence pattern by shedding labor that's being used in others. Now, pardon the casual language, but that's at least one story to tell here. Now, of course, this is not the only potential use, just as the economic transformation database or the input-output tables can of course be used in much broader context than the type of questions we're currently trying to address. So what we are planning is a data set that has broad coverage, even more than 66 countries for at least part of this period. And again, a time series of PPPs to give us different points in time to make this comparison, methodologically making some innovations compared to earlier work. And I think that has the potential to be used in broader analyses of productivity and price differences. There was a final one that I think dropped off. Maybe I missed that in translation. Now, maybe just to this brief summary, these last two data products are still being actively worked upon in Groningen, but we wanted to already highlight that this is coming and of our plans to make these publicly available, like the ETD, and that will happen in the upcoming year at the latest. So thank you.
Really exciting stuff with the data coming out from Groningen. My talk's not going to be as exciting. There's not going to be really any economics to it. I'm going to just talk a little bit about sort of what we've done with STEG funds at Notre Dame. I mean, we've produced a bunch of published papers and working papers on the topic, but rather than focus on that, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about sort of an institutional thing, which is the Big Lab, which was just founded, although it doesn't have a website yet. BIG stands for Building Inclusive Growth. See, can I go this way? Oh, so I modified this talk from the marketing pitch that we gave the provost. So there is a little bit of economics in there, but it's nothing new for anybody, which is just, look, this is global poverty, the number of people in extreme poverty over time, falling. Nonetheless, as of 2017, 780 million people still live in extreme poverty. Lots of other people live just above extreme poverty. And who knows exactly what COVID did to that, but I suspect it exacerbated it. So this is the global challenge for the provost to get excited. And then this idea that large scale inclusive growth has helped lower poverty in many countries, which I think is the biggest justification for STEG that there is. Yeah, I won't go there. Mark Rosenzweig reviewed Poor Economics, and the title of the review is Small Economics. And it was all about how, the percentage changes don't scale up very well. So that's why we want to focus on big economics, because big economics has the potential to have these impact. So you saw that the East Asia poverty rates, tanked, and that's because of large scale inclusive growth. Okay. So the research challenge is building inclusive growth. So STEG is these are the areas at Notre Dame that we're working on projects. And STEG and the resources from STEG and the Big Lab are elevating development research at Notre Dame to move the needle. That's good language for the provost.
They like needles. They like moving needles.
Yeah, it's ambiguous about what direction. So what is the Big Lab? The Big Lab is a new center for studying inclusive growth in low-income countries, studying the underlying causes of underdevelopment and obstacles to inclusive growth, studying policies that can enhance inclusive growth. Within academia, it's a unique center. Unique, I can always make that claim. Like, define it as it's the only center in South Bend. But I think it's more unique than that. It's a unique center focusing on big development. And what do I mean? Large scale policies and phenomena rather than simply aid programs, bridging theory and empirics, identifying structural barriers to inclusive growth that people and firms face, bridging macro growth to person level outcomes, and bridging the gap between macro development policy and frontier research, which is basically what STEG is about, right? I mean, this is what STEG is about.
We'll let you fight with GGDC about the uniqueness.
Well, I said in South Bend.
We both have our added values.
But we're kind of trying to, it came up yesterday, sort of growth diagnostics, the role of growth diagnostics in the policy circle. There's a big gap between that and sort of what we're doing at the frontier of research. Although that's very influential. And there's also a big gap between sort of RCTs and thinking about macro policy. And by the way, I mean, we haven't necessarily come up with great, policy advice. So we're trying to fill that vacuum, both STEG and the Big Lab. So right now the Big Lab is not big, it's small. We have 9 faculty across Notre Dame's economics department, the Keough School of Global Affairs, and the Mendoza College of Business. We have 3 full-time predoctoral research associates to support projects at STEG, 2 of which are funded by STEG directly to support projects and STEG. So they do work reviewing grants at the early stage and informing Doug and I and doing other sorts of things. We have a weekly seminar, we have a visitor series, and we have a data boot camp for undergraduates and pre-docs. But we aim to grow big. As an example, Leo is a lab for economic opportunities, which is kind of like a domestic Catholic JPAL at Notre Dame. And they started 10 years ago, and they now have 35 employees and like an annual budget of $8 million. So we're kind of hopeful that we can grow big. Right now, we're hiring an associate director. If you know somebody, you recommend that they apply. We're hiring an additional RA. Once we get the associate director, we're going to be hiring additional staff. We have money. So the money that STEG brought in kind of was like a proof of concept of the need about how it could, giving us this research support could make us more productive that we've leveraged. We got 5 years of startup funds, thanks to the generosity of Joe and Debbie Lockery, who are alumni at Notre Dame. And Notre Dame has made it a priority in the capital campaign to raise a $30 to $50 million endowment. If anybody wants to volunteer, talk to me afterwards. A rich Notre Dame alumnus. But so we aim to grow big and hopefully quickly. And why is there a need? This is both at Notre Dame, but also STEG. I think one of the big insights of JPAL and IPA is that research requires big infrastructure to effectively pursue big ideas and to be very productive, to sort of foster synergies and collaboration across faculty, college, and outside partners. You can't waste all your time forming these outside partnerships yourself. You need somebody to help on those fronts. Getting full-time research associates to support large collaborative projects, getting graduate and undergraduate student funding, They were really high on that. It's hard to get people to endow graduate funding, but so the center is kind of a way to do that. Seed money to initiate field projects and generate grants, and then administrative support to assist with grant generation, personal management, disseminate findings through academic and policy channels, and effectively brand our research agenda. Again, and also staff to attract a donor to endow and make the activities financially sustainable. So what's the relationship with Big Lab and STEG? I mentioned that there's a huge overlap between the two. And the idea that we had, I mean, it's an endogenous reason that I got involved in STEG and Doug got involved in STEG, which is we were thinking about these things and we were excited when the call came out for STEG. So we had a conception plan for Macro Development Center at Notre Dame that actually predated STEG, but it lay dormant. And so STEG's funding was actually instrumental in getting the ball rolling, getting the seed money, getting the dean and the provost to be supportive. So I mentioned that. So obviously they're very highly related, complementary missions. There's anything at Notre Dame has a Catholic angle. So the idea of inclusion is a Pope Francis type of term. So we put in, although we have used inclusion in STEG as well. Another thing I think where there could be collaborations, complementarities, is that the Big Lab has possibilities for obtaining US funds. We've been talking with people at Gates. There's a possibility of getting USAID grants that CEPR wouldn't have the same ability. So, you know, hopefully they can collaborate and we could leverage in some sense the Big Lab could be like an affiliate in the US. That's, you know, part of the vision. And that's all I have. No economics, sorry.
All right, so before I talk about kind of this research agenda that Eric and I at YRISE have been spinning up kind of with STEG, I think maybe I'll just tell you guys briefly about what YRISE is, although I won't you know, go on a whole diatribe, but it's the Yale Research Initiative on Innovation and Scale. So we're sort of interested in, or at least I'm a macroeconomist there, and kind of Joe mentioned that maybe there's a bit of a missing link between RCTs and let's say macroeconomic policy or growth or policy at scale. And this is sort of where one of the areas that YRISE is trying to fill in. So we're sort of primarily a micro lab, experimental lab. It's mostly microeconomists. I'm a macroeconomist there. But one of the branches that we're really thinking about, YRISE focuses a lot on policy evaluation. We're thinking about how can we bring growth and macro concerns kind of into this standard policy evaluation framework that's been so successful in driving RCTs and increasing our knowledge there. Okay, so with that out of the way, I want to talk about this kind of research agenda that we're spinning up, which we've kind of titled, Can Mass Electrification Still Cause Structural Change? So the motivation for this, right? We think of electricity as kind of this very fundamental thing, and it basically set off what a lot of people refer to as the second industrial revolution, right? It kind of had this transformative effect in developing modern economies to what they are today. Sort of hard to imagine the modern economy without electricity, right? And this is sort of consistent. If we look at evidence from the historical US, this is consistent with electricity as a driver of structural change, right? It increases agricultural productivity, decreases, you know, agricultural employment, increases manufacturing employment, and all these other things, right? And this is true for most studies that look at kind of, let's say, historical events of electricity. But there's mixed evidence in today's kind of developing countries, right? We see a little bit maybe increases in female employment. There's some stuff in Brazil that says maybe we see some structural change. But more recent, very well identified evaluations in basically the policy relevant settings. So the frontier that we're bringing electrification to at this point in the world, find basically no impact, right? So there's this very famous at this point Lee et al. Paper. They do an RCT of providing people electricity and find it basically does nothing, or at least nothing on anything that, you know, we think is super important for structural change. Maybe people get some appliances and report slightly better welfare, but they don't change their fundamental behavior. And then there's this paper by Berlig and Preonas kind of backing this up, right? So we see this as kind of a fundamental tension as we're thinking about maybe policies of electricity, right? And there's a lot of money being spent don't have the number in here, but it's something like $2.6 billion the World Bank has allocated for trying to bring electricity to the unelectrified. But recent evidence kind of conflicts with our notion that this should sort of help industrialization and drive structural change. So this is basically the motivation for this research agenda that we're spinning up. And so we've thought about this a lot. We've read kind of, a lot of the literature, and we kind of think of this question, this tension is maybe being resolved with kind of 3 key questions, which is where we think kind of research needs to go. And we're working with STEG to maybe fund some proposals down these lines, et cetera, et cetera. I think I mostly talked about, there's the number, 3.6 billion, not 2.6. Okay, so the kind of the first frontier we think there is on electrification is these issues of reliability, right? So one explanation for this tension might be low usage because electricity is just not very reliable in these developing countries, right? The primary barrier to pushing forward research on this, descriptive data on reliability is extremely limited, right? We have some World Bank enterprise surveys that ask about reliability and the occasional household survey that asks, but that's about it. Hopefully that, the World Bank's building up a better data set. Some other people are building better data sets. So hopefully that changes in the future, but that's kind of where we're at. And there's these key questions. One, can these improvements in reliability, is this what's missing from providing electricity, right? If we provide it and make it reliable, can this drive structural change? Can this drive industrialization? And then sort of, I'm kind of going through this all fast because there's not a ton of time, but a kind of first order question here also is what policies can improve electricity reliability? So if you kind of dig into the political economy literature here, most of the evidence suggests that this unreliable power is a political problem, not a technological one, right? It's not that we don't know how to transmit electricity efficiently, it's that we kind of can't get governments to implement policies that will do this. And so there's a lot of room for improvements in incentives and pricing to kind of get large effects on reliability. And a lot of research kind of could look at how we can link that to structural transformation, right? Okay, question number 2 that we think is first order is complementary inputs. I think it's kind of intuitive to most people that we think of electricity as highly complementary to physical and human capital, right? It's a complicated technology. Often things using it are hard to use. And then obviously machines are what use electricity for the most part. And so we need to run them. And so this can resolve the tension because if you think about it, the US and the UK, these are the 2 we've documented it for, were substantially richer when they were rolling out electricity. If you look at this historically, the US had GDP per capita of 10 or 12,000 when it first started rolling out electricity. And so it had a lot more human and physical capital, if you think of those as kind of drivers of fundamental drivers of GDP, than poor countries do today. And so one possible explanation for this puzzle might just be electricity had fundamentally higher returns when it was being rolled out in these countries than it does in the poorest countries today, where these things are very low, right? And so this may be a belief where like everywhere that needs electricity already has it, and reliability is low and demand for electricity is low in developing countries, just because it's not very productive. There's not much capital, not much human capital, right? So does this hold up to empirical scrutiny? This is sort of another open research question that we see as being important in this agenda. And kind of the final one we've identified, issue 3, migration and agglomeration. So the other thing you can think of, people may move to electricity, right? Most countries in the world at this point have at least, city centers that are electrified. Very rare at this point in the world is a place where there's absolutely no access to electricity if you're willing to move, right? So a third explanation is maybe this is a spatial, right? The spatial component of structural transformation, those with ideas or high amenity benefit to electricity are moving towards it, leaving only those who don't really have that much use for it left in areas that are unelectrified. And so this can kind of explain things, right? Okay, so those are our 3 things. I think I've gone slightly over my time. I'll just mention we're kind of spinning up another project with STEG, thinking about how to think about micro-entrepreneurship and self-employment and its interaction with structural transformation. Cool. Thank you.
So I think we can just open things up if people have questions on any of these. You feel free.
I start with the last one.
And just speak up so people in the back can
So
hear.
these findings, how long is the time frame? especially when you're talking about complementarity inputs, maybe after you bring in electricity, then other thing will come along. It's just that you didn't have a long horizon to see. So overall, it cannot be a bad thing to give electricity. Of course, cost matter, but it's the cost versus what duration of the benefits that we want, especially when you consider complementarity.
Yeah, so I agree. Specifically, when you say what were you talking about? Are you talking about a specific paper I mentioned? Yeah, so most of them are only after a couple of years. So this is also the hard thing, is that most.
That final effect, how long did it look at?
Do you know the Leah?
Yeah, the Leah was like, I think they got up to like 3 years, something along that, and Berlin and Prionis was like 5 years.
It takes a while to accumulate. If
It
we don't have
does.
electricity, you don't have capital.
It does. So this is one explanation. I think part of what's hard here is most microeconomic variation that we're identifying these estimates off of only last for so long, right? You're kind of looking at the electricity frontier as it rolls out, and you find some quasi-experimental variation in the timing of that rollout. But eventually the frontier covers everyone, right? And so it's actually really hard to find places where you can study like decades long, one place got electricity, one place didn't, right?
I'll add one more thing. I think, you know, if you think it like takes longer to realize the full benefits of electrification, but if, you know, say one reason is it takes time to accumulate the complementary inputs, then, you know, I think the agenda is so important because, you know, it could be, if we can identify the key complementary inputs, then maybe electrification policy shouldn't be standalone as it often is, but it should be bundled with certain other programs. And we should learn more about that.
So do you have anything specific in mind? No?
In terms of projects?
Yeah.
No. I think we're still in the kind of spin up stage. We've sort of just finished this and we're still working on stuff. Yeah. You have a couple specific things in mind.
Well, I think we're very early stage, right? Yeah. So, but we are thinking about trying to have tractable projects along these lines. So like reliability, like where can we find, like, how do we study reliability, not outages, but actually, you know, when people's beliefs about future reliability changes, how might, you know, the GE effects of that be different than what's already been studied with complementary inputs? I think there's stuff to be done on what if you add those things, which ones are the important ones? How much can this explain, you know, existing patterns in the literature?
Just to complement this point, the precise complementarity of policies, one work you find interesting looking at is Nicholas work in Ethiopia that shows this complementarity of electricity and
roads.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it saying that the marginal place is all about final consumption as opposed to intermediate input?
You mean in the?
I can imagine electricity.
What are the complementary inputs?
Well, no. I imagine that myself. I benefit from electricity, but that just.
Yeah, maybe you're talking about like, yeah, it's like some of these studies, a lot of them look at households.
Also an input for firms.
Yeah, exactly. And there's been a lot of focus on households, like those two papers that found minimal inputs.
And I will be not surprised.
There are firms there, but there's certain types of firms, and there's not been a lot of focus on, well, what industry, you know, it might be different in different industries. The production functions look different in rural areas, you know. Firms look very different than in urban.
I mean, the political economy, you might think firms are the best thing to target, but the political economy of electrification is complicated.
Yeah.
Like South Africa.
Do they have time use study on those things? Is there a change of time application?
A lot of them do.
So
Yeah.
Because clearly one big thing, you know, in the United States, the reduction in the home production time.
Yeah, so we cite that a little bit. Yeah, so a lot of the historic evaluations find a huge reduction in home production time, particularly for women. Doesn't seem to be, at least in the Lee et al. One, they find actually not basically no change. They find literally no change.
I think people watch more TV.
People watch more TV. That's the big time use change you find. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, unlike the historical ones, the kind of on the frontier, it seems to not really change time use other than maybe you reallocate your leisure time towards different activities. It's been the same amount at home production, yeah.
Right. Yeah, I have a question for the first presentation. I found it really interesting the differences in the sources of the MNEs between OECD and non-OECD. I was just wondering if your data is large enough to disentangle whether that those countries are investing in different industries, And it's really just an underlying difference in the industry composition that's just being picked up by a Turkish investor versus a United States investor.
Okay, so yeah, so we have only surveyed around 60 international joint ventures, 20 international joint ventures in each countries, including Ethiopia, Ghana, and Kenya. But we have also purposively select sectors, textile sectors, food and beverage sectors. So we have 30 international joint ventures in textile. We have 30 international joint ventures in food and beverage. And we are trying to understand whether, but the variation is not because of the sector at this point. But that's a very good point, Yes.
I have a question about peak manufacturing activity. I think Mauritius was the one with the most pronounced peak. Is it because of multi-fiber arrangements? So the textile and clothing quotas that allowed Mauritius to export to the Western world? And what about other countries? Is it linked to competition from China? Why is there a peak and then followed by a decline?
So short answer will be on Mauritius would be yes, in the sense that the textile sector played a large role in it, although other sectors also played a role in it. And Mauritius industrialized a lot earlier and reached a much higher industrialization level than a lot of other African countries. And it has been deindustrializing pretty rapidly during the previous decades. So if you do a cross-country analysis for Africa, then Mauritius actually tends to be somewhat of an outlier, that it affects some of the results.
If you were to put real income per capita, I mean, how much of that is just that Mauritius has grown much faster, so they've transitioned more noticeably through the structural change pattern.
Okay, so that would be the second part, and indeed, so there's obviously the general patterns of structural change that play a role there. Either from the supply side in terms of productivity growth or from the demand side, as Mauritius has grown richer, and something similar took place in South Africa. There was also on the deindustrializing trend during the past decades as it basically was maturing into a services economy. Yeah.
Coach. I also have a question to Robert and Edson about the input-output tables. It will be great to have the poorest countries, the sub-Saharan African countries input-output tables, but it will be useful, one more cross-section of mid-income, middle income, and higher income in a kind of comparable or consistent database. Is there any plan for?
Yeah, so the most comparable in approach is the so-called OECD WTO TIVA database, trade and value added database, that is actually becoming a focal area of the OECD's work, where they have recently also been incorporating several African countries, notably actually French-speaking ones, so Senegal, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, which actually has linkages with the statistical system in France, so that made it somewhat easier. And Nigeria was also being added. And if you know the chief at World Trade Organization, you also know where the demand there was coming from. And the system is set up in such a way that the industry classification follows the ISIC revision 4 classification, which was also the classification used in these tables. So what we'll do is actually we'll provide a concordance where you can actually map the industries. Basically, the OECD tables are more disaggregated. So if you would also like to bring in more middle and high income countries, you can just aggregate those tables from the OECD, combine those with the ones that we would then publish here.
Okay.
So go ahead, Nina. No, that's fine.
I'm just curious, what are the biggest data constraints and challenges you're currently facing in terms of moving this amazing product forward?
Well, there's a lot of manual labor involved, right? And digging through these older publications and older data tables, and the mixing and matching and making sure that you're trying to get a coherent and consistent pattern. I think that's the briefest summary, I guess.
Yeah, no, agree. We're pushing into this direction because we want to, because we share the vision that Joe was pointing out in setting up the center. But at the same time, it brings these difficulties that we would have stuck with the European countries. It would have made our life a lot easier. I can tell you a lot about all kinds of issues. Earlier this morning, Marina was actually making use of the Kenya tables instead of the Ethiopian ones because the input weights were not appropriate as in the input-output tables for Ethiopia. So. And there's a lot of, it tends to be also one other important aspect where we struggle really is with the variation in the trade data. So there tends to be major discoveries of natural resources. And they have interesting second round effects on industries like the large oil and discoveries in Ghana, actually, as well as the gold discoveries in the early zeros. They actually also had spin-offs, say, in metal processing, where the gold was being processed, and you see that back in the trade statistics. So in terms of those are at least two of the difficulties. I could talk with you for a long time about it. But yeah, we're trying to do our best, but we're really struggling there. Yeah, definitely.
That's prompted a small chorus of hands. I think Tommaso and Rachel and Paco, if you have quick things.
I think we can ask a hard question because I guess there are a lot of choices to be made, like in the data construction. And so some standard errors around like data quality. Are you planning it to like provide some sort of like, I don't know, grade of how much you trust the data per given country? And or maybe like some explanation of the the choice that you have to make to construct the data.
Yeah, well, since Penroll tables at some point introduced grades, that seems a persistent question. At the same time, well, let's take Nigeria, and in particular telecommunications in Nigeria. There's no country in the world where telecommunication services are consumed so intensely as Nigeria. Okay, do we believe that? Probably not, at least not if you plot them in a cross-country pattern. But if you look at objective measures, whether they benchmark, whether they had surveys, etc., Nigeria is not coming out that horribly. It's just that the statistical office seems to have made some choices that, well, presumably could have been made differently and might have been made differently by people in this room. Now, we do operate in general as using these official numbers as our anchor. So in particular national accounts, once you start to deviate from those, it's a messy can of worms. And of course, the World Bank has these statistical capacity indicators that might give you some clue as how well they keep their methodology up to date. But yeah, that doesn't get at this reliability issue and in a way, and yeah, putting a number or a grade on it, that's hard to do in a way that you can easily explain it here and or while you might explain it here, but it's there's some gut senses involved, and that's hard to convey to users.
I think I'm going to cut things off actually because we're going to go to a break, but maybe I'll just stop before we thank the panelists and say, I think one of the things that comes out of this, and I think from all four presentations, is the value of having not just individual researchers off doing research on structural transformation, but having building institutions that are focused on this kind of broad area of macro dev. And you're seeing little clusters of this emerging. We kind of hope that goes out from I think one of the really nice things that FCDO did in structuring STEG was creating the potential for us to start to build some institutional capacity. Because I think there are agglomeration benefits in having places where there are clusters of people and clusters of research and clusters of knowledge and know-how. So anyway, I think that's partly why we wanted to have this panel to point to and maybe to motivate some other institutions to get into the game too. But maybe on that note, just let's thank the panelists. And we've got a 15-minute break.
We also know that this is more important when contractual frictions are high. And we also know that, sorry. Yeah, we're good. And we also know that in low and middle income countries, communities support a lot of economic transactions. They're important for access to credit, they're important for finding investors, they're important for finding jobs, marriage markets, so communities, ethnic communities or caste communities, which is what we're going to talk about today, affect economic transactions. And it seems that a lot of the effects of communities is through alleviating contractual frictions or through improving information. So what we're going to ask in this paper is whether communities facilitate firm-to-firm trade in a low or middle-income country, which is India. So what do we do? Well, the first step is to think or to estimate whether communities affect business-to-business trade, firm-to-firm trade. So that we're going to use data on firm-to-firm transactions in West Bengal, a state in India, and we're going to join this with data that tells us the caste community of the firm owner. And we're going to look at whether caste affiliation, so if two firm owners have the same caste, where this affects their trading patterns. And we find that indeed caste affiliation increases trade both in the intensive margin, the value of trade, and the extensive margin, so the probability that two firms trade. Okay, why do communities shape business-to-business networks? So the first part is more on establishing this fact, but we want to know a bit about mechanisms. We do find that around 2/3 of this effect seem to be driven by firms alleviating trading frictions. I'm going to show you, our results or our evidence on that. But we also find, well, I skip this, but we also find that this last third could be associated with some sort of taste-based discrimination. So we find sort of evidence for both things that the literature had pointed out. There's maybe also taste-based discrimination, some kind of just pure discrimination. We're gonna finally ask about the aggregate impact of this, the existence of these communities on trade. How are we gonna do this? We're gonna set up a sort of state-of-the-art firm-to-firm model with two-sided firm heterogeneity that is gonna allow us to do some counterfactuals on what happens when you change these frictions. Our main counterfactual is gonna be thinking about the fact that these 2/3 of the effect of castes seem to be through trade alleviating effects. We're going to use that to think, okay, what if we could actually give all the firms access to these sort of lower frictions? How much would this affect firm outcomes such as firm size, firm-to-firm transactions, and the amount of clients that a firm has? Okay, and we're going to find sorts of aggregate effects that are quite large. Yes.
Could language be a part of the caste story, like different languages within India?
So in what we're gonna do, that language is gonna have a small, or we expect to have a smaller effect because we're focusing on one state. Everyone speaks Bengali in West Bengal. There's also communities that speak Hindi or Santali, or these other language groups are mostly geographically clustered. So when we use our postcode origin destination postcode fixed effects, this is going to be accounted for by the fixed effect. So we think this is in addition to language, but in the in the cultural networks or sort of this kind of literature, yes, language would be an effect. Okay, so we speak to mainly three strands of the literature. Obviously, there's a very large literature on the role of communities in economic transactions or shaping economic transactions in developing countries. We have some evidence of these communities mitigating frictions. We also find some evidence of taste-based discrimination. And we actually, in this paper, in our data, we find evidence of both of them. We do find, that the trade facilitating role of communities is a bit stronger, but, this is our that's where we are using our empirics as much as we can. But we cannot rule out some discrimination as well. Then we speak to the literature on community networks and trade. This was mostly looking at migration flows and how, country level trade flows look like. So here we are going at a micro foundation, which is within country, within state, but showing how these communities that you can think of as social networks obviously shape trade patterns. And finally, we speak to the literature on production networks and aggregate implications of production networks. There's quite a lot of evidence on the US or other sort of high-income countries on how the firm production network affects firm outcomes. So we are bringing this to a low-income country and then using this type of models to think about trading frictions. Okay, good. So let's get started. So we have data on one India state, West Bengal, from 2010 to 2016. it's a 90 million people state, so it's a large state, you know, very populated. The GDP is around 8,000 USD. And we have data on the universe of VAT paying firms in this state. This is data that my co-author Lucy Gadan has used for another paper. So you can think of these as the formal firms. There's small firms as well, but you know, we are not taking the super tiny firms. The informal firms are not going to be there. Then we're going to use, you know, as I described before, the firm's owner's last name that we get from the tax registration, and we're going to extract the cast of this firm owner. So key variables that we see in the data: transaction value, the ID of both partners, the location in postcodes. We have 1,000 postcodes. The products, we have 162 codes, so not super detailed, but we can do something with that. And the firm size, we only know reported sales, which includes sales to the final consumers, but we don't have any firm outcomes like employment, capital, you know, like we don't have balance sheet type of information. Okay, so the first thing we do is to build these communities. We basically follow the literature here. The Indian society is organized around castes. Normally, when you think of caste, many people think of the hierarchical organization. These bigger groups are called varnas. But then within each of these groups, you have like many smaller groups that are called jatis, and they're basically, you know, subgroups of castes, not necessarily hierarchical. And you know, the identity of a person, or you know, the affiliation because of the last name. So people have used this anthropological survey to assign surnames to different castes. Okay. We use the standard procedure, but we do some alternative. So we try to assign one caste per firm owner. Some firm owners are assigned to different castes, so we do some robustness on, you know, how many common castes you have, and we're gonna do some stuff looking at throwing away very small groups or very large groups. So our sample is 106,000 firms, around 700 of these groups, 1.4 million transactions, and around 7,000 or a bit more than 7,000 supplier client pairs. Yeah, happy to give more details on data as we go along. So the other part of data construction that we did was to construct a potential trade data set. So this data, our firm data is the observed transactions, so conditional on trading something. Of course, to think about trade probability, you need to know the potential trade partners. So we did a lot on this, but let me just give you, our preferred choice was we have too many potential pairs of firms every year. So what we're gonna do is to restrict the potential sample. All of our robustness here didn't really matter a lot. So what we're gonna do is to consider for a firm buying good Y, all the potential suppliers are all the firms that are selling this good Y. Those are too many suppliers that are potentially available, so we keep a 25% random sample. We do some other constructions based on what you produce and what other people that produce the same as you use as inputs. None of these, tests matter, and also it doesn't matter if you keep all of the suppliers instead of the 25% sample. Just computationally is a lot. So we have 200 million potential transactions. Basically, we add in the zeros in the trade matrix. Okay, I'm just gonna, I just want to tell you, so in terms of turnover, these are firms that produce around 210 USDs per year, so this is very small. Sorry, the transactions, they're alive around 4 years. A lot of them are clients, so 90% of firms buy something from other firm, 62% of them are suppliers. So we're gonna use, any firm in our sample is gonna be probably a supplier and a client. We have 106 firms, and then in terms of the potential trade, the trade probability is 0.7%, so it's very small. This is common in trade data. You have tons of zeros, and then the probability that you belong to the same caste is 3.5%. Okay, so these groups are very small. There's 700 of them. There's only around 3.5% firms that are in your same community. So let me give you, start looking at the data, showing you the raw data on whether communities affect trade. Here we are plotting the observed same cast input share of a firm. So of the inputs that you buy, what share of those are coming from your same cast over the potential same cast input share using our potential trade sample, okay? And as you can see, the input share is above the potential or, the predicted cast share. Of course, if you have a lot of firms in your cast, you're gonna buy more from them just probabilistically. So we're comparing the sort of predicted to the observed. And so on average, the potential share should be around 4.5%. The observed on average is 10%, okay? So firms trade more than we would expect them to trade within their same cast. This is not controlling for distance or industry. So of course, these are gonna be important, and we're gonna do that in empirics. Okay, so our specification for the question of whether communities shape business to business trade is we're going to use YIJT as the whether firms I and J trade in year T or how much they trade. So an input, sort of a value or a probability of trading on an indicator of whether firms I and J belong to the same cast dummy, and then a bunch of controls. Controls, we know that casts are going to affect occupation choice. So it's true in the data that some casts actually cluster in some industries. So we're going to control for the suppliant postcode and the client, the supplier product and the client product, the industry of each of the firms. The casts are also going to be geographically concentrated. So we're going to also control for the postcode of the supplier times the postcode of the client fixed effects. And then shocks may also be correlated within casts. It could be that there's a shock to one of the sectors or locations where a specific group is located. That's going to affect all of the firms. So we're going to also add firm times year fixed effects. Okay. Right. So what do we find? The first two columns are the effects on the probability of trading, and the second two columns are the effects on the log of trade. So we find that firms in the same cast trade are twice as likely to trade. So this is a scaled probability of trading. So it doubles, belonging to the same class doubles the probability that two firms trade. And when they trade around 19% more. Okay, so the first column, is without any controls. Once you control for location, industry, and firm year fixed effects, both coefficients go down, but the effects remain there and are quite large. In terms of, someone was asking about the language. For instance, the language coefficient tends to be around 0.5 in international trade data. So this is around 0.2, but this is within a state, within a country. So it's the magnitudes are quite big. Okay.
But it's not clear that for your question, you don't like the fixed effects are soaking up a lot of stuff you actually care about in this case.
Yes and no.
That's not a criticism, just to say it's
yeah. So I mean, I agree as an urban economist.
Yeah.
As a, trying to get a good estimate of these numbers as clean as possible on the effect, then of course you wanna. But something that that you can see is if I show you the whole adding fixed effects to see what which fixed effect is important, or where is part of this variation on cast collocation or cast clustering at the industry level. For the trade probability, what really reduces the coefficient is when you add the location. So whether you match or not depends on where you are located. As you said, it tells you maybe a bit of which is the fixed cost of location that we're not gonna take into account in the model. And for the intensive margin, for the intensive margin, what really matters is the client, like the firm year fixed effects. So how much you trade depends a lot on which shock you got that year, which of course as well makes sense for us.
So like one example what Doug's would make sense is suppose that the reason why we trade with our same cast, we live together and we are, and we were to have magically mixed the population equally, say we don't have that strong cast preference. So then that example would explain everything, the fact that we live together.
Yes.
And you say, well, not so much the fact that conditional living together, we develop a caste preference. Everything will be explained by the fact that we are together.
I see. Yeah, we cannot do that. I mean, if you have, yeah,
You have one in mind is what no, this the whole point is that we're explaining things in the we are clustering.
Yeah.
And then when we cluster, we end up having this weird preference for liking people like us.
Yeah, I see. So in the model is gonna be static, and we're gonna do sort of counterfactuals. If you had a dynamic,
a model where Doug's point would be no, it's all that I care about the location and the cluster.
I see, to understand why
there is this caste,
yeah,
and then the caste preference develop because of that.
Yeah, I mean, you could, yeah. So we're not gonna do that, but I agree that that's interesting and something at some point we discussed. What
and then
was,
it makes sense that was a fair comment, you know. And I say maybe it is.
yeah, no, I agree. Something we thought about was, okay, could we use migration patterns or caste distribution historically
like,
to instrument it
or look at the caste that are forced
to move, yes, but we have, but that's, but that's challenging because in the census, I think until recently, there's only one census where actually they record the caste of the population. It's not legal to ask anymore because, you know, India is fighting against this system, so that's tricky. But I agree, I mean, and, you know, we're doing this partly because in the model, we're not gonna have distances or geography play a role, at least up to this point. But yeah, that's, you know, that's why I added this table here. So I added it, yes.
So one additional question about this. I guess it's important how fine is the location, you know, for this reason. No, I mean, I guess you're gonna trade more with people that are close by. This is just gravity. So one question is, why don't you control directly for gravity if you have the geographical location with distance? Or like a very fine, you know, location dummy. I don't know, you know, how fine
so,
are these
so the
locations?
postcodes, there's 1,000 postcodes. How many so
but I guess within postcodes, you could be closer to people from your own caste.
Yeah,
so you have to be capturing distance, right? So I don't know if you can have a finer.
Yes. So we thought the postcode was more like controlling more flexibly for distance than distance.
But you can put both.
We could put both, yeah.
Because
And then within the postcode, we use the distance. There is where I don't know within the postcode whether we have like coordinates or not. I don't remember. In Kolkata, you have a lot of firms per postcode. In other places, actually, the postcode and the location are going to be the same. Dropping Kolkata, I mean, anything that you think of, we've done it and it doesn't matter. But yeah, I mean, that was a discussion on, you know, distance or not trade. People like to see the distance variable, I agree. It looks as you would expect, but yeah, that's true. Okay, so in terms of robustness that we dropped the industries for which we don't have the most, you know, detail of digits, description. We dropped very large firms and very small firms. We dropped the Muslim firms or Muslim-owned firms because we also have a small share of Muslims. And I don't know, probably in the comments you're gonna you know, think of more stuff, but basically this is very, very robust. And if you do this with the bigger caste groups that are the hierarchical ones, the hierarchical caste affects a little bit the trade probability and a little bit the volume, but most of the effect remains. So this is, you know, something about we think of this as the social group or the community, and something that has to do with either information within the group, enforcement within the group, the amount of risk that you face by trading within your group. So that's what we have in mind. Okay, so in terms of mechanisms, the first thing that we wanted to check is whether tasks alleviate contractual frictions. So we follow a couple of papers in the literature. There's this work of Boyen and Overfield looking at the effects of core congestion for firms' production choices. We also know that, you know, in trade, when inputs are relationship specific or goods are differentiated, you normally need better contracting enforcement because you face more risk of, you know, the contract not going forward. So what we do is we use the you know, relationship specific index, the standard raw measure, and the court congestion at the district level to look at whether being in the same castes matters more when frictions are high. Okay, so we do find evidence of this. Again, the first three columns are trade probabilities, and the last three are volume of trade. And we are interacting our dummy with the court congestion in the district and with the relationship specificity of the industry. Okay, the third and the sixth column is where we are actually adding, all of our frictions measures, and that's where this number of 2/3 come in. So more or less, actually in the volume, there's even a bit less than remains, but for trade probability, being in the same cast doubles the probability of trading, and once you add all these frictions, what remains unexplained by the friction is around 1/3 of the effect. It's 1/3 for these ones when you add them separate, and a bit smaller than that when you add them together. So it seems that this trade facilitating role of casts is there and it's quite large. Then we wanted to test whether actually you can rule out discrimination. That has been found in the literature as well as an important mechanism or determinant. So we test for two sources of discrimination. Test-based discrimination. Here the idea is the old Becker theory of if a firm has strong caste preferences, the firm is not going to be as productive as it could be, and in a competitive environment, that firm is going to be more likely to exit because you're not making the optimal choices for your firm. So we test for whether firms with higher caste preferences relative to industry average exit more, and we find that they do exit more. The effect is not super large, but we find that one standard deviation increase in your caste preferences increases the probability of exiting by 2%. So there's some effects of that. You cannot rule out that casts are inefficient to some extent, but the effects are small. Then we look at whether there's some inaccurate statistical discrimination. It could be that you prefer your own caste because you know them better, but once you start trading, you actually can realize whether these people are better or not than your same caste, and you should converge to some extent. So we look at whether how firms trade over time between same caste and different castes converge in terms of values or probabilities of trading, and they do not converge. Okay, so over time, if you started trading more with the firm that is in the same caste, this difference in how much you're trading is constant over the 3-4 years that the relationship may last. So it doesn't seem to be the case that these firms are inaccurately discriminating based on just their own sort of prior beliefs. And yeah, I mean, if at some point later in the discussion you have more ideas for other tests that we could do, that would be super useful. Okay, so recap, the effects on trade are very large. So this is, we think that one of the first times when we can actually look at whether communities in India are shaping firm-to-firm trade. If you are in the same caste, we're twice as likely to trade, and you trade 18% more. And around 2/3 of these comes from castes as trade facilitators. Something that I want to mention is going to be important in the model is if we want to look at whether, for example, this reduction in frictions would be expanded to other firms, we need to know whether this is about variable costs or fixed costs. These effects on the intensive margin should be about some kind of variable cost, trust, risk, something like that. On the extensive margin, it could be either that fixed cost to start a new relationship is higher, or this actual, this part of an intensive margin parameter is also, you anticipate it and you are more likely to trade. So the model is going to allow us to do that to some extent, if you, through the lens of the model. Yes.
Before you move to the model. So I don't, this idea that 2/3 of the effect comes from the reduction of frictions. So you get this from this interacting like good congestion with the caste dummy. However, you could think that good congestion is correlated with underdevelopment, and underdevelopment is correlated with people being more close-minded.
Mm-hmm.
And then, the good congestion could be just capturing that. So did you add an interaction with, GDP per capita or education?
I see.
To see whether good congestion is just capturing
the level of development. Okay, even within the state.
I mean, if you're gonna kind of make this statement,
I see. I agree.
You need to make sure that
that's a good point. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
One thing that which can be orthogonal to this, there is these measures of intercaste marriage, for example.
Yeah.
That they could tell you like culturally. I mean, I don't know how
Yes.
I mean, it could be.
So something that yeah, I agree. And something we wanted to do, look at is the share, like the caste composition of the population at the district, but we cannot have that because the census does not record this information. But if there's, the problem is, I don't know if this information is there at the district or some kind of level that is not the state, because then
But
we
you have
cannot.
education, for sure.
Yeah,
for
education,
example.
yes, or even I guess GDP, changes in GDP. That's a good point, yes. So our point, I think, yeah, okay. So the 2/3, maybe it's a bit heroic because it's not, we have to put some number. But we do find that the fact that the relationship specificity or like the differentiated goods show stronger effects of castes is sort of indicative of contract enforcement or lower contracting frictions. Because if you dislike the other people, or you're less open-minded, why would maybe the people that produce differentiated goods are also more open-minded? So yeah, I agree. Okay, point taken. Thank you, Paula. Okay, so yeah, I mean the model, and we're gonna use the model to give some number on aggregate effects. We think this is
for the skill intensity of the industry, for example.
That's true.
You
Yeah,
know, you can do the educational level of the region, and then the skill intensity of the industry.
Yes,
You
actually
kind of get
on the
a
industry
plus
heterogeneity,
minus and the development channel.
complexity of the industry. So yeah, there are some measures. Okay, that's a good point. Yes. Okay, so yeah, what do we do at the aggregator and the sort of quantification? We extend a model of farm-to-farm trade that was developed by Andrew Bernard and co-authors in the JP. Basically, it's a model, it's very stylized, it's not dynamic, so it has limitations, but the nice thing of it is it's tractable, and you can look at it. You can use it to replicate farm-to-farm networks as in the data pretty nicely, also for West Bengal, not only for Belgium, other bigger or high-income countries. So firms are going to produce a CS input bundle of are going to using a CS input bundle of inputs, varieties of inputs and labor. Firms are going to be monopolistic competitors buying all different varieties. They're going to have two heterogeneity attributes, so productivity and the matching ability, which is going to be the firm-specific matching cost. This is something that Bernard et al. Introduced, and actually it matters. And these two, productivity and your matching ability, may be correlated in some way that we're going to estimate in the data. Basically, F is this fixed cost of matching with a new client. We know that not all firms trade with everyone, so we need some kind of fixed cost to make these parsimonious. And a match is going to be formed if the profits from the match are higher than the costs of the match. Yes. It has a standard sort of circular structure where all the firms produce some input variety and buy inputs varieties from all the available suppliers. And these available suppliers are going to be determined by these sort of choices of who you must do. And then we're going to use or add communities as affecting both the profitability of the match and the matching cost. So profitability, we're going to think of this as some contracting premium that maybe firms have to pay to enforce the contract. And within caste, we believe there's going to be more trust, so you have to pay a lower premium. So it's going to make you trade more within caste. And consumers on all the firms demand all varieties, so not really much action there. Okay, so I'm going to give you two equations, but I'm happy to give more details at some point. So these are sort of our counterparts to the empirical equations I showed you. So the model tells you the sales of a firm to another firm, a firm, supplier of type lambda to a client of type lambda prime. These are the sales. These are going to depend on the price, which is a markup mu over the marginal cost, which is all of this. Okay, so the price of the variety, and a term that is basically the buyer purchasing power. Okay, so this term, as you can see, is all dependent on lambda prime. It's going to be absorbed by fixed effects in our regressions. And then in the price, we're going to have the price of the input bundle of the firm that is selling. So how productive is this firm because of its links, but also the productivity of the firm, and this delta C term that is going to be our community parameter. Okay, so this C indicator is going to tell you whether the firm belongs to the same caste or not. So it's 0 if these castes are the same. So this delta C is going to disappear when you're trading across caste. It's only there when the firms are in the same caste, in the same community. And we are thinking of this as a relative contracting premium, sort of a la Meredith starts the market paper, where if there are contracting frictions, you're going to pay a premium on the cost of the contract to ensure that this other person you're trading with is going to go through with the contract and not default. And we think as we expect this contracting premium to be lower. Okay, so this, we're going to estimate this parameter here to see whether this is the case when we try to match the data. So this is the intensive margin. This C is going to be what captures basically the dummy of the cost in our regression. Okay, the extensive margin, the probability that a supplier client trade pairs, a supplier client pair trades, instead of how many suppliers you trade with, you're gonna have what is the probability that you trade. This is essentially the same. And this is, again, as I was saying, whether the profits of the match are larger than the matching costs, okay? In the profits of the match, you have your sales. So this is why if you have something that is variable costs, you could also have a higher probability of trading because the match profits are larger, even if you didn't have any matching costs, okay? Difference in matching costs. But in addition, we're gonna add here, a delta F term, that's gonna be the cost-related matching cost. You're gonna estimate it in the data to see whether this is different from zero, and this is the F, which is the sort of firm-specific matching cost. Okay, so you're born with a productivity and a matching capability. You look at the potential suppliers that are out there, and you see who you match to, and you source inputs from them. So communities can affect this extensive margin through both parameters. Okay. We're going to calibrate some numbers externally or to the data directly, not in the estimation procedure, but we're going to estimate the model using simulated method of moments. The cost affiliation, we're going to sort of replicate the distribution of communities to match the share of 3.4% of firms that could be in your cast potentially. And labor cost markups are coming from other papers in the literature. And the parameters we're going to estimate is these four come from following the paper of Andy Bernard and co-authors. The mean of the fixed cost, the variance of the mean cost and the productivity, the correlation between productivity and fixed cost, and then these two cost parameters. Okay, so to be cautious, what we are going to do to make our counterfactuals a bit more credible is to think or to calibrate the model using only 2/3 of our reduced form estimates. I agree with Paula, this could be, we could do it on a sort of, I don't know, like a bracket of potential estimates, but that's what we've done so far. So let me see. So first column is giving you the data. Our targeted moments are going to be, variance of sales, variance of number of clients, and mean number of clients, and the correlation between market share and number of clients. All of these are the original moments in Bernard et al. The important thing is the moments. The moments we're using from the data is we want the model to match the reduced form coefficient on values of sales and the reduced form coefficient on trade probability. Okay, so we simulate the model, we run this regression, and we try to match the coefficient. Right? That gives us these two outcomes. Both numbers are different from zero. Inverse relative premium larger than 1 means, as we were saying, contracting premium is lower, so 3% lower contracting premium, and matching costs are 92% lower within cast. So importantly, if you use a model with only one of the cast parameters, you do badly even in the targeted moments, so you cannot replicate, especially these two, the reduced form coefficients, if you don't add both parameters. So we find that casts have rows, both through the variable cost, but also on the extensive margin or matching costs. But in terms of their magnitudes, most of the work is done by the matching cost. So it really, matching within cast is 92% lower. This comes from the fact that the number of same cast clients is much higher than the number of total clients. So your share of cast, as we're discussing. Yes.
I guess the comments by Doug and Paula for sort of how you define the fixed effects and what you're absorbing and not in the release form section also kind of find here and show up in the delta that you.
Yes, so I mean, what we think is the fixed effects, for example, clean up the effect of distance that we don't have in the model. So we're happy with that. And the model, you should think of this as a within sector, like one industry links. That's why we're adding the product interaction fixed effect. So we think, in that sense, we think that our choice of fixed effects and the model details are consistent. But I don't know if you have,
I guess you could use the delta that you get here as a summary measure, where you can change around the fixed effects and see how that changes the delta. And sort of, is it moving by a lot or a little?
I see.
And
Yeah,
a little bit easier to think about than how does the coefficient move around.
I see. Okay. That makes sense. Yes, that makes sense. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so let me just tell you about the counterfactual. So our main counterfactual, the one that we want to think about is, communities help you trade more. What if we gave this benefit to all the firms in the data set, not only the ones that are within your community? The change in total number of connections, like the total number of clients goes up by 70%. The average network sales goes up by 21%. Welfare changes are large, but of course this is not, don't take it as importantly, but the main message is these effects, if you believe the model, are very, very large on the firm network. Like they have big impacts. One of the reasons is that you're expanding or giving this trade facilitating possibility to most of the firms in the sample, like most pairs, when communities are small. And I'm just gonna finish with this one. So just if you plot the change in firm size, you see that once you give all the firms this ability to trade with a lower contracting premium and a lower matching cost, you have a reduction in the small firm size part of the distribution and an increase in this middle and even a bit of the bigger size firms. Okay, so yeah, we find that communities matter for trade, and some of the next steps are, we think, tighten the link between empirics and model, introducing contracting frictions in the model, and potentially exploring some time variation in the data, such as the internet or the 5G rollout in West Bengal. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin and Habtimu and Nina and Paul.
So very nice paper. My one question is the way you wrote the model was completely symmetric in that there was a premium for trading within the same cast and or not. So I was wondering whether you consider the possibility that like this premium, like it really matters whether you interact with a particular cast different from yours or another, right? So there may be like a cast that you really dislike or not.
I see.
It seems that the richness of the data that you have may allow you to identify that.
Okay.
Yeah, so from policy point of view, is it good to have this result, or is it like a bad thing? And what can policymakers do about it?
I see. Yeah.
Yeah, so like along the same lines as Marty, and I remember like in Meredith's work, right? A lot of like having made more connections was not so much about like prices, it was like kind of like higher quality products, more reliable interactions, so on. I'm wondering, like from BAT data, can you get more information about like what sort of contractual friction the cast is resolving? Which would then also kind of go along, your question, like from policy perspective, is this like a good thing or not?
Okay.
Paula and
Okay,
then Tommaso, and then Teresa, this one is one.
Just kind of in terms of the this interpretation of whether this is solving some contracting friction is a good thing. You would expect that if this is solving a contracting friction, and then this matching costs are 10 times lower, it's because trade within cash is more profitable. So I think it's a bit contradictory that you get such a small effect on the same, on the profitability of trading within your cash. So if the profitability increases so little, maybe it's not that this is solving a a contracting friction, but maybe it's just that some sort of discrimination. That would be one reading of these numbers.
So I guess it seems to me that you're only focusing on like, the positive role of caste of so many contracting friction. There is also some sort of misallocation that you're not really having here because you don't have the effect, you don't have enough heterogeneity. So I was wondering whether like mitigating the data that is not important, and like the story that I have in mind is the only trade, with sectors where there are the people of the caste and that generates questions which tells about efficiency cost.
Okay. I'll take that one the last because it's the toughest one. Maybe there's no time for it. So Martí, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of heterogeneity. Yeah. There's tomorrow as well. So there's a lot of heterogeneity in the data we don't use. We don't have priors on why some groups maybe, you may dislike some groups more than others. And one of the tough things was which is a baseline to compare to know whether there's a bias forecast. A good baseline was, the share of inputs suppliers that are in the same caste. At least you would expect that much, share of inputs. So group by group is going to be tough because we have 700 groups. We have done this with the hierarchical big groups, the Varnas, and this move trades very little. But you could think of it as, I don't want to trade with the guys that are from a lower caste, but I want to trade with the other ones. So, but that effect is not there. So that's why we think of communities as sort of horizontal varieties. But that's a good point. Yeah. Policy implications. Yeah. So it's a bit. I mean, actually, it's linked with Nina's question as well. So one of the ways to think of this is probably in this context with emerging or growing economy, frictions are still high. And the fact that castes exist facilitate frictions in some way. And there's evidence on, this labor market, on investment. So it seems true that information or risk or, reputation concerns, even informal enforcement may be easier within the caste. So in that sense, it's good. But I agree as well that, of course, from the misallocation point of view, a free economy where you can trade with anyone and it doesn't matter that you know them or not, because there's a system that will allow you to trade and, things to work well, that's going to be efficient, like more efficient than this world. So we're thinking of a model where we can actually add the frictions there as well that make you trade within caste and try to see what happens when you switch off the caste preference, but also the friction sort of separately. In terms of policy implications, I would say I want to know why these communities affect trade. So in terms of Nina's ideas, I think that our next step for sure is to try to dig deeper into channels. We have not explored a lot of the sectoral heterogeneity. We are trying to think of shocks in the data that show us whether a shock happens. For example, internet comes, you can find more potential suppliers and you may reduce your reliability on the caste. So in that sense, the policy implications I think are more like, okay, let's learn why or how communities help you and try to dig into that. So yeah, I sort of related the industry, probably the industry or the product that you trade can tell you a bit about which is the friction that you're solving. Yeah, I mean, we have things that in the literature have been put forward, such as, for example, Merit was talking about, is it easy to change suppliers or is it about finding the right supplier for you? We don't have prices of what you buy, so we cannot do something like efficiency. We don't know if you're getting a better deal buying from one person or the other, so that's a limitation. But maybe, I think Paula was also mentioning something like that, like how complex is the industry, or whether you have international suppliers of that same input or not. Those are things that we have in mind for future work for sure. And then Paula's point, yes. So it's true that the contracting, so I'm saying contracting frictions, but I mean trading frictions. Contracting premium is only a small part, and most of it seems to be about the fixed cost. So it seems to be more about an information friction of finding better suppliers. So that's my mistake on the wording or how we're framing this. But it's true that the relationship is not so much more profitable, but the amount of people you trade with the same caste is so much higher than the amount of non-caste partners that clearly does something about the matching cost. You need something about variable cost as well to drive your that result, but it's something about information. So, maybe as Alan was saying, we can add the fixed effect and think about, is it about geography? What about if you look at within the same postcode? What about, the complexity of the input, or these ideas of tailored inputs to your own needs? So that's something that we could do for sure. Yeah. But I think one of the next steps is to learn, okay, what is driving these things. Let me go to Tomaso's question, but my point is, like, one of the main problems we have is we don't have prices and quantities, so we cannot really look at efficiency. So we are a bit cautious on misallocation, but for sure, even in this model, we are not looking at it because we don't have, so productivity here is the one you draw at the beginning. But of course, if there's something else that's not productivity that makes you trade, you're going to choose a person that's not the highest productivity trade partner for you. We care about the end, but it's true that here, the firms that are more productive are not, as big as they could be. In the correlation between productivity and fixed costs, this we find the same as Bernard et al., which means that more productive firms also have higher costs, which means that reducing high fixed cost is going to help them expand as well. So our counterfactual sort of goes against the misallocation story, but I think the misallocation story is for sure there. So we have to think of a better way to.
I guess if I may suggest like something you can
Yeah.
do with is that if you show that, for example, I don't know how many tasks you have, but if you show that the distribution of firms across sectors and across the firm size distribution is very similar across caste, then it makes sense to believe that the misallocation story is not such a huge difference.
Okay.
Because even if they only trade between the different castes, okay, but instead if there's a lot of concentration, then maybe if you're born in an industry and you have a competitive advantage for different industry, but just knowing one because of your own caste, that is going to generate misallocation.
Yes.
So that's something you can do in the data to somehow understand whether your focus is.
So something we can do that we haven't done a lot of, but we have some very big castes, like with 10,000 firms, and others that are 100 firms. Entry is endogenous, of course. If you enter in the small caste, you are a super productive firm, because if not, you're not going to make it. But we could push it a bit more or look at that. Thank you. That's good. Sorry, there are a couple more questions.
A couple more questions, Joe. And
I just want to praise it. It was a great paper. I'm super jealous. About 10 years ago, Ezra Overfield and Kevin Munchen tried to write basically this paper, and we printed the data. And then Ezra, when he saw it, when it was submitted, he sent it to me. I think you should send it to Kevin. Kevin Munchen would be super interested.
Yeah.
That said, I think like you kind of have to think in caste as vertical. And so maybe this is like an additional paper or something like the inequality implications of caste.
I see.
If you're untouchable, and you only have supply chains with other untouchables, that's super limiting. Right?
Yes.
That might not be the correct term.
No, I agree, but we did this. So if you look at the caste group, is the 4 big hierarchical groups.
Yeah.
It increases the probability of trading, but when you put the smallest, like this jati is like a community of surnames, basically, within these big groups. So what matters the most is whether you're in these same smaller groups that used to be occupation related, the jati exactly, but not so much the hierarchical. We also tested whether you is like, trading downwards, but not upwards, and there's not much there. But I agree that, in terms of, the society implications, and there's some work on whether, entrepreneurs come mostly from the upper or higher castes. So that's something that for sure, it's there as well. But in our trade data, we didn't find so much on that, but thanks.
Brian?
No, my question's answer was covered in this.
Okay.
So I don't know if this might be beyond your data, but can you see if you're born into like a small jati that it actually affects your decision as to like how much you vertically integrate, right? That if you can't find a local supplier, you just produce that input yourself.
We can do that. With that, we thought a lot about, supplier selection, vertical integration. The problem is all of that is very endogenous. So that when especially if you enter into if you start a firm knowing that you are from a small jati or a small caste group, you already know, in some sense, you worked out whether you're gonna make it or not. So probably you already know whether you're gonna find enough suppliers or you have to be vertically integrated or not. But maybe it's good to show these descriptives. So we can do that. We are not using it in empirics to test. We wanted to test some stuff, looking at exit of your suppliers and things like that. But everything's very endogenous. But yes, the descriptives, we can do that. We can look at whether, as Tommaso was saying, also, your distribution of the people you sell to, is it similar if you're in a big or in a small cast? That's something, yeah, those are super good suggestions.
Anything else? If not, I think we should thank Martha.
Yes, thank you so much.
So don't go away. I'll just introduce the next session by saying that one of the real benefits of organizing this event jointly with IGC or relate to the policy world in ways that STEG currently is not. One of the benefits is that IGC have helped arrange a policy keynote for us, which we're really excited about. And as great as academics, we spend a lot of time thinking about structural change and transformation and industrialization. We have the opportunity here to hear from people who are actually directly thinking about this from a policy standpoint. So it's going to be an online event. So I get to sit back and I'm going to turn things over. We have a moderator online and a speaker online. And since they're not, I think, yet listening to us, I can say Richard Newfarmer, who's moderating, is the IGC, you'll tell me if I've got this wrong, but he's the IGC country director for Uganda and Rwanda. Here's Richard. I'm hoping he can't hear me yet. So I won't embarrass him, since he can't, I won't embarrass him by saying that he's been involved in policy, in development policy for a long time. I'm going to turn things over to Richard to introduce our speaker in a minute, but we're just really excited at the opportunity to, even if we're not in the same room, to put academics and policy people in conversation in this way. So maybe we're running, actually shockingly, Richard, a couple of minutes ahead of schedule. That never happens, but so I don't actually know if our speaker is fully online.
She's
yet.
joining. So
She's joining. Okay. So I won't ask you to introduce her yet, but anyway, delighted to have you with us. And I'm going to sit down and relax, actually.
It's a pleasure to be here and to be joining you. And it's particularly a pleasure to be talking about these particular issues. So let me know when Competa joins, and I'll be happy to begin the session.
Just say one thing. I think what we're going to do, so this is the one bit of today's event, at least, that we're not just streaming out to the rest of the world, but we're hoping that the online participants will have an opportunity to ask questions. So Richard is going to moderate and pick up online questions, which I don't see, but I'll harvest questions from within the room so that we can have a mix of questions from people here and people remote. That's what's going on?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Go ahead, Richard.
Okay, great. Well, it's terrific to be here. It's a wonderful topic. In fact, I can't think of a more burning academic / policy sets of questions than those associated with structural transformation and the larger agenda of this particular group. It's also a special pleasure for me to be able to introduce Competa Sayongoza. She's had a vast background in Rwanda for quite some time. In fact, Competa was the first person whom I met to work on a memorandum of understanding many years ago. So she's a special friend of the IGC, I think, in this regard, when she was permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance. She subsequently went on to become the cabinet director, and then from there to be director general of an important organization that deals with structural transformation of SMEs. It's called the National Industrial Research and Development Agency, and has subsequently become Chief Executive Officer of the Development Bank of Rwanda. This also gives me great pleasure because we've established a very intensive research agenda. One thing about Competa, she puts you to work when you walk into her office, so you have to be careful. But it's a delight to welcome her and to talk about competitiveness, industrialization, and the role of development banking. So Competa, over to you.
Thank you very much, Richard, and thank you very much for having me in this very important conference. And I'm sure you know the academicians are used to graphs and numbers, and today I want to double click a little bit more on the practitioner side and tell you more about the history of the economic background of Rwanda, not the history, but the background, and what could potentially be a transformative role for development banks in countries like Rwanda that have a very ambitious agenda. So I'll start by giving you a little bit of background around what is Rwanda's recent economic history. And really, for those of you that have followed Rwanda, we're one of the countries that have been the fastest growing in Africa, with GDP growth averaging 7 to 8% in the past. But, and it's a big but, when COVID struck, we were one of the countries that took the strongest COVID measures. And I think we had one of the most draconian lockdowns. And consequently, we're also one of the countries that had the biggest recession during COVID. And now we're starting to see pre-COVID, so 2019 growth levels coming back. Now, if you look at the composition of the growth, and that's important because it's going to be at the heart of what we're going to discuss later, it's been a growth that's been backed mainly by public sector efficiencies and public sector growth. Of course, we do have a private sector, but the private sector that we have is typically first or second generation. So basically, before the genocide in 1994, there was literally no private sector that was dealing with retail. So this is something that's fairly new, which is very different from Uganda or Kenya, some of our neighbors that are third, fourth, fifth, business owners in terms of generations. Now, having a strong state is great if you have a capable state, and we've seen that has led to a lot of growth, but how sustainable is it is the question. And that's why a lot of what is at the heart of our growth agenda now is really to see how can we put business at the heart of the economic growth agenda. And this is at the heart of why I have a job at the Development Bank, is really to see how do we create generations of companies, SMEs and large companies, creating large companies that will be able to accumulate wealth, accumulate assets for generation. So the way this is being done is, of course, through pro-business policies. I'm sure you've heard about Rwanda having a very high ranking in doing business when the ranking still existed, looking at favorable environment, looking at rule of law, trying to digitalize as a way of avoiding corruption. So not fighting corruption, but avoiding altogether. It's hard to give a kickback to your computer. So digitalizing all public services. But there are some missing pieces as we think about the trajectory of Rwanda. And that's what I would like to discuss today. The first missing piece is really the sophistication around access to finance. And what does that mean? That means that if you're a first or second generation wealth creator, as we like to call them, then obviously having access to assets, collateral, is always a challenge. The second one is really around lack of savings. We have one of the lowest savings in sub-Saharan Africa, and that means that our interest rates are very high because the kind of deposits that we have in our financial sector are very short term, yet the development needs of our country tend to be medium to long term. So there's a mismatch from that point of view. The third one is that we do not have very strong venture capital and angel investors compared to countries like Nigeria, for example. And that means that it's harder for startups to access the right type of financing. And then finally, because this is a country that is also very much focused on quality of products, focused on standards, then the cost of failure is very high for the company. So even when they start a business, if you fail once, the cost of bankruptcy is very high, the reputational cost on the market is very high. And these are things that affect the way we view industrialization and competitiveness. Now, the second big pillar that has been a challenge has been access to skills, and I won't spend too much time on it, but of course, quantity of education has been very good. We have almost universal access at primary level, parity, gender parity at primary level, but as you go higher up the levels, then enrollment starts dropping and quality of education starts dropping. Now, experience is also an issue because even if you have an MBA from ALU, which is one of our leading universities, if you've never worked in a company, if you've never been in an environment that's, an industry, of course you lack the experience, even though you may have the degree. And then finally, it's really the match between the curriculum and the markets, which is a bit of a struggle. So we were colonized by the Belgians, and those of you that know Belgium know that they have a strong emphasis on theory, which this market, of course, is not in need of. What we need is technical skills, technical and vocational skills, and there's a mismatch between what is being taught at school and what is needed by the job market. Now, let me come back to the solution. These are the challenges that we have, and I want to talk to the solution to lead us into the conversation. So the first issue around access to market is, what can we do as a development bank, which is almost 100% owned by government, to address the issues related to access to finance? The first thing is that there's no bullet solution. So it has to be a combination of solutions. What we can do is actually leverage our reputation, because of the government of Rwanda has a good reputation, to try to leverage funds through DFI, so Development Financial Institutions. That's the first thing. The BRD actually is one of the institutions that was created 57 years ago. So it survived the genocide, it survived all the crises, and it's always been capitalized. So we have that under our belts, that people can know, an institution can trust that we will always have the support of the state when it comes to pay back our credit lines. The second thing is really to attract grants to be able to help with blending. And that's crucial if you want to look at the interest rate. And the interest rate is a huge issue in Rwanda, because currently our interest rates are about 16 to 17% in local currency. You can imagine what that means for a business. If you have a business and you have to pay 17% per annum, plus VAT, plus your normal cash flow requirements, that stacks up very quickly. For the cost of failure, we can also play a role. We can facilitate access to expertise. So we raise grants to help with technical assistance. We're able to provide collateral support in partnership with development financial institutions. We have a much higher appetite than commercial banks. And more importantly, we can document the failures and the lessons. So because we're dealing with first-time investors, and I'll give you an example, like recently we had a big program around poultry, and the development bank that I lead a couple of years ago had a big poultry portfolio, which crumbled because of biosafety hazards, lack of insurance, poor business planning, issues of temperature, cleanliness. And we paid our tuition fees, as Nigerians said. We learned the lesson. And now when we have new poultry investors, we're able to say, hey, have you looked at biosafety? Have you looked at your insurance? Have you looked at this? So we're able to collect the knowledge of failure and actually take it as a lesson and share it with first-time investors. And I think this is probably one of the biggest value add that the development bank should have. Now, let's double click on trade. Right now, exports of goods and services in Rwanda is about 20% of GDP. Imports, 35% of GDP. Quick math, our trade deficit is about 15% of GDP, and growing, because of course, our growth agenda is very import heavy, very infrastructure heavy, very fertilizer importation heavy. So if you look at the composition of our exports, it's actually quite interesting, because when I was in the Ministry of Finance, as Richard mentioned, our largest export markets were Europe and EAC. Today, when I look, 45% of our export markets are actually intra-African. So clearly there's been a shift towards more African countries and serving the middle class of Africa. 30% is Middle East and Northern Africa. So that's also quite big if you put it together. This is